Good morning, everybody.
What's happening, Chatty Hoos?
Wheezy got the belt. Oh, nope. Here we go. Wheezy got the belt today. Congratulations, Wheezy. Ross Dog, hello. Good morning. Yeah, big W for the A's last night. Got to go 10-1 to go 500. Is that what we decided? 10-1?
Yeah, 10-1.
It's on the table.
It is.
What up, Warren? We are up in here. Casey Tucker, what's really good? David, Sean? I think Sean. It's not Scott. I think Sean is the right answer. Yeah, no, it still is, Sean. Come on. Hey, Drew Down. You know I'm going to beat a dead horse when it comes to a bit. 15 seconds to showtime. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Lotus? Lance? Westsack? Westsack. Ayo. Zabo. David Jackson. Hi, everybody. Chris, hello. I got to start the show, guys. Curtis, Tino, John. Hi. Jay, hi. Good morning, Jay. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Good morning. James is over there. I'm Kyle. It's Wednesday. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
We are.
We're going to start today. You got an email this morning. The Kings emailed you personally.
Of course they did.
To let you know when Media Day is. So when is it?
Yeah, starting 11 o'clock on September 29th, Monday, September 29th at 11 a.m. From 11 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we have Media Day. Basketball is back.
Is it back?
Not really.
On Media Day?
Well,
that's too soon.
No, that's
it's
the first day of
not
school.
back.
It is. It's the first day of school. That's what Media Day always feels like.
I refuse for Media Day to be the day baseball is back. No.
The way that,
or basketball, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's one of those days where, when you're in middle school, you're like, you get back from summer, you're going into 7th grade, and you show up and you're still 4'10", and 3 dudes that you've known your entire life are now 5'11" and weigh 175 pounds. And you're looking around like, what in the world just happened? That's what Media Day is like. You show up and you're like, huh.
Everybody's best shape of their lives.
Yeah, look at that. Like Trey Lyles a couple of years ago, he had lost like 35 pounds probably. And then the guy who like bulked up massively, that was Kessler Edwards a couple of years ago. Like you show up and you're like, hey, look at that. Kessler's yoked. What is happening?
How'd that work out for him?
It didn't.
He started at center for the Mavs at some point this year.
Well, it's good he bulked up. Yeah, it's a good thing he bulked up, Kyle. Yeah.
They're like, hey, can you play center? He's like, yeah, actually a couple of years ago at Kings Media Day, I pulled up and I was super ripped.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, it is a day where, I think Jim Garfinkel here in the chat says it. Media Day is elementary school picture day. It really is. It's a day that, certain players just can't wait to get it over with. They don't want to be there at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then others are like, again, they've worked out all summer. They're looking good. They're feeling good. They're healthy. They're ready for an 82 game grind. Plus, it's the first time that I'll get to hang out with guys like Dennis Schroeder.
Sure.
Yeah. Cause I haven't, I wasn't able, I think I was on vacation when they brought him in, for his media.
It feels like this year is even more of a first day of school thing because Zach LaVine came in halfway through last year. Doug Christie was not the head coach at the start of last year. Dennis Schroeder is here now. Nate Clifford is going to play a significant role. You've got Maxime Reynaud who's going to play. Like all these guys who have kind of been in our orbit for a while, but have not been front and center. Hey, we're going to talk about the regular season. Like Maxime Reynaud and Nate Clifford have talked to reporters about Summer League.
Yeah.
But this will be the first real step toward basketball being back, even if basketball is not officially back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time, Drew Eubanks will walk in the building and be a
How did I forget?
Dario Saric.
My bad.
Like,
no.
This is that first time that we'll get to see those guys. Plus, like, look, I think there is still a few minutes here for the left on the clock for the Kings to go out and bring in one or two guys that are training camp invites that may or may not play for the G League team this season. The Kings have done a really good job over the last couple of years of building up that G League sort of, track.
Mm-hmm.
And they've won the championship last year, but the last couple of years, like number one seeds heading into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So this is that you might see a couple of guys pop up here in the last couple of days that like, oh, wow, look, they invited so-and-so to camp.
Sure.
And yeah, just because they do have an open roster spot after waiving Terrence Davis last week.
Right. So what, I guess I don't want to dive too far into it because it's still 12 days out until media day, but I'm so interested because we talked about the vibe a lot last year.
Yeah.
Like, what's the vibe at media day? Because going into last year, they had won 46 games the year prior. They didn't make the playoffs, but it still felt like, okay, there's something salvageable here.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it feels so different where I think there's reasons for optimism and things to be excited about, but then also, is it not a little awkward with all these guys who have been traded through in the media over the last 6 months?
Oh no, it's going to be awkward.
Like it's a little it's a little weird, right?
Yeah, and like I think that's where, like, I'll kind of like go inside baseball here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you have, there are certain people out there that like are super passionate about blowing up this player or that player,
mm-hmm.
and like tearing him down. And like, if you don't show up and if you don't walk into media day or you don't walk into a locker room, you don't have anything like that. You don't have to like basically go up and meet them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You don't have to be held accountable for anything that you say on the radio or
mm-hmm.
on a podcast or in writing. So
mm-hmm.
if you don't get to go to media day, or if you're not in a locker room,
mm-hmm.
you can say whatever you want, but it's a little different when when you're there every single day and like you want to blow somebody up. Like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, you better know that you walk into a locker room, one of those players might not be happy with you.
Sure.
So you just spent 6 months blowing people up on the internet. Like, okay, now it's their turn to walk into a room like, hey, how's it going? I read everything you said this summer.
Sure.
But
hopefully if you're saying stuff, you can back it up.
Of course.
Like, that's the whole, like, if you're just, and we talk about this all the time, if you're just flagrantly just dragging somebody with no real evidence, just, if I got on the radio every day and went, I don't know, Domantas Sabonis sucks.
Yeah.
Why? Just because. And then he went,
doesn't block shots.
Hey, somebody sent me a clip of your show, 12 clips of you saying I suck. What's the deal with that? Well, that's what I believe. Like, that just doesn't play.
Yeah, it doesn't play. I mean,
but if you have a valid critique of somebody where if they say, hey, what the hell? And you tell the story all the time about DeMarcus Cousins and his technicals.
Yeah.
Or he said, why do you keep writing about my technicals? And you're like, brother, because you keep getting technicals.
You keep getting them.
Like, all right.
Yeah, there's a big collection of them. Like,
right.
There's a pool of filled up to the top with your technicals. Yeah.
Damn.
I also, like, there's a moment I had a couple of years ago during training camp where, we went to a preseason game and Aaron Aflalo just got torn apart. And Aaron Aflalo in his media scrum, like the next day, was like, hey, I was really bad defensively. And I had written that Aaron Aflalo was a sieve on defense.
Sure.
So Dave Yeager actually asked the media relations staff to pull me aside after practice. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, what's up, Dave? He's like, man, a sieve? I'm like, well, he said he was horrible.
A traffic cone better?
He's like, oh, he said he was horrible? I said, yeah, he said he was horrible. He's like, oh, well, okay, that's fine. He's like, if he said that, that's fine. But if not, like, I can't have you like roasting my dude, calling him a sieve. And I'm like, well, okay.
What's
like,
the right?
Do I need to not look at a thesaurus when
Yeah.
I'm writing? Like,
I don't
creative words for like what you said, a traffic cone.
Yeah, I don't. That's weird.
Well, no,
And I
it
get
was
it.
like
Coach standing in front of his guy. But.
it was his way of like, number one, having conversations and saying, hey, if you're gonna write something, we're gonna have conversations.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
It's also his way of protecting his guy and saying, hey, like, can we have a little bit different nuanced conversation, because he might get better as like that. He's not known as a horrible defender.
Right.
So, so why don't we lay off calling him that
right
until he proves that that's who he is? And it's like, okay, but he called himself that basically. And
but
it's
I also
like,
think in the context of one game, that's not the end of the world.
No. Yeah,
like,
but
yeah, hey, he was a sieve defensively. He gave up 46 points. Like, all right.
But this is the way that certain coaches like to establish who they are and how they're going to handle the media.
Right.
And every coach is different. That's, I've like, the Mike Brown era was very, very unique, from like him screaming, like at media day the first time, like he did the yell where he was responding to Rashawn Holmes on the other side of the gym.
Yeah.
Or, like some of the things we went through during the trials and tribulations of the Mike Brown era.
Sure.
They're all different. And I think media day is one of those days where someone like Doug will try to establish who he's going to be as a coach and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, we'll see how we are 45 games in.
Yeah, and it's just it's such an odd situation when you try and evaluate. Okay, hey, what are you going to talk about at media day? Because so much of, hey, what are you going to talk about at media day is are things that like players aren't going to be involved with.
Yeah.
So many of my questions about the Kings have to do with so many of my real questions about the Kings, not the fun little side things, In and Out or Whataburger, like not that kind of thing. But so many of my real questions about the Kings are directed toward the coaching staff. How are you going to handle this situation? Your glut of two guards.
Yeah.
How are you going to deal with that? And really, they're probably not going to tell you. So, but that's a question I have. I have other questions for like Scott Perry in the front office about, hey, how do you navigate what's ostensibly a holding pattern for 2 years?
Yeah.
And obviously, if you can improve and get better, or if you come out of the gate and you start 12-1, obviously the calculus changes and your path changes. But if you're in a holding pattern until 2027, how do you navigate that? And as a player, I guess as a player, how do you deal with going into a season going, hey, you know what? I'm trying to win a championship. This group is probably not going to do it. I don't know. Just kind of, but also it's not a very clear rebuild. Like, I think the Kings media day from a team that like, okay, hey, this group is probably not winning a title. Probably not. Is very different than the Washington Wizards. Hey, this group probably isn't winning a title on media day. Am I making sense?
No, I think
just kind of a strange situation with the timeline and the 2 years from now and the Jonathan Kuminga stuff, and they were going to trade this guy, but now they're not. Just a strange vibe, I think, going in.
Yeah, I think that every season, fans should feel that like hope springs eternal. Like there is a possibility. Everyone starts 0-0. It's a clean slate. You win one game, you're over 500. Away you go, right? There's always a chance. And like, again, it doesn't matter how many times we put out there what we think is going to happen this season. We don't know. We don't know at all. I go on the Dunked On podcast with Nate Duncan every year, and we do the Kings preview, and his win total for the Kings is way down here, and mine's higher. His win total is usually really low, and mine is usually a little more optimistic. To be honest, he's usually more right than I am. On occasion, I'm right and he's not. But it's one of those things where, like, I think when you walk into media day, it is the first day of school. It is that day where everything feels new. Everything's, the textbooks are clean and new. Everything just feels like it's fresh, and like there is a positivity to it.
Yeah. And
even this season, when there's so many question marks, it doesn't mean that this team can't win 50 games, because it can.
Sure.
They've got the talent to do it, but it's going to take a hell of a coaching job.
Yeah.
And and it's going to take 100% buy-in. And so we're going to have to see how it goes. But I love media day. It is a fun day. As you know, this will be, I think, my
16th,
my 16th media day.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty wild.
You're approaching the media day where you're going to have done more media days than the youngest player on the team has been alive.
Oh, that's wild.
Like you're a cool 2 media days away from that.
Yeah, my media days after this year, they can drive.
Yeah.
They can drive a
permit.
car.
They got their permit over the off season.
That's right.
They're going to be able to drive as of September 29th, Kings Media Day. Basketball not back, but trending toward back on Media Day. I really can't wait. All right, here's what we got coming up. We have a bunch of stuff to get into today. Obviously, day 73.
Kuminga Watch.
We have some interesting things on that from Anthony Slater. There was a massive piece by Baxter Holmes on the Kawhi Leonard era with the Clippers. Less to do. There's a little bit at the end about the aspiration no-show endorsement job thing. There's a little bit at the end about that, but it's more about Kawhi in general, and it makes me wonder if the Kawhi Leonard situation is going to be a cautionary tale moving forward for all teams. Changes the way that team building kind of goes. We've got a ton of fun baseball notes for you, and the NBA future power rankings came out. ESPN drops these every single year. They take a look at the next 3 years, a 3-year outlook for every team in the NBA. And you'll be stunned to find out that it doesn't look great for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about that next on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Trying to think my favorite media day moments. Shaq showed up one year. The Mike Brown moment where he yelled, that was pretty spectacular. As in the scrum, he yelled. I'm like, oh, you know what? That's going to go viral. So I stepped out of the scrum, cut the video, had it up in no time at all, posted, and I think it did 800,000 views. Forgot to do my time card, Kyle.
Well, time cards aren't due tomorrow, so you're in luck.
Of course, I took a couple of days off. It happened. Time card's done, everybody. I'm gonna say no. Oh, we could probably get into this, but my gut feeling right now, Jamar, is that he is not. Okay, so we're not allowed to go live for Media Day because of their radio partnership with someone else. So I had the one year where I had a table set up to the side. I don't think I'm going to do that, especially I don't know how we're going to do Media Day. We have some technical difficulties here. I mean, I will be at Media Day, but what time I get to Media Day is under some sort of question at this point. Yeah, this was ugly. United getting just crushed. Yeah. I'm just waiting for Ruben Amorim to get fired, like I did with Eric Ten Hag.
I have learned by osmosis that 86% of being a football and soccer fan is complaining about the manager / wanting him to be fired. That's all. I follow so many soccer people who that's all they do.
It's really crazy. Like I'm watching
every manager's bad apparently.
I'm watching the broadcast of it was the derby this weekend. It was Man U versus Man City, right? The commentator, I don't know who he is. He literally is calling out Manchester United's formation and their play formation as something that is never going to succeed at the EPL level, and that it has no chance. And we're watching something that's going to fail no matter what. Yeah, wild.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Rocking with you till noon. If you want to hang out with us at the break, visit us at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. No breaks over there. We just yap. We're talking about how 86% of being a soccer fan is just hating the manager.
Oh yeah, it's to me it's
the
really
head
wild.
Coach,
like you can't watch an NBA game and hear, like Doris Burke sitting on the sidelines, like commentating the game, basically calling for the manager for the head coach to get fired, or calling out his formations the entire time, saying, like, I don't understand why he's running horns. It's not working. It's not working over there. Like, we don't see that, but you watch like European soccer, and it's like, yeah, I don't know how much longer this coach has. Like, I just got to be honest. Like,
he's been there 4 games.
Yeah, like the 3-back system. The 3-back system has proven not to work at the EPL. There's been one team ever that's ever had any success with it, and that was 25 years ago. It's not going to work. Why they hired this guy, I'm not really sure, because his formations don't work here. You're like, wow.
Yeah, because in the NBA version of that is, let's say an offense is bogged down. This happens a lot with Golden State. Offense bogs down, and they might go, yeah, you might see them in the second half here, get Steph Curry into the pick and roll a little more, get him going downhill. That's how they'll offer like hey, maybe they should do this. In soccer, it's like, they're not doing this. That coach should be canned. He should be sacked. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, then they go to halftime. What do you think?
Oh, English sports media. It's
horrible management.
Yeah.
Like, these players just aren't ready to play at all. They're just bad. You can see, like, the entire demeanor of the team is horrible. Like, this guy's got to go. You're like, wow.
When I was like 13, I go out to this soccer camp called Two Rivers Soccer Camp, and went for 2 summers, had a great time, loved it there. But the coaches were most of them were from overseas somewhere. And I'm like 13, and I missed a shot. I banged it off the post, or off the crossbar. And one of the coaches just goes, oh, unlucky. And this other coach, this older guy from behind me, just goes, arms crossed as I'm walking by him, goes, not unlucky, you just haven't done well enough. Like, 13. So, I don't even play forward. I'm just trying.
So Challenger is like it's like a roving camp, right? Where they put on stuff during the summer. They do Challenger camps.
Okay.
And they're sending kids straight over, like young dudes from Ireland or Scotland or England that have been trained to come over, and they get a host family, so they're staying with somebody, one of your teammates' parents. It's almost like an exchange program, and then they run soccer camps all the time. And we had a British dude, and then we had a Scottish dude, and the parents are sitting there like, I have no idea what he just said. I don't know what he said the whole time. And then you ask the boys, like, do you guys understand what he's saying? He's like, yeah, you get it after a little while. Like,
yeah, you start to pick up on it.
Yeah, but it's tough. And unlucky is all they say.
Oh, dude.
Unlucky.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks. I'm going to start using that.
Good stuff.
Hey, dude, catch me at Kings games in the little press area. Every miss. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It is day 73, everyone.
Kuminga Watch.
The good news now about this bit is that, which we've just driven into and through the ground.
I love it.
Like, that's the bit at this point. It feels like, because it felt when we started this in, July, that it was interminable. Like, it really felt like, God, there's nothing. Into August, man, there's nothing. We hear second week of September, blew through the second week of September, but at least now, with the reporting coming out from Shams Charania and Anthony Slater, and then Anthony Slater doing some additional reporting on ESPN yesterday, it feels like we're reaching a point where the Warriors are saying, this is our red line. This is the line we will not cross. And Jonathan Kuminga is going, well, this is my red line that I will not cross. And I think what they're realizing is that the lines are not that far apart. And while neither side wants to step over that line and continue this relationship, I think they're kind of realizing that there's some mutual benefit in coming to some form of agreement.
Yeah.
Even if they hate each other. Because Anthony Slater went on ESPN yesterday and reported that Jonathan Kuminga and his representation have told the Warriors, hey, you turn that team option to a player option on that 3-year 75.2. Change that team option to a player option. You will get full buy-in. You will get full buy-in to try and help the Warriors win a championship. Because really, that's what's best for Kuminga.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what. No matter what deal he got, forget the contract for a minute. No matter what he does in returning to Golden State, it is in his best interest to go play the best basketball of his life.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with that. But I think the problem is that his people, and probably the Warriors people as well, understand that there is no way for him to play the best basketball of his life in a Golden State Warriors uniform. And that's the rub. That's where we get hung up here. And that's, again, like we talked about it on the Kings Beat podcast yesterday, me, Sean, and Brendan. Like, it's just so difficult to, I think the league eventually has to make changes to this process.
Right.
Because, again, this is disingenuous by the Golden State Warriors. I guess, I mean, they're letting it be very well known what they intend to do, but it's against the spirit of the restrictive free agency. It's not to hold on to a guy and not use him and not allow him to be the player. You know, I guess this isn't Little League, so everyone doesn't get to go play 3 innings, right? So as long as and I think some of the time Jonathan Kuminga kind of feels that way. It's like, hey man, you're just not good enough. Sometimes you're not good enough to help this team, or you're not good enough because you're refusing to do the things that they want you to do that they think will make the team better.
Yes.
It's about you getting better and you wanting to go out there and do these things and you wanting to score 20-something points a game and you wanting to be an all-star. That's not what's best for the team. But the problem, the other flip side is that if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're like, man, you're holding me back because I want those things and you're not letting me even like approach any of that stuff. And you're doing it for your own selfish reasons. Like, so there's always going to be this weird, like, push and pull with this situation that just feels uncomfortable because realistically, nobody wants to be in this situation. If they had another deal on the table for a player that had a $20 million or $18 million contract and they got a first round pick along with it, but it was a 1-year deal with the player, they would easily move off of Kuminga. Like, I don't think there's any question. If the Kings still had Kevin Huerter, or if they would have got Zach Collins, in the trade with the Spurs, and they could have they had an expiring $18 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
This deal would have been done.
Mm-hmm.
It's that Malik Monk has 2 extra years on his deal.
Right.
They're worried that not only do they not want to pay Malik Monk $20 million a year, but they don't want to pay 3 years of Malik Monk. And they're worried that some other team, if they're going to go do some mega deal, also won't want to pay Malik Monk. So they're going to have this hang up in another trade that they're trying to do down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, this is just weird, because I think Kuminga can help the Kings. I think, Malik Monk or other players could help the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest solution, if I were the Kings, I would go out there and try to find a $15 to $18 million player that you could trade Malik Monk to for in a 3-way trade. And I think you could work out a deal where the Warriors got the player that they want or the contract that they want and a draft pick, and the Kings get the player that they want.
I might be reading this wrong. I don't think the Kings want him that bad. I don't think they're going to go, all right, let's go trade Malik for a different player and then get that set up and we'll move that. Because the other hang up in that is the Buddy Hield, Moses Moody part of it, where the Warriors would have to get rid of one of those players, just part with them for nothing.
Yeah.
And I know that, okay, we're going to say all these jokes about Buddy Hield, but from the Warriors' perspective, that is their second best shooter.
Yeah.
He's the reason that they won Game 7 against the Houston Rockets last year.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of the key reasons. They're not just going to get rid of him for nothing, no matter what we think of him here in Sacramento. And so I think that's part of the hang up. I also think that they don't think Malik Monk is a very good fit. He's just a smaller version of what Jonathan Kuminga ostensibly does already.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a problem. Sam Amick wrote that a deal seems far off, whether it's Phoenix or Sacramento, and I think that continues to be the case.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why I think you see Golden State and Kuminga trying to, all right, let's figure out some way. Is there any middle ground here that gives Kuminga what he wants without Golden State feeling like they're trapping themselves underneath an awful contract?
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's an awful contract. It's just a contract that they can't move.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
This contract that in 2027 or 2026 or whenever it is, they're like, damn, couldn't trade him at the deadline. God, we got all right, another couple months of this. I'll try again this offseason. Oh, nothing this offseason. God, we got to try. I don't know.
I do think that.
I think there's a resolution coming.
Well, I do, but also when Slater puts that out there, all they have to do is guarantee the 3rd year or make it a player option.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you already got the 2nd year guaranteed, which is one of the things that's a problem now, because if you just do a 1-and-1, then he loses his bird rights, right? If he's traded, right? So that's one thing. So if they're saying, hey, we'll take the 2-year, but we want that last year, he should just be like, okay, look, if you're giving me the 2 years and then the 3rd year is a player option, a team option, that's not a bad deal for him.
Sure.
That's something that he should, if that deal is actually in place, he should probably take it.
Especially if he's going to get traded anyway. And I know he doesn't have a no trade clause and he could get traded to Siberia. I understand that. But there's going to be some risk involved here no matter what. On both sides.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is everybody's trying to get out of this in a way. And it's honestly, if you want to lump the Kings back in, this is the whole thing when it was like, oh, well, they're not bidding against anybody, so they're not going to bid against themselves. It's like, well, you're kind of bidding against the Warriors.
Yeah.
You have to make it enticing enough that they go, all right, this is worth it this is how we're going to, this sounds awful, but expel this asset.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we're going to use this asset. So if they have decided that a protected first isn't enough, all right. And if the Kings have decided, hey, you know what? We're not doing an unprotected first because we don't know what this is going to look like in 2030. So no thanks, then great.
Yeah.
But that's everybody is trying to get out of this. And the Kings are in a spot where they actually can get out of this unscathed. The Kings are in a spot they can just go, this is our offer. It's Malik Monk and this 2030 lottery protected first.
Yep.
That's as far as we're going to go. And for Golden State, if they don't want to compromise, if they don't want to, get scathed. You notice that people are only unscathed?
Yeah, that's weird.
Nobody's ever scathed. That's a weird thing. But if they want to, there's going to be some pain involved on the Kuminga and Warrior sides, no matter what resolution they come to. The qualifying offer sucks for Golden State, but it's way less money for Kuminga. The 1+1 with the waive no trade clause with the team option with the waive no trade clause for Kuminga sucks because he gets basically 1 year and then his future is not up to him.
Yep.
Like there's something's got to give here, guys.
Well, that and I hate to point this out too because it's happened so many times. Like Jonathan Kuminga wants this, and this, right? He has all these aspirations of what he wants. If let's just say he signs, first of all, now the 3-year, $63 million deal that the Kings were offering probably is no longer a viable option because if the Warriors are going to 375, that's what his people are going to come back to the Kings and say, hey, they're going 375. If we're going to get this deal done, now the deal looks different. And the Kings might say, hey, we're not doing that.
Right.
And
which like I would
as
totally
of right now,
understand.
Yeah, because they're at a point where they've always looked at him as like a underappreciated, low risk, high reward pickup. But the more you pay him, the higher the risk.
Correct.
Right. So, but here's the other problem. He could get traded to the Kings, sign with the Kings, do all the sign and trade, get traded, all that stuff. 6 months later, he could be like half the other guys who have got to Sacramento and go, hey, I'm done here. I don't want to be here.
Yes.
And so that whole, oh my gosh, I got traded to Washington or I got traded, get exiled to Charlotte or whatever. It could be that same exact thing here in Sacramento.
Yep.
And you're on a team that's winning 25 to 30 games because the team's rebuilding and rebooting and you just happen to be young enough to be part of it.
Yeah, but Jonathan Kuminga would be averaging like 22 a night.
Well, he might be averaging 27 a night in that situation.
That's the other. That's just. I know we've talked this to death, but I feel like this is coming to a conclusion, and I don't think it's going to involve the Kings.
Yeah,
but I don't think that's the end of the world because when you start, Domas at the 5, you're putting Kuminga at the 4. That allows them to move Keegan to the 3, which is one of the very attractive things here. Scott Perry really wants
switchable,
wants Keegan Murray to play the 3.
Yep.
So that's a pot. But if we keep just moving everybody up a position, then you're taking DeMar DeRozan either out of the starting lineup, which we all know I'm here for. I don't think he or the Kings would be here for it. Okay, so you're going to start him at the 2. All right, well, that fills Zach LaVine's spot. So is Zach LaVine coming off the bench? Probably not. So is Zach LaVine your starting 1?
No.
Okay, so you paid Dennis Schroeder to bring him off the bench?
No. Dennis Schroeder starting.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the other problem with this, and it's one of the reasons I think that it gets messy for the Kings. Is you might just be I've seen some people online. I can't remember who they are exactly right now, but shout out to you guys who have been putting up numbers and charts who are like, I'm out on Kuminga, just as a play. Forget everything. I don't want any part of this.
Yeah,
and that's fair. That's a fair position to take. But I think if you're in, or if the Kings are in, that's part of the calculus. Is okay. This guy, we promised him a starting spot. We have perfect spot for him at the 4. Keegan goes to the 3. Front court, great. With Domas and Keegan and Kuminga. Then you have 3 players for 2 spots in the backcourt. And it doesn't make sense logically to bench any of them. Well, I mean, it does. But I've been told you can't bench any of them.
Yeah.
So what do you do now?
I don't know.
It now means you have to facilitate another deal where, okay, so you've got Kuminga on the cheap, but now are you giving away DeMar DeRozan?
Probably.
Is that worth it? I think for me, like, sure, if you can get younger, take a flyer there, and maybe by 27, you're adding assets to a team with a really good young core with Sabonis, and you've got Kuminga and Keegan and Nick Clifford. Sure, maybe. Like, I'd take that risk, but if you're the Kings, if you view DeMar DeRozan as a valuable piece or a valuable player for you, now you're just like, hey, yeah, we've got to attach a first to get off DeMar DeRozan's contract. Ugh.
No, you're not going to do that.
Not for a player. This is where I land. Not for a player like Jonathan Kuminga, where I have no idea what the hell I'm getting.
Yeah,
this is a player who couldn't figure out in 4 years a way to fit with the Golden State Warriors. For 4 years, is that partly the Warriors' fault? Yes, I will concede that. but it is also very much because Jonathan Kuminga never developed a consistent outside jumper.
Yeah.
He takes a ton of tough shots. He does not play defense on the ball or off the ball with any kind of consistency. He doesn't rebound with any kind of consistency. And all right, there's a flyer, and maybe he lands in Sacramento and figures all that out, and it's great. But like you just said, you run the risk of him not figuring that out, the Kings being not very good, him not getting his stats, and him going, don't like it.
And him just putting up empty stats, empty calories.
Yep.
You know, like there's totally that potential.
Yep.
So it's tough.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you're a team who's desperate to find young talent and you're trying to rebuild your roster on the fly, and you've got a new GM and you've got a new head coach, but at the same time you have to keep veterans happy, and you've got to keep trying to build. You can't just get stuck in the mud every single offseason and not be able to complete the transactions.
Yep.
I think the worst thing about this entire situation is it's stretched out so long that it sure does feel like the Ben Simmons situation. It feels like the Cam Johnson situation. It feels like the John Collins situation. It feels like the OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam situation. And what my point is it's starting to feel a whole lot like exactly what just happened the last 5 years with Monty and Wes, where it's all this talk about a potential deal that could happen that never, ever, ever materializes. And in the meantime, you have destroyed relationships with other players on your roster.
Yep.
You're broken confidence, when it comes to a guy like Kevin Huerter doing this exact same thing. You got, you did so much of this with Harrison Barnes that he became ambivalent. And that's the worst. Like when a player's like, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
And so that's the problem. You're running into that same exact situation. And the name isn't Harrison Barnes. It's not Kevin Huerter. This time it's Malik Monk. This time it's Devin Carter. And so building a winner is really hard when you are literally trying to trade away your players at all times, and they all know it.
Yeah.
It just makes it really, really uncomfortable.
Yep. No doubt. But like you said, I think that's a great point. It's the exact same spot they've been in for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Maybe more.
All right. We've got some NFL stuff. We've got more Kings coming up for you, but I'm going to put a pin in all of that. There are so many fun notes from Major League Baseball. Fun stats, fun notes, some history. The Giants are cooked. We're going to talk about all that next on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Speaking of,
Oh. Russ Dog. If it's not Nick Kurtz, it's because it's Nick Kurtz and
he'll be the rookie.
And Jacob Wilson together.
He might get MVP votes.
Yeah. That would be the only way that it's not Nick Kurtz, is if it's both of them as a co-rookie of the year.
Yeah, I just don't know how you... Where's he at in...
Yeah, I mean, Jacob Wilson is number 2 in Major League Baseball in batting average.
Where is Gosh. Yeah, man. Kurtz is gonna get some kind of MVP voting.
You think so?
He's generated 4.2, according to Fangraphs. 4.2 wins above replacement. And WAR is and I'm just using that as a catch-all stat right now. WAR is a cumulative stat, which means you can't. Aaron Judge is at 8.8 wins above replacement. You can't be an 8.8 WAR player in one game. It's increases throughout the year. Nick Kurtz has played in 106 games, and he would be tied for 13th in the American League in WAR. With Junior Caminero from Tampa Bay, who's played 145 games, Alejandro Kirk in 122 games for Toronto, Jazz Chisholm with the Yankees, 119 games. And Kurtz has done that in 106. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is at 4.3, along with Gunnar Henderson, Cody Bellinger, and George Springer at 4.4. Like, Kurtz has just been a monster. And not just for, as a rookie, he's ridiculous. He should be the rookie of the year by a lot.
Yeah.
But
the shortstop on his team is batting .317, and he struck out 36 times in 451 at bats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's going to get votes as well.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. For those wondering, 3.2 wins above replacement in 115 games.
Yeah.
For Jacob Wilson. Also super impressive.
Yeah, this is probably going to happen because that dude's going to hit 60.
We're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
My guy. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday.
The other guy who's had a really, really nice second half and a really solid season at 23 years old is Tyler Soderstrom. 24 jacks, 89 RBI, batting .278.
We still have 90 seconds in this break.
Oh, interesting. I would even say, I think, like, if you're talking about the collection of players, right, that the A's have, the young players, I think Soderstrom has moved ahead of Lawrence Butler.
Yeah, Butler's been pretty disappointing this year.
Yeah. 20 homers, 59 RBI, 20 stolen bases, but he's batting .237. Lots of rough play. And he struck out 172 times on the season. Whew. Wow, that is crazy.
I don't know that I've been pretty staunch in the Aaron Judge MVP camp.
Yeah.
Man. 56 dongs as a catcher is insane.
And a switch hitter. Yeah.
He plays the most important defensive position. Say 56 homers. The Mariners are a game back of the Yankees, but the Mariners lead their division. The Yankees don't. The Mariners are tied for their division lead, I should say. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You talk a little baseball?
Yeah, we're
going to do so much football and basketball.
Yeah, lots of baseball.
But I want to sprinkle in a tiny bit of baseball here.
Okay.
So I have a few notes from yesterday. The Giants are officially cooked.
Okay.
I believed in them because they were playing their best baseball. They were staying in the mix, and they're still in the mix with 11 games to play. They're 3 back of the final wild card spot. It's not mathematically over, but they had a chance in this series against the Diamondbacks to kind of put the Diamondbacks out of the race.
Yeah.
They could have put them way in the rear view. And instead, the Giants have lost 4 in a row. They lost at least 3 out of 4. They wrap up that series in Arizona this afternoon. They're now 3 games back of the wild card, of the final wild card spot. They are tied with the Reds. They are a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks now, and the Diamondbacks are a game and a half back of the Mets for that final playoff spot. The Giants have lost 4 in a row. I don't see it for them. You can't stumble this way. You can't face plant like this at this stage of the year.
Yeah, it's tough because, they did bring up Bryce Aldridge this week, and there's some at least excitement there, but I know a lot of people are pissed because he's not playing.
Well, he didn't play against a lefty starter last night.
Yeah, and I would be okay with him just sitting there and watching and just getting the experience. That's also something that should happen. But I just feel like they let this thing slip through their fingers. I mean, they're back under 500 on the season.
Yeah, brutal.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
I misspoke earlier. They lost 2 to the Diamondbacks, 3rd game tonight.
Okay, got it. Yeah. I mean, we talked about this earlier, and I don't think we had, it was sort of tongue in cheek, but you realize they could actually finish with a worse record than the A's. I mean, the A's.
Mathematically, sure.
Well, I mean, the A's are only.
I should note they have 3 games against the Rockies to end the year.
Okay, so the A's are 4 games behind them.
Yeah,
but that tells you everything you need to know. We're talking about a team who literally walked into the season with very little starting pitching at all in the A's, and they're right there with them. Like, I just think the future is so much brighter for a team like the A's than it is for the Giants at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no disagreement there. Yeah. It's just disappointing because they sweep the Rockies to open this month. They win their first game against the Cardinals. They drop a bad one on Saturday. That was the 6th. 2 Saturdays ago now. Good Lord. And then they lost the series finale there by 1 run. But you take 2 out of 3 from the Diamondbacks. Okay, you're back afloat. Everything's good to go. Then beat the Dodgers 5-1. Smoked them at home. And then you lose 13-7 and 10-2. You get outscored 23-9 over the final 2 games of that series. Then you lose 8-1 to the Diamondbacks on Monday. You lose 6-5 last night. It just, it feels so deflating.
Yeah.
Because you get that huge win against the Dodgers. And then the next day, if they had beat the Dodgers, they would have had the 3rd wild card. They would have been in the 3rd wild card. And they face planted. Okay, hey, you get back up off the mat, and they didn't. And I think the impact of those 2 losses kind of bared itself out in these first 2 games against the Diamondbacks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So you get a 3rd one against the Diamondbacks. Then you go to LA for 4 more.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, you're going to finish with Colorado, but you also have, 3 games set against St. Louis as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love baseball. I also feel like when baseball is over, because baseball's every day, it's such a weird break. That it's like you go from checking box scores nonstop and watching games nonstop to like, it's over.
Yeah.
It's not like the NFL where you're waiting for a week and then you got to wait another week until the next game. And then there's only 17 weeks, 18 weeks with the bye. And then you get to the playoffs and it's like, another month, Super Bowl ends and it's like, okay, it's over. Like baseball just drags on forever.
Yeah.
And then when your team is out, it's just like so quiet.
Well, and baseball hits the gas out of the gate.
Yep.
The first month, everybody. And then, like you said, it drags. And then you get to mid-September and it's like, we got playoff races. We got to go. And then the playoffs are insane. I love postseason baseball the most. Like every pitch just matters so much and everything's so high energy and everybody's on edge and all the stadiums are sold out and everything's crazy. Everything's loud. And then, like you said, then it just is over. It's like, wait.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed it.
But super tough.
Feels like the Giants are cooked. Shout out to Cal Raleigh. Hit home runs number 55 and 56, setting a new major league record for a single home runs in a single season by a switch hitter. He passed Mickey Mantle. I was out on the Cal Raleigh MVP idea early in the year. I have since come around. I understand that a lot of the peripheral stats, a lot of the analytics point toward Aaron Judge. If you're into runs created plus, Aaron Judge is the league leader by a lot. He is the league leader in wins above replacement. If you're into that statistic, he has 48 homers. He has 103 driven in. He scored 125 runs. He's batting .326 to lead the league. He's been phenomenal. This is not an anti-Aaron Judge take.
Nope.
I believe that if Aaron Judge wins the MVP, it is because of all of those numbers I just listed. He has been way the best hitter in the sport.
Yeah, the problem that he has, I don't know, like when the last time was an MVP batted like 245, 247, whatever it is.
Oh, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, Cal Raleigh.
Oh, I hadn't even gotten there yet.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. Aaron Judge also a 451 on base. His numbers are ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we see this all the time with MVPs. MVPs are about who won the year. Who was the year about? This has been the Cal Raleigh year, dude.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Straight up.
Yeah.
This year has been about him. 56 homers as a catcher at the most important defensive position as a switch hitter. He's hitting 56 jacks for a Mariners team that is currently in first place, tied for first place in the American League West. They're only a game back of the Yankees. I think when voters sit down to vote, yes, Aaron Judge has all the numbers. And if you're like, hey, I'm going to sit down and very strictly, I'm going to look and I'm going to go by the numbers, then yeah, Aaron Judge is your MVP. I'm not going to argue against that. But I don't think if you're predicting who's going to win the award, I don't think you can underestimate the amount of people who are going to sit down with their ballot and go, God, you know who had an awesome year? Cal Raleigh. Let's see. The Mariners won the AL West. Cool. Cal Raleigh's the MVP. Mariners won the AL West. Yankees finished with a game ahead, but you know what? They're a wild card team. Aaron Judge won it last year. Yeah, he's just Aaron Judge. He kind of did Aaron Judge things. He hit 60 home runs again. No, he didn't. But Cal Raleigh's probably going to hit 60 bombs as a catcher. That's ludicrous.
It is.
The previous record for home runs by a catcher was Salvador Perez, what, like 45? I think it was. Like he's obliterating that record.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you can underestimate. Let me see. 48. I'm sorry, in 2021, 48 by Salvador Perez with the Royals was the previous record for a catcher in a single season. Previous home run record.
I do think he's going to win the MVP, but I also feel like this is kind of like the Jokic thing, where you get a little bit bored of the guy winning MVPs, and so you're going to give it to some this shiny new penny, right? And
totally.
Yeah, it's totally a possibility that he'll win the MVP. That the Cal Raleigh will win the MVP, and I look at like Judge. Because baseball is such a statistical sport, like you can't, there's no way. He's already a 2-time MVP, right? He's already a 7-time All-Star, a 4-time Silver Slugger award winner, but he's 33. And then you look at his overall stats and you're like, 363 home runs. Like he has got to put on a show to hit 500 home runs. And you look at his hits though. He's at 1,190 hits. Like he's his batting average career 293 hitter. Like he's great, but also the longevity and the consistency of his career. It kind of like you look at it and you go, okay, he's the best player in the sport without any question. Outside of Shohei, I think second best player in the sport.
Sure,
but at the same time, like you have got to hit benchmarks in order to be a Hall of Famer. And how do you manage like what his stats are and like what you think of him, because he's got to put up another 4 or 5 great seasons of baseball in order to hit some of the benchmarks that are standard for like Hall of Fame.
Aaron Judge is a Hall of Famer. He's going.
I would agree.
He could retire today.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
1,000%.
I feel like you're going to rubber stamp it like right now and say, yeah, but if you look at his stats, his overall stats, you're like, oh wait, I'm not sure that he is.
He's the captain of the Yankees.
Yeah.
He has 1, 2, 3. He's going to have 4 50 homer seasons, a 62 homer season, a 58 homer season in there. And he only played 106 games, hit 37. Like Aaron Judge is going to be a Hall of Famer. As for this year, I think you started to hit on this point earlier, and I think that this is going to go against Cal Raleigh for some people, where I think you get people who go, what's their batting average? Oh, yeah. Aaron Judge finished 80 points higher than Cal Raleigh. He's the MVP.
Yep.
And you started to mention that earlier, and I think you're spot on. On the other side of it, I think you're going to look at people who look at Aaron Judge and his peripheral numbers and go, God, this isn't even one of his 2 best seasons.
Yeah.
Which is kind of insane. But anyways, shout out to Cal Raleigh. Also, a quick Rockies watch before we step aside. They lost 6-5 to the Marlins last night. Run differential minus 398, creeping up on 400.
So
They've allowed 961 runs, 128 runs more than the 29th place Nats. They've given up exactly 400 more runs than the Texas Rangers. They are ass. It is crazy how bad the Rockies are. And Shohei, congratulations. The newest member of the 50-50 club, only this is a new one that he started, where he had 50 home runs as a hitter and 50 strikeouts as a pitcher.
That's a strange one.
We're just making stuff up for Shohei.
Yeah.
All right. That's baseball. Let's get back into basketball. Let's get back into the NFL in the second hour on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Now I've got to put these 2 players side by side. Aaron Judge. The batting average is going to be the biggest thing. Batting average 293 versus a career 265.
Who are we talking about?
What if I told you there is another player who has 398 career home runs, 1,266 career RBI, 2,100 hits, 1,000 more hits than Aaron Judge. He also is a 2-time MVP, a 5-time Gold Glove winner, a 4-time Silver Slugger, and a 7-time All-Star.
Okay.
And he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Who is it?
Dale Murphy.
Yeah, Dale Murphy should be a Hall of Famer, though.
No, I think he should too. But I'm saying baseball is a statistical sport. It like everything is predicated on the end totals.
Hang on, guys. Sorry. We good? We back?
We're back.
All right. Keep going.
Yeah, this is interesting. Brady Anderson averaged like 20 home runs a season and then all of a sudden hit 50. Cal Raleigh got to 34 and then 37 because we were looking at that
He's
earlier.
Quietly been one of the best players in the sport for the last couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, the potential for 60, it did come out of nowhere, but it's also, you got to remember, sometimes it's about who's batting around you.
Well, and in 119 games as a 25-year-old, he had 27. At 26 years old, he hit 30 in 145 games. He hit 34 in 153 games as a 27-year-old. It's not outrageous that a player who was hitting that many home runs at age 28 figured it out.
Yeah. And it doesn't hurt that Julio Rodriguez.
How many years has Aaron Judge played?
A lot.
Is it 10?
1, 2,
this is
3, 4,
season number
5,
10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Season 10.
So we're going to do that. Would that be 88? Doing Dale Murphy's best stretch of 10 years here.
Well, you got to remember too, the ball, whatever's happening in Major League Baseball now, Murphy played in a dead ball era. Even I think Dale Murphy's big season, did it come in the homer season? No. Even in the crazy, oh no, it is 87 when he hit 44 home runs. That's the one juice ball era.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Andre Dawson hit 49 and McGuire hit 49.
I just think when you're making the argument against Aaron Judge and you find a guy with counting stats similar, he has double the amount of games. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and those guys will take you to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento sports leader. Dale Murphy, underrated. Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
in my
yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
In my opinion. That's James M. Kyle. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Did you see this thing in ESPN about how the Clippers are done building around Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah, it's super interesting.
So Baxter Holmes wrote a really in-depth piece, and you pointed out before the show, and I think it's a smart thing to point out. A reporter like Baxter Holmes, who writes a piece that's this in-depth,
Yep.
didn't start reporting on this when Pablo Torre's first podcast came out.
No.
He didn't just start calling around and writing some stuff down. That's not how this goes.
ESPN,
typically.
Because ESPN had ESPN the magazine forever, they have writers still there that, or they had a bunch of writers that did like incredible deep dive work. And like Kevin Arnovitz used to be one of these guys that just wrote incredible stories. Baxter, like I know he wrote the Domantas Sabonis, Arvydas Sabonis story this last season, right? The one that Michael Malone got angry about. And like, you know, called Domas, to quote, like the best passer in the NBA. And then walked off. Oh, yeah. Right. Sure. So, like there's a certain amount of like that story I know had been worked on for like 6 or 8 months.
Yeah.
Like, so Baxter Holmes has been working on this story. There are very few stories that he just jumps into.
Right. The point is, this wasn't, and I want to talk kind of big picture with this because I couldn't care less about the Clippers as an organization.
No. And I think that's why this is a bigger picture story.
Yes.
For sure.
So I want to make it clear, this isn't Baxter Holmes heard a podcast and then decided to start firing shots at the Clippers and sources started firing shots. Like, that's not what this is.
At least I don't think. I mean,
I would be shocked.
Yeah.
Via Baxter Holmes. I'm going to read this, then I'm going to ask you a question. Uncle Dennis, or he calls him Robertson, Dennis Robertson, who did not respond to a request for comment for this story, wanted Leonard to be able to initially live in San Diego rather than in Los Angeles. Leonard would commute via helicopter. He later moved to LA. The Clippers agreed. He wanted Leonard to be able to skip some media obligations and team community events. The Clippers agreed. He wanted the team to promise to market Leonard individually. The Clippers agreed. He wanted Leonard to be able to bring some of his own people into the organization. The Clippers agreed. A team source disputes the existence of some of these requests and the tone of some others. I kind of wonder, given how this Kawhi Leonard situation has gone for the Clippers, if we see the superstar bubble pop at some point. Like, there's always going to be, and I don't want this to be, Kawhi Leonard is not the only star to ever ask for special accommodations. It was one of the Jimmy Butler issues in Miami. Jimmy Butler went, hey, I would like to fly on separately when we're at home. I would like to fly separate so I can spend a little extra time with my kids. And Miami said, no, thank you. You'll fly with the team. And that was a major point of contention there, right? So it's not crazy that he's asking for these special things. Forgetting, like, let's put the aspiration thing aside for a second.
Yeah, because I'd even point out, like, I think the original, like, when this came out, that there are, like, perks to some of these jobs, it was actually Pat Riley that we heard, like, this astronomical number. Like, he got something like $5,000 a week for suit allowance as part of his deal. It was something crazy. And it was like, wait, what?
Suit allowance?
Yeah, for his Armani suits that he wears all the time or whatever. So, like, there are these perks that are out there, but, like, that's the one that comes to mind where it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Like, that's written into your contract. Like, a certain amount of flights on the plane. We've heard that before. And, you know, on, you know, the owner's plane or whatever, you know, access to a luxury jet to get you places. But some of the stuff with Kawhi is crazy.
They go into the health stuff too. And this is what Baxter Holmes wrote. Across the organization, details about Leonard's health were considered sacred secrets, multiple sources said, and a schism between those who were in the know and those who weren't emerged early. He was very separate from the Clippers staff. One source with knowledge of the situation said, quote, it caused extreme angst within the medical department. Another former staffer said, it was like the Clippers medical staff wasn't really allowed to touch Kawhi ever. And I think that this, and again, this is not, if this is how Kawhi wanted things to go, superstars ask for these things. This is not a Kawhi problem. I want to make that abundantly clear. You can have an issue with it if you want. I don't, but that's not the rub here. I don't think that we're going to see teams do this anymore. Because yes, it's a star league. The superstars are always going to matter. That's always going to that's going to be the case forever. But I think when you look at what happened to the Clippers, and specifically what happened to the Clippers with the Kawhi injury stuff and with how the Paul George era went and how many issues Kawhi has had staying on the court. Meanwhile, the team that they traded all their assets to in Oklahoma City is winning the title with those assets. Like that, I think, is something that's going to start scaring teams. Where, yeah, hey, we want this guy. We think this is a star-driven league. We need the star. We want the 1A, especially because remember when this is 2019, when all this is going down initially. Kawhi was at, like, we were asking if Kawhi wins a title with the Clippers, is he the best player ever? Like, it was that kind of impact. I don't know if it's going to happen this year or in 5 years or in 10 years, but it feels like at some point this superstar bubble is going to pop. Where teams go, you know what? No thanks on Kawhi. We'll keep our assets. We'll keep our young player, and we'll try and build this thing out from the ground up. He can go be somebody else's problem.
I just think it's so tough because
it is.
You could have 28 owners agree to not do it, and then one or two go, all right, fine. We'll give the superstar treatment to whoever.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. I think there's always going to be a team or owner that wants to do it.
I do think, though, that the NBA is at a point where, because of this story, whether they punish Kawhi or not, whether anything actually happens with Kawhi, whether they void his contract or the Clippers get hit with a massive fine and lose 5 or 7 draft picks, whatever it might be, I still think that when we get to the collective bargaining agreement, there is going to be new language inserted into the CBA that cuts out the opportunity for this stuff. And it's going to be better for the league because the opportunity to have somebody who's demanding stuff, that's just crazy.
Well, and that's okay. Maybe that's a better point because having a superstar on your team is always going to be better than not. Right. Like that's not what I'm talking about though.
No, I know the commissioner put it out there that like, this is our fans watch clips on X and TikTok.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. If that's all they can watch, it's a superstar driven league.
Right.
And it's been that way since the 1980s when David Stern chose that path.
Right. Which is fine. I think what we're going to see is the end of this era where it's superstar and then there's some other guys on the roster. Like where that's a separate entity. I think teams are going to want stars. Teams will pay stars. But paying and getting this guy in the building and then going, okay, cool. Hey, but you're going to have your own medical people. You're going to be a separate thing. And then just come practice and be on the court with us, please. I don't think that works.
Oh, no, it doesn't work.
When you look at the Thunder style of play where it's all very cohesive and they're all very together and you see the unselfishness of the Celtics the year before and the way they play team basketball. And then you see the Pacers making their run to the Eastern Conference Finals, then their run to the finals behind, Tyrese Halliburton is a star level player and Pascal Siakam is too in his own right. But there's a cohesiveness to it that is not like, there's one person above all this.
It's funny because like covering the Kings for as long as I have, they've never had that type of like where somebody has that type of influence.
Yes.
Like DeMarcus Cousins had his own type of influence, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't even in a positive way. It was like, there was plenty of times where it was like, oh boy, what are we doing here? But like De'Aaron Fox didn't walk around like, "Hey, I make more money than you." Like,
yeah. Well, and they weren't outside of murdering the mascot because De'Aaron Fox made fun of it. They didn't kowtow to De'Aaron Fox's every whim until he
no.
wanted out.
No, I think that there are some things that probably happened with Fox where it was like, well, actually, can we work around this situation or whatever? I think that there are times where it's like, hey, my guy Malik Monk is available in free agency. I'd really like to play with him. He's a good player. I promise if you sign him, that's going to be a good thing for the team.
But that's reasonable.
It is. It's reasonable. And I think that there are also times where it's like, hey, I really, really would prefer that Harrison Barnes is still on the roster. Like, I would prefer that you don't trade him because we know that directly that there were plenty of times where it's like Fox, like, hey, what are we doing here? But overall, I don't think that there's ever been anyone who has the type of influence over the franchise that we're talking about. And if it was well before the last 15, 16 years. Maybe there was a point where, Chris Webber had demands or something, but overall, I don't think we've ever seen this type of, and again, it's Sacramento and these guys aren't, maybe they aren't superstars that we're talking about here. Maybe they're star level players, but not superstars.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a difference. But I also like the Kawhi thing has always been interesting to me because like the whole thing that, he doesn't want to go do like the no-show thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's always been him. Like he doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't want to do any of this stuff.
Right.
He has no interest in the only thing he wants to do is play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the times it seems like he wants to do it all on his own terms. Like he'll play when he wants to play and he's not going to play when he doesn't want to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think somebody asked like, hey, is all of this going to mar what you think of him when it's all said and done?
I asked that.
Maybe it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, it will. Like, will it impact his ability to get into the Hall of Fame? No,
not at all.
No, but although I do think that there is a way that it could, and that is if we keep seeing all this evidence stack up against him and they're reporting and there are reporters who are stacking all this evidence against him and then they go on the offensive and start attacking the way that it's being reported. That is where I think you could see NBA writers go, okay, yeah, we hold the vote for your Hall of Fame. Okay, we're good. Does he have an MVP?
I get it for sure. I get it for sure. I just Kawhi. I can't fathom a world in an NBA Hall of Fame where everybody, or a professional basketball Hall of Fame where everybody gets in. Basketball Hall of Fame? It's not even professional basketball Hall of Fame. It's just basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the Basketball Hall of Fame.
I don't see a way that. I mean, you're right. It could go that way. I don't think it will.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will either.
As far as how it changes the way I view Kawhi Leonard, it's. I always thought it was, and again, this is Kawhi. You can say he's great. He did this, he did that. Like he was undeniably the best two-way player in the league for a half-decade stretch.
Oh yeah,
he was unbelievable. He brought Toronto their first title. That's always going to be the case.
2-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep, that's always going to be the case. But there's always going to be this on the side. That's just like, oh. Like he was kind of, it seemed like he was just a guy that showed up and was like, yep, I'm going to go about my business. We're going to play ball. I've got some injury stuff. Okay. But now it's like, oh, he wasn't that different. Like I had him on this pedestal of guy who didn't do all this stuff, didn't ask for all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, he did. Like, again, it's not I don't think he's a bad person for it. Because there's a ton of guys who do get this kind of stuff.
Well, that, and I think the other problem is a lot of this isn't even him. It's the people around him that he allowed to act this way. It's crazy. Like these stories are crazy.
It's wild. It's really, really wild. All right, ESPN. Future power rankings in the NBA. The Kings are plummeting. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks.
Man, in 13 seasons, he's played 733 games. Yeah, in his prime, like, second in MVP balloting and Defensive Player of the Year, All-Star, All-NBA, All Defensive Team. Like, as a 24-year-old, it's 24 and 25-year seasons. And then the 26-year season is where he just didn't play, played 9 games. And then from then on, it's been very sparse play. Here's a crazy stat. He's never played more than 74 games in a season. He's only played 70 games in a season twice. And he's played under 60 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. That's wild.
Who's that?
Kawhi. He's a 6-time All-NBA player, 7-time All-Defensive Team, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, 75th anniversary team. I mean, he's going to make the Hall. But his legacy is certainly taking a beating right now.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta go get some water, man.
Yeah, go for it. We got time? Oh, I have not stood up. That's not a good thing. What's going on, everybody? Oh, gotta stretch. Anything going on here in the chatty house? I don't even know what you're talking about here, Stephen Brown. I do. Oh, that one. I do bird dogs nonstop. Bird dogs, cat cows. I've been doing a ton of core all off season.
I feel like I'm on a late night talk show right now. I'm drinking water out of a coffee mug.
Oh.
Forgot my bottle.
I drank 2 cups today. Unusual nowadays. Well, it used to be like the norm. All right, these bad boys up.
Who rode 4,000 meters? Golly. Rowing. That's crazy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's like 2.5 miles. 4,000 meters. Holy smokes. Zebra PT in the chatty house cooking. Jamar T for 3. What's the best basketball movie of all time? I have not seen enough basketball movies to have a take on this. Just to be totally frank. James said Hoosiers. He also said he doesn't know. He's setting up other computers. He also said Love and Basketball. Again, haven't seen it. I haven't seen enough.
I don't think I have a take for this either.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Space Jam is my answer.
Like Mike.
Oh, Like Mike's a good one.
Shout out Calvin Cambridge.
Hell yeah.
Air Bud.
Nice,
boo.
dude.
No, everybody
Nice, dude.
stinks.
Teen Wolf. Is Teen Wolf
Teen
a
Wolf-
basketball movie?
Oh, yeah. Teen Wolf's a basketball movie.
I've never
for
seen
sure.
any of these.
Yeah, Kyle Renata in the chat says Kyle's the wrong person to ask about movies. That's facts.
Yeah, don't ask Brendan either.
Yeah, I've got nothing for you on movies.
Here's we were talking movies to open the podcast yesterday, and my youngest was like, my bar area is blocked off. I've got doors that block it off, but you can still hear what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And my youngest texts me, was this Brendan fella born let me read the text so I get it right. because we were talking about movies and Brendan clearly hadn't seen anything.
Sure.
And my youngest like popped off at him.
Nice.
Which was, oh yeah. Does this Brennan guy live under a rock? That's what
Nice.
That's my youngest.
What a jerk. Brendan doesn't like movies. I mean, he's living under a rock. To hell with that kid.
Blue Chips, that's a good one.
Haven't seen it.
Oh, that's with Penny Hardaway and
yeah, Shaq, isn't it?
Shaq, yeah. It's got a whole bunch of.
I've seen Kazam.
Oh, Nick Nolte.
Shaq is also in Kazam.
Oh, that's not good. That's not a good
one. NBA Future Power Rankings from ESPN. Kings fans, cover your eyes, but not your ears. You're listening to a radio program. So the NBA does this every year. It's their Future Power Rankings where they look at the next 3 years and they rank the NBA teams based on their outlook over the next 3 years. And that comes with various categories: players, money, draft capital, the market they play in, and their management team, their executives. You'll be shocked to find out the Oklahoma City are number 1. The Houston Rockets have launched up to number 2.
Yep.
The Knicks are at number 3. The Cleveland Cavaliers were at number 13. They have launched up to number 4. And the Los Angeles Clippers have gone from number 20 to number 5. We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. You got to scroll all the way down to number 25 to find your Sacramento Kings. One spot below the Utah Jazz. One spot above the Washington Wizards. The Kings last year ranked 18th, right near the middle of the league. They're now down to 25. They ranked 23rd in players, 13th in money, 16th in draft capital, 27th in market. Their management is currently ranked dead last. Brutal. I've got a couple of ways to dive into this. The first thing, before we get into the management stuff and their path moving forward, I wonder what this would look like had they not traded De'Aaron Fox at the trade deadline last year, and either moved him this year, and maybe the assets would look different.
Yep.
Maybe the vibe around the trade would be different. Maybe they wouldn't have Zach LaVine on the team, and maybe that changes some of the outlook. Maybe for better or worse, I don't know. But I would love to know what this looks like if they handled the De'Aaron Fox situation differently, because I think a lot of the reason that they dropped 7 spots in the Future Power Rankings is because of A, getting rid of De'Aaron Fox, who once was a young all-star point guard to build around, and B, the assets that they got back for him, or lack thereof, and how that would have changed things.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting, like, we're talking about a 3-year looking forward, right? So this is a futures. I'm not sure how your management is a 30. I mean, like the previous management, I guess maybe you put them in a situation. I just don't know. I don't know how you rank Scott Perry as like the worst general manager in the league.
I don't know if it's just Scott Perry though.
Yeah.
To be honest.
No, I'm with you there, but still, if you're going to put management at 30, that's tough. Now, they might be right when it comes to like management. Ownership could be included in management.
I think it is.
Okay. So
at least that would be my guess.
Yeah. It's tough. Like I don't disagree. You know, the Kings have plenty of draft capital moving forward. What is their draft? They gave them a 16 in draft. I don't agree with that. They've got 9 first-round picks over the next 7 drafts. One of them is encumbered, but outside of that, you know, they have Minnesota's unprotected first-round pick. They have all their own first-round picks. Like, I think that there are very few teams that have that much, that have this type of draft capital. The money situation clears up in 2027. Not entirely, but it, like a lot of it does. The market size, I don't know how you ding the Sacramento market, but it is what it is. Like, and if you're going to put the market at 27, I'm confused by that too, because it's not the 27th worst market in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. It does say we determine the most important category is a team's current roster and the future potential of those players. That category accounts for 50% of each NBA team's overall future power rating. The 0 to 100 score each team receives to determine its overall ranking. At the same time, we looked at management, ownership, coaching, a team's spending habits, its cap situation, the reputation of the city and the franchise, and what kind of draft picks we expect the team to have in the future.
Okay. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I don't have a problem with the Kings being ranked 25th here. What have they done over the last 2 decades that gives you any reason to be optimistic? There's an optimistic view you can take.
Mm-hmm.
We are at square one right now on September 17th. But if you're trying to project out, which is what a lot of this is, that's why they do the 3-year power rankings every year, because so many things change. But I don't have any reason to go, you know what? No, this time it'll be different. Like, you got to show the Kings are in. You got to show me stage, and the fact that 3 years ago they were the beam team and they were going to the playoffs, they were the 3rd seed, and now we're here. That doesn't give you a lot of confidence about what the next 3 years are going to look like.
No, actually, and if you would have done this, we looked at this 2 years ago after the original Beam Team season, I'm sure they're ranked way higher. They dropped, what were they, 18 last year?
Yeah, so this would be...
They went from 18 to 25. So that's a substantial drop. But I would have liked to have seen the past years. And I don't know if the link is here for the past years. But I definitely look, I don't think there's any correct science to this about how a team is built, a winning franchise is built, or how you can actually rank someone right now. I would just say, look, it's pretty consensus that the Kings are, like what they say in this, they're no longer considered a playoff team. The regression in 7 spots from last year's ranking is because of a bottom 10 roster and a management group that ranks last.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
So in 2022, that was going into October 2022. So going into Beam Team 1, they were 26th. Coming out of that season, October 2023, they were 11th.
Oh.
The write-up from Tim Bontemps is the Kings might have been the NBA's best story last season. They finally broke through and returned to the playoffs for the first time since 2006, winning the Pacific Division. Sacramento lands where it is on the list because of its consistency across the rankings. The Kings ranked 14th in 4 of the 5 categories: player, draft, money, and management, along with a 21st market rating, which is up 6 spots from last year.
Wow.
And when they've gone backwards since. So this is October of 23. So last year they ran 18th. They fell 7 spots.
Yep.
And fell another 7 spots.
Yeah.
The good news is, some silver lining here.
Yeah.
In these future power rankings, just to give you an idea of what it looked like a couple of years ago, Boston was 1, Denver was 2, Oklahoma City was 3, Memphis was 4. Memphis is no longer 4.
No.
Golden State was 5. Golden State is still number 6, but it makes more sense when you read that they weighted for current roster, even though most of their current roster isn't going to be in the league in 3 years.
And don't they have 9 guys? Again,
they currently have 9 players.
Yeah.
In theory, they have 13. In theory.
Well, I would say this: if there's a silver lining, Kyle, it's at the year that they Beam Team 1, as we call it.
Good point.
They walked into the season 26.
Yep.
And then ESPN was wrong.
Yep.
The roster was better than they thought. Everything was better than they thought. The coach was better. The management was better. Everything was better than they thought.
Yeah. Which is great.
Yeah.
And that's why okay, so do you think that it just comes down to winning this year? If they're going to jump 7 spots, let's say they want to get back to number 18.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing holding them back right now, because like you said, financially, they're not in a terrible spot from a draft capital perspective, not in a bad spot at all. Some would even say they're in a good spot. I really think the thing weighting them down right now is just what we talk about all the time, what Kings fans talk about all the time. So it's like, man, the roster is just weird.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really make sense. And if you're projecting out what do the next 3 years look like, and again, you can't go, well, if they trade for this guy and this guy and this guy, it'll be great. But if you're just looking at the next 3 years and it's like, man, does this roster improve over the next 3 years? Like just together as a group?
Yeah.
And probably not.
Well, it's tough too, because I look at, like the Kuminga situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel any better. I don't think their rankings any higher if they trade Malik Monk and bring in Jonathan Kuminga. Now, if you were somehow to get the other deal done, the Dario Saric / Devin Carter deal, and you were able to manipulate and bring in Kuminga without giving up Monk, and then find another way to save money a different way. Yeah, I could see that this, like their roster, it could move up to like a 22 ranking in the league or something, but it's just really, really difficult. And I think that's why, like, when you look at the future outlook of this team, we keep talking about 2027. Well, we talk about it because that's a date that that I have specifically been told, like, hey, like this might take until 2027 when a lot of the money falls off the books before we can really, move and be that active.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, losing a $49 million contract of Zach LaVine at that point. Right. And even if you pick up DeMar DeRozan's contract for next year, you basically could
expiring.
Well, he has a $10 million option, buyout option for next season. So DeRozan's on a $25 million contract right now, but the Kings he's got another year at $26 million. That's a team option.
Right. But going into the summer of 27, he'd be off the books regardless.
Yeah. So he would be off the books. Again, the same thing with LaVine. He'll be off the books. But that doesn't mean anything, like, because the one thing I do believe that they're right is, like, when you look at the market, I don't think that the Kings, like Sacramento, is a 27th market, but I do look at the teams around them, and it's not about like fan enthusiasm. It's not about the building. It's not about anything other than, can you get a free agent?
Sure.
And the answer is probably not, because no one else has been able to. The one guy who's ever been able to get free agents to walk in the door in Sacramento, strangely enough, is Scott Perry. It's the 1 year that he had the reins for 3 months and was able to bring in George Hill and Vince Carter and Zach Randolph. Like, most of those guys were past their prime.
Yeah, that's what jumps out there. Yeah,
for sure. But that's not the case with George Hill. George Hill was coming off the best season of his career. He averaged, 17 points a game or whatever. He was like he was the best point guard available in that season. It didn't work out at all. But at the same time, that's the only time the Kings have really been able to bring in like marquee type free agents. And a lot of it was just in name at that point, but still like a solid.
Yeah.
Maybe he's able to do that this year in 2027, but I don't know.
But I think future power rankings, which is the scope we're viewing this through.
Yeah.
I don't think they're viewing free agents as 47-year-old Vince Carter and George Hill and 36-year-old Zach Randolph.
No.
That's not, like you said, in name value, that's nice. George Hill is okay, coming off a great year. But that's not, if the Kings clear their books in 2027 and that's the level of free agent they're bringing in, it doesn't do anything.
Well, and that's always my point. Like, cap space means nothing if you can't bring anyone in.
Right. Cap space for the Kings, having money off the books for the Kings means being able to like make trades and being able to bring in high dollar trade assets.
Yeah, we can even back it up to a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, they went into the summer, I think, with $36 million in cap space, and they weren't able to accomplish anything. They tried to get Kyle Kuzma, couldn't get him. They tried to get other players, couldn't get them. So they brought back Harrison Barnes. They renegotiated and extended the contract to Domantas Sabonis. Like, those are things that happened that summer, as opposed to going out and actually spending money on a top tier free agent. They couldn't get anyone. And that's partially because they wanted to carve out that money for Sabonis, but it's also because like they got shot down. They went out and tried to acquire players.
Right.
They could have done something like try to like take in a big contract. That didn't work either. And so they settled back at basically what the Golden State Warriors are trying to do right now, where they brought in a player at 17, 18, and 19 million over 3 years that they knew they could trade and use him as a trade chip.
Yep.
I mean, and again, I call out the Warriors for their handling of the Kuminga situation, but the Kings did the same thing with Harrison Barnes, and Harrison like understood that and probably got overpaid for who he was at that point,
which is the difference here.
Yeah, 17, 18, and 19 million. I mean, Harrison Barnes is making 19 million this year.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Shout out to HB.
Good people.
All right, we got the handoff. D'Lo and Casey, they're going to join us next. I'm sure we'll talk more about this. We might sprinkle in some NFL as well. Right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Surprised you'd show your face around here with that jersey on. Yeah.
Oh, they lost last night, didn't they? Oh,
they are still not in a playoff position. Oh,
damn, dude.
Yeah.
You didn't have to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, don't worry about it over here.
This is true about George Hill. It's the one thing.
Oof.
George Hill, like, I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but it was like he had like aunts and I think his grandmother. Like,
God, that's brutal, dude.
He kept leaving the team to go attend funerals. And I'm trying to think, when did Trevor Ariza arrive in Sacramento? Trevor Ariza was a 2019-20 season. Ariza got to Sacramento, and then they ended up trading him to Portland for Kent Bazemore midseason. But when this happened, Trevor Ariza had a ton of off-the-court personal issues that he was dealing with custody stuff, and was like not only away from the team but was distracted. And it's the reality of the NBA. Like, players have struggles. Like, they're real people. Trevor Ariza shot in 32 games with the Kings, 38.8% from the field, 35.2% from 3. He gets traded, and his final 21 games with Portland shoots 49.1 and 40% from 3. You know how many times I've seen a player walk into Sacramento, take a bunch of money, and it's like they slip on the door on a banana peel and hit their head and can't play basketball anymore. And you're like, what in the world? Here's a good one right here. 28 games to finish the 2013-14 season. Ramon Sessions averaged 15.8 points, 4.8 assists, shot 46% from the field and 35.7 from 3. He signs with the Kings in the offseason. Averages in 36 games, 5.4 points, shoots 34.4% from the field and 21.4% from 3. Like, what happened to you? The Marco Bellinelli thing. That's an geez. Yeah, Aaron Flalo. Man, he signed a 4-year deal. Yeah. The 2 previous seasons before Marco Bellinelli signed his contract with the Kings, he shot 43% from 3 and 37.4. He signs with the Kings and shoots 30.6. Just wild. Then he gets traded mid-season. Oh, no, at the end of that season to Charlotte and shoots 36, 37.7, 37.2. P-Pat. Yeah. Good point. Patrick Patterson comes to Sacramento. Yo, what's going on? Actually, Patrick Patterson played really well in his first season in Sacramento. Shot 44.4% from 3. But then the second season was not good. And he was brought in for a specific reason, and that did not go well. Dwayne Dedman, that's a great one. Patrick, someone brings up Chuck Hayes. Chuck Hayes is with another NBA team right now. I can't remember who, though. The Dwayne Dedman one, like, I think he turned the ball over 6 times in his first game, and it didn't get better from there. Jesus. Yeah. Dedman shot 38.2% the year before he gets to the Kings. In his 34 games with the Kings, he shoots 19.7% from 3. What's up, man? What's happening?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway are here for the handoff. Are we ready? Can we get you guys on YouTube and
We're
Twitch?
here, baby. We're here.
Oh, yeah.
We're here. We're here.
YouTube.com, Twitch, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you would like to join us on the video stream. If not, welcome everybody listening on the various audio media. Good news. Jimmy Butler doesn't have any idea what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga either.
No. All right.
Jimmy Butler.
Called Jonathan. He called Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green also reached out to touch base, see what's going on. But then Jimmy immediately got on the horn with the words and like, "Hey, what the hell is happening?" Great, good. It's a good start for.
Yeah, I'm sure Media Day is going to go very smoothly.
Yeah, it'll be easy. It'll be nice and chill.
They're gonna get this taken care of before Media Day or training camp. But look, they
how sure are you?
Well,
Anthony Slater coming up at 250.
This is why I am a little sure, because did I read this right? They only have 9 players under contract right now.
Yeah. No, you also heard James Ham say that on the Insiders.
That's right.
Yeah. That's where you heard that.
Warriors insider James Ham.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Hey, there was that. Well, there was that.
Warriors beat.
Gonna be on Dubs Talk later.
Oh, no.
The James Ham Warriors World shirt's gonna go crazy.
Just ... Don't
touch other people's privates. That's gonna be
right.
the shirt.
Clip that.
Clip that.
The shirt. The shirt
Hey.
is James Ham ... That's the shirt.
That's it.
That's a good one.
So the ESPN. I took a photo of this while I was on your show last Friday.
Great.
It says this offseason.
We were so compelling. You were taking pictures.
Well, it was. It was a. I can't remember what you were saying, but it was fascinating. So nothing. Okay. So it says this offseason, 0 acquisitions with NBA experience.
That's terrific.
Yeah, man.
Well, it's 0 acquisitions.
With
Period,
NBA
isn't it?
experience. No, they made draft picks.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they made draft picks.
Oh, for some reason I didn't think they did.
Oh, wait. I think I remember. Who did they get? Oh, I can't remember. Damn.
I can't either.
I saw them though, because they pick.
However, it's riveting.
It was the second half. Didn't they pick second round? Didn't they pick right after the Kings?
Yeah, they took the kid out of Florida, the guard, and then
The point guard?
No, different guard.
Oh,
Why can't I find the draft, everyone?
maybe it didn't happen.
Is the
Maybe they didn't get a draft.
Oh no! Here we go. That's right. Hey, Cooper Flag went first overall. FYI.
Are we sure?
Yeah. No, very sure about that. Yeah, because they didn't have a first round pick, and they wound up taking Kobe Brea out of Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then the Kings took Reno, and then the Warriors later wound up with the guard out of Florida. Will Richard. They got him from Memphis.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's part of their 9 players. So they got what, 8 players that were on NBA roster last year?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Training
fine.
camp-
It's gonna be
training
fine.
camps in a week, 2 weeks.
4, 5, 6,
12
7,
days.
8, 9. They have 9 players right now with Jackson Rowe on a 2-way.
Oh, Jackson Rowe, of course.
Legend.
Yeah, and the other guys that we talked about, they're not on their current roster.
Oh, so they're
The-
good.
The second round picks.
Oh, so they got like 11 guys.
No, it's Kuminga's holding everything up.
Yeah, he is.
How confident? So you guys push back a little bit. Like, how confident are you guys that it gets done? Something gets done before media.
I
day?
think it probably does,
Mhm.
but I'm not in the space with this situation at all to be like, well, something's gonna get done. Obviously, like maybe it doesn't. Like, maybe
that
just
would be
maybe not.
crazy.
I think something's gonna happen soon. It feels like we were talking about this earlier, but it feels like they're walking. Both sides are walking because there's gonna have to be compromise here, because every outcome sucks for both sides on some level.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to get out of this where like either side's going to be like, yes, stoked with this option.
Mhm.
Like it's going to suck one way or the other. So that they're going to have to come to some compromise. Right. And I think we're reaching the point where the Warriors are going, all right, we're 12 days away from media day. I think the Warriors have an internal deadline. I wouldn't be surprised if Lacob has been like, yo, we're not having this at media day.
They should. That's how it should be.
So whatever you guys, we got to get cleared up. Let's do it before the 29th.
Yeah, not with that guy here. And we all know who that guy is. We're not doing this Jonathan Kuminga situation with that guy here. This is going to go. You stop
Uncle
looking
Dennis?
confused. No, not Uncle Dennis. The other Dennis.
Did you
Dennis Wong. We
Oh,
don't want him there.
no, you weren't here. So
Wow. Shots fired.
We talked about yesterday, or maybe it was Friday. I don't know. The days run together. But the article that was written about what was going on, and Joe Lacob going to Kuminga and saying, do you want to be here? Kuminga saying, do you want me here? We hypothesized Joe Lacob the whole time. It's been he's here. I love Kuminga. I don't want him to go nowhere. We're going to make this work. Is he in danger of having a Jerry Jones moment after that? God nabbit, I'm sick of this. Get him out.
Oh yeah, no, we talked about that on. No, I don't think so.
Him
don't
asking that question made me.
You tapping your nails just leads me to believe you're not exactly sure with your answer.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Him asking that question made me think about that, because it wasn't, we want you here. We want you here. It was, all right, do you even want to be? Well, I'm just projecting like what the tone was, but it's like, do you even want to be here? And then he didn't answer and was like,
It's like
do you want me
tweeted it.
here?
I get
Reading in his own tone.
So what Slater said on ESPN yesterday made me think that whatever Lacob asked was more like is there a situation where you return this year and actually try? Like and actually want to hoop?
Okay, stop right there. Okay, I'm glad you said that, because obviously we didn't hear Slater say that. I'm glad you said that.
Oh no. Slater didn't say that. I was getting to what Slater said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So the reason I think that was the tenor of the conversation is A, because I think Lacob really likes Kuminga and wouldn't come in hot. Like, do you want to be here or not, dog? Like, I don't think that was the tenor of the conversation. I don't. And then Slater reporting yesterday on ESPN that Kuminga's people have told the Warriors, if you take that 3 and 75, make it a player option at the end instead of a team option, you will get a full buy-in here. We'll do everything we can to help the Warriors win a championship.
If not, you're getting partial buy-in.
You're getting some kind of. You're right. No, exactly.
I'll be iffy all season.
And so that leads me to believe that there was some level of Lacob speaking to Kuminga in a way that went against all the negativity that's come out of Golden State's side over the last 4 years. Like that he brought this out to like, look, we want you to be here. We think I want you. Do you want to be here? Because I really want this to work out. That's how I took that anyway. Did you guys not see what Slater said? Seriously?
Like on television? No,
Yeah.
I did not see that.
I will grab it.
Lacob said, I want you here. He didn't say we.
Yeah.
I want you
I think
here.
one of the greatest
That's all
things.
that matters.
He's like, Steve Kerr's going to be gone after Steph Curry. Steph's got like 2 years left. Just hang out. Anyway,
I think one of the greatest things ever is if you walk into media day and you got 9 dudes, and it's like the quickest like hour and a half like media day. Like, hey, media day's over. Like, what do you mean it's over? Well, we don't have any other players.
we're just gonna have a panel in the auditorium. Ask away, I guess.
That's it. Ask the questions for Jacob Rowe.
We'll do a press conference 3 days from now with 14 people on the podium. What is happening?
Here's all our signings, everybody.
It's like we have the greatest media relations staff in the history of media relations, and they don't have to do any work because we don't have any players.
Yeah.
Yeah, they win the Brian McIntyre Award every year for the best media relations staff.
I think
I'll
I
play
think
the
they
Slater
get it
clip in
done
a
with
second.
the Warriors and stuff. I
I
think
do
it gets done.
I do too. Here's what Anthony Slater said yesterday on ESPN.
Is Anthony Slater. And Slater, I'm curious, at this point, just a couple of weeks away from training camp, what's the holdup now?
Yeah, I actually talked to Aaron Turner, Jonathan Kuminga's agent, this morning, and the messaging they're adopting this week is turn the TO to a PO and it's done. And that messaging is generally saying if it's a team option on that 3-year deal you mentioned, 74-ish million, if that's suddenly a player option, not only will Jonathan Kuminga sign it, they're saying, but he will be completely bought in on the mission that they're asking of him, which is, using Turner's messaging, that is to get Steph Curry and Draymond Green a 5th ring.
So that's kind of the crux of it. And that's why I think whatever that conversation was went better than, do you want to be here or not?
Can I?
Maybe I'm insane.
So, okay, tell me, were you interpreting, maybe I didn't read close enough, listen close enough, whatever, the line about what will it take to get, like, are you all in? That like was that something that was actually communicated? Like, are you completely bought in? Like, are you gonna, what would it take to get you to?
I didn't want to step on Slater joining your show, so that's like a long clip.
Okay.
I just cut at the part
because
where
my
he said
feeling
he
is
would be here to help the Warriors.
If
win.
Lacob said something like, "Hey, what would it take to get you in here to try, like to like really try to win with us?" I'm immediately like, "Dude, I'm out." Like, you're gonna sit across from me and ask me what it's gonna take for me to try? Like, man, I've been trying for 4 years.
Okay, maybe don't take my words.
No,
I'm just throwing stuff out there.
No. I got you. But what I'm saying is, if the idea is he's not bought in because of, I'm immediately offended if the owner brings that question. If Aaron Miller walked in here and said, "Hey, what would it take for you to try?"
No, I think it's more from, and again, I'm trying to use small statements instead of long drawn out. If it was, hey, is there any chance, like, I love what you did in that Minnesota series is amazing. Are you done here though? Is there any chance that you want to put on a Warriors uniform and continue playing? Because if the answer is no, then okay. But if he's like, yeah, I don't, like, the Warriors are not the problem. It's just not, like, whatever he said. I don't know. But I don't think it was a, hey, will you try? Like, it wasn't that. It was, are you gonna, if we re-sign you or you sign the qualifying offer, or we come to an agreement on a deal, are we gonna get the best version of Jonathan Kuminga, or is that ship sailed in Golden State?
I can't imagine this, even the agent saying what he's saying. Like, if you turn that qualifying offer, I mean, the team option into a player option, you're going to get 100% buy-in. It's like, bro, if we're paying you $7.9 million on a qualifying offer, you better work your ass off all season.
Yeah.
Like, there is no, like, you only get one NBA career. You want to walk out of season 5 of your career and you just, again, half-ass it the whole time?
Can I play devil's advocate and say
the devil doesn't need more advocates?
Thank you. It's less of a how hard he's playing and more of a, okay, right now, qualifying offer, 1-year offer, 2 years, the team option, all of this different stuff. We know you're doing this just to trade my client.
Mm-hmm.
We know you have made it. And here's the other part. This is why this is why I role playing as Aaron Turner. I'm not buying anything you're saying, because you've made it clear through these same media sources who are reporting all of this stuff that you want the trade chip. What I'm saying to you is if you turn that player option or you turn that team option to a player option, those fears are gone. You've made it clear you want to be in on the Jonathan Kuminga business.
Yeah.
That's what I think the all in means. Like, okay, we got it. He can show up at camp, not worried about like he doesn't have to live. Now he could obviously you could trade him 6 months from now. We can't do anything about that. But he's going to approach this now as if he's a Golden State Warrior for the next 3 or 4 years or whatever that deal winds up being. That's what I'm taking that line to mean.
Yeah. I think that a person like Joe Lacob, who has just recently gotten involved, would take. I joked earlier about, hey, yeah, in 2 years, Steph Curry's contract is up and Draymond's contract is up, and we're going to be. I think Joe Lacob deep down is angling for that scenario where maybe they do trade him, but I think deep down there's part of him that's like, man, if we can get him to sign this 3-year deal. Like he's clinging to the idea, the original idea that Jonathan Kuminga would be the guy to take over post Steph Curry. And I think there's still part of him that's like, yeah, that's still there, which is why I think this eventually lands on the player option thing.
So here's the thing that I think about, and I wonder if they're asking the tough questions. Are they going to keep Steph Curry in Golden State no matter what for another contract?
Oh yeah, he's going to retire there.
Okay, so if that's the case, he's going to be making like $70 million a year. They got hopes and dreams of Giannis or Jokic or somebody to put next to Steph. That's going to be another $67 million a year. Joe Lacob's like, no, stay here, Kuminga, we got you. That's $25 million a year. Like what is it? Is it a situation where they may have to say, Kuminga, we want to hand the keys over to you, not to be here with Steph on a swan song, but we want to bridge the gap from the end of this current Curry contract to you. Because I don't know how you do it with all those numbers, all those dollar figures in 2027.
I think you can thread a needle there. Maybe I'm wrong, James. Please correct me if I am. Real quick, you're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Audacy app.
Just give that.
I think. Okay.
That was assist.
I think that you can go in with that plan and like sell it that way. But in 2027, if Kuminga's on year 3 of this deal or whatever and making $25 million and Steph has signed a 1-year extension for $70 million or whatever it is, I don't know. If Giannis is like, yeah, you know what? I'm out of here. I want to come to Golden State. You can pivot at that point. And if Jonathan Kuminga is playing well, you have what could be a nice trade asset to clear money or do whatever you got to do. But if Giannis is like, no thanks, I don't want to play with Steph Curry now that he's 40, and Jokic just stays in Denver, which I think he will, then you can continue on the, hey, let's build around Kuminga thing.
Okay, so I
think I don't know. I'm grabbing at straws.
Here's the problem that I have is that if you're going to give him the 3-year, $75 million contract and it's a player option on the end, is he tradable? Like, I don't mean like technically by the salary cap. I mean, is anyone going to want him? Because as of right now, I would, if I'm the Warriors, I would rather have Malik Monk at 18.9 million or 18 million, 19 and 20 million with the last year being a team option. That's a more tradable contract than Kuminga's contract, which the only way for you to prove up his worth is for you to play him. And
if you're signing him to that deal, you have to play him. This isn't a Steve Kerr, we're burying him type thing. If you sign that deal that you just referenced, you're playing him. You don't have you don't have a choice.
Okay, but still,
you have 9 players.
But he's your third option at best in that scenario.
For now.
But
I think Jimmy's going to go ahead.
I was going to say, I also asked the question, even though I disagree with everybody, not you guys, I don't think you see it the same way, but I disagree with everybody. But I got to ask the question because of what we saw. You're talking about Malik Monk. He don't seem very tradable either.
No, I don't know that he's not tradable.
I don't.
I don't. I think that there
I
is
think
some
he's
of that,
just there's just as much doubt in being able to trade him as there is Jonathan.
Thank Casey.
but there, it's much easier to trade an $18 million player than it is to trade a $25 million a year player.
It just doesn't appear that it is.
And
I mean,
disagree.
like-
I love Malik Monk. I'd take him on my team. I just
Do you feel like you know what Malik Monk is, James?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you know what Jonathan Kuminga is?
No.
Yeah, and I think that I think executives are no different than fans. Fans love the unknown. Like they love that kind of what if, like, if we got him here, it'd all be different. Like I think like fans love that. And I think executives love that. I think everyone's like you, Hammer. Everybody knows what Malik Monk is. And Kyle has posed this question, a million times. As much as Malik might be one of our favorite players, might be the fan base's favorite players, how many championship caliber teams have a player like Malik Monk on it? And
at that price.
I think that's probably the biggest thing.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer's none. The answer's none.
Yeah.
The thing with Kuminga and playing, it needs to be noted, he was playing last year and he was kind of figuring it out. Like he was playing pretty well. It's like, oh man, he's starting to fade in. And then he hurt his ankle, his knee.
He rolled his ankle.
I think it was an ankle. And then he missed a bunch of time and he came back and he was a regular part of the rotation, playing 20 plus minutes a night. But then they get into a playoff situation where the bench shortens and it's like, hey, we need shooting. The spacing is bad and this and that. There's a role for him. There's a very clear role for him on the Warriors. And I think when you start going, okay, well, they're going to bring in Al Horford and they're talking about bringing in DeAnthony Melton and they're talking about GP2 doesn't really fit this, but you can see a world where, hey, Kuminga, yeah, he's coming off the bench, but he's a sixth man and he's surrounded by all these shooters and they can just clear out and kind of let him go to work. You can kind of see the outline of it. But I think that's where Kuminga playing well helps him and Golden State, because James' point, man, if you come out of this season with a question mark about what Jonathan Kuminga is or who Jonathan Kuminga is, yeah, you now have an untradeable $25 million contract.
He's worth less than John Collins the last 4 years.
The killer for me with Kuminga, and Kyle, you know this better than I would. A lot of that playing time, a lot of what he was doing before he got hurt, wasn't that pre-Jimmy Butler? Jimmy Butler.
Yes. So he got hurt in a game against Memphis, and the Warriors won that game, but it put him at 18 and 16. And then they added Jimmy Butler at the deadline because they were just dead in the water. They needed to do something.
And that's the killer for me. Jimmy Butler, at least on this incarnation of the Warriors and the way Jimmy Butler is as an individual. When you get to winning time, I feel like him and Draymond are always going to block Kuminga.
Yeah, right. And
I think that'll frustrate Kuminga. Like even if he plays his 20 minutes at the end of the first quarter and into the second and a little bit in the third, like he want to be out there in winning time. If he's playing well and he gets subbed out with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, that's going to be frustrating for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that.
But that's where.
Yeah, I think that's
that's I think the Warriors' issue. Is they're like, dude, we've needed you to be a 3-point shooter, and he has his career 33.2%. It's like, we need you to be this awesome defender, and like, off and on as a defender. It's like, and that's what I think. There's ways he could fit in, and it just hasn't worked out to that point. But I think you're also looking at, hey, when Steph Curry goes down, what's their option? If Draymond Green goes out,
lose.
What's their option?
Lose.
Win.
Well, that one, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
If Jimmy Butler,
peace and calm, serenity now.
If Steph Curry goes out, what's their option? Jimmy Butler goes out, what's their option? Draymond Green goes out, meditation.
Woosah.
No,
look,
but
to your point, real quick, what I think you're about to say, Steph, real possibility he's going to be down at some point this year.
Yeah, he's 38.
Jimmy Butler, real possibility he's going to be down at some point this year.
38.
Bloom might be off that rose.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting to see. Like one of my biggest questions of this season is like, is that Warriors thing last year post Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the Warriors, or was that post Jimmy adrenaline?
Mm-hmm.
The bump.
Got what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Got my contract, got out of Miami,
Yeah.
and then now you've had an entire offseason. You're older. Obviously, Jimmy's in phenomenal shape. He stays in phenomenal shape. But is there a little bit of an adrenaline dump that occurs with, it's not game, 48 or 49 or 50 or whatever, and we're trying to make this charge to the playoffs and show everybody, no. This is a new version of the Golden State Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
It's game 1.
Yeah.
Can you have that same
With an
energy
82
on
game
Tuesday
slog.
in game 6,
Mm-hmm.
in game 9, and back-to-backs in October and November? Like, can
For
you
sure.
do the same thing? And to me, that's one of the things, league-wide that I'm really compelled by.
That is to me what makes Jonathan Kuminga valuable for Golden State. And it's why I understand the financials of it, and I understand the fit, and I've got all that. But at the same time, what Damian's bringing up was the lack of just youth and young legs and athleticism was a problem against the Rockets in the playoffs. And I think when you start laying out, okay, let's say they move on from Kuminga, or they bring him back and they're just like, yeah, we're just not going to play him. You have this 82 game slog where your only 3 reliable players are closer to 40 than 30. And that's just not tenable in the modern NBA. That's not a thing you can do. And I can't fathom that, a more Quentin Post and Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody is a better answer than more Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree.
Well, I'd also say this. I think the Warriors would be a much better team with much better depth if they just swapped Kuminga for Monk.
I disagree.
I think Monk backing up Steph Curry, giving that scoring punch from the guard position.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he's a better player right now than Kuminga is. Like, Kuminga has more potential, but potential gets coaches fired.
Mm-hmm.
Like, straight up. And there's nothing that says that he joins the Sacramento Kings and Monk is gone, that the Kings are going to be a better squad.
Sure.
Absolutely not. So, I mean, that's how I look at this. I think having Monk is actually a good thing for the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's basically like a better version of Jordan Poole.
The only
That worked
pushback I would
out
have
great.
on that, Hammer, is the Warriors are already a pretty small team. And you take away
That's
a
it.
6'9" guy and bring back another guard, which they have a plethora of when you talk about not post. You talk about Pajemski,
Mm-hmm.
you talk about Buddy Hield, you talk about Moses Moody, who's more of a
And they're
2-3.
bringing in GP2 and DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, like
Both undersized.
I think that to me, that's the biggest problem with the Warriors is their lack of size. And you take one of their tall guys away from them, I think that would hurt them.
Not to be funny, because I'm bringing this up because you're talking about size. Like, where does Al Horford fit into all of this?
The retirement home.
Oh, brother, Al Horford is your starting center.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, Al.
That's
You've done
what-
it. Why don't my buttons work?
I don't know. I was
Oh, no.
fully expecting
because
a
I'm on the-
sound.
Yeah, so was I.
Oh,
Click. Oh, that's why. He's on there. There we go. Hey,
2 years,
hang on,
pal.
hang on. We'll fix this. We'll
Yeah,
rewind
yeah,
it. We'll fix it in
fix
post.
it in
Jesse, you
post.
got
That's
it.
good.
Great. Thanks. Al Horford, ladies and gentlemen, is your starting center.
That was worth the wait too.
Yeah,
Like the
yeah,
applause.
that was
Yeah, it added so much. So much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Like, probably.
Yeah. And starting for 82 and another
That's
30
it.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, another guy's 40.
Oh man, that's tough.
Yeah.
GP2, sneaky old, by the way.
I'm going to pull up
How old is
this.
GP2 33.
Monk
I think
is
that's right.
This is
Oh,
from
that's fine.
Darren Simmons in the chat. Monk is not a Warriors player. He would be the same as Schroeder when he was there. Looks good on paper, not in reality. Jordan Poole in the 21-22 season when the Warriors
Mhm.
won the NBA title,
Mhm.
averaged 18.5 points per game as, a dude who played 51 games as a starter, but 76 overall, 25 off the bench.
Mhm.
Like, I don't see a huge difference between Malik Monk and Jordan Poole. And actually, I think, again, I would make the claim that despite what they're getting paid, that Malik Monk is a better player.
I think Poole was a way better shooter that year.
Yeah,
Uh,
he was-
122.
Shot
He was-
36.4% from three.
He was
Yep.
in the Splash family.
Yeah.
He was in the Splash family. Can we flip this a little bit to the Kings' point of view?
Sure.
When you're talking to Kuminga and Lake Up and all this, asking him, do you want to be here? And like, hey, we're selling you on this. In Kuminga's mind, can what the Warriors are talking about, can that compete with what the Kings are offering? The Kings have said everything that he wants to hear, reportedly. Everything that he wants to hear. We're going to pay you. We're going to center things around you. We're going to give you every opportunity. We think you're an all-star.
Mhm.
They've said everything. So when you go to Kuminga and you got a team telling you everything that you want to hear,
Mhm.
and the Warriors are like, yeah, the Warriors just kind of messing around. Like they're not fully committed. When Lakeup asks Kuminga, do you want to be here? With the way the Warriors are handling things, can they compete with what the Kings are telling him?
Doesn't matter.
Well, I'm just saying, like, yeah, they don't have to trade him here, but
Right.
the answer would be like,
Well, yeah, no.
for Kuminga to answer the question,
Yeah,
would it
no.
be like, nah, y'all can't compete with what they're offering.
Yeah, right.
here?
No,
No, but
chance.
I think the problem is now, if the Warriors have in fact gone up to a 3-year, $75 million deal, that is not what the Kings signed up for. They really liked Kuminga at a 3-year, $63 million contract.
Mhm.
And we're like, okay, we'll take the risk at 3 years, 63, but they're not taking a risk. I don't know that they take a risk at 3 years, 75. So if they go, hey, we've broken off talks with the Warriors and we don't want to be there, and we're probably going to sign the qualifying offer, we'll help facilitate a deal. The Warriors have said, okay, game on. You give up a unprotected pick and they're in, or you give up a protected first, but also a second, something like that. And the Warriors are in. But now we want the deal that they have on the
Mhm.
table. We want a 375 with the player option.
That's when Aaron Turner's coming back to the Kings.
Yeah. Would the
Yeah.
Kings say yes? And I don't know. I don't think the answer is yes.
They're certainly not saying yes if they won't even unprotect the pick.
Yeah.
Like that's
Well, I think they're
and
playing
that's
hardball right now.
sure, but and that's where for to me it's like I don't know that the Kings are in on the level of like we need this guy. It's more, can we get that guy at a bargain?
Yeah, we want him
Because
at,
if
we want him at our
so,
price.
great. Yeah, if not, we're cool moving forward without him.
That's what's always been the Kings' mantra here. Yeah, we would take him because he's got potential, and we think it's a low risk, high reward situation. The more money he makes, the more years are guaranteed, the higher the risk. And I don't know that the Kings are on board with like taking this next step up to like $75 million because that's not at all what they'd offer. Even when we heard the Suns offer was closer to 80, wasn't it? It was over 70.
Yeah, I think it was 80 to 88.
Yeah, it was something, and
somewhere
the
in there.
Kings weren't in that ballpark at all. Now it
Well, it's
just
a year's difference too, right?
Yeah.
Phoenix was a 4-year deal versus the Kings was a 3-year offer.
yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see how this whole thing plays out because I don't think it's done. Like Sacramento does still have a potential to get involved in this whole thing.
I just don't know that they want to.
No, it's true, but we saw from Amick, was it yesterday? He said like if they unprotect the pick, the deal's probably done.
Do you think?
Did he say that yesterday?
Yeah, like in writing.
Yeah,
No, I read that. I must have missed that part. I just think it's funny because he said it months ago and then followed up with, well, no, by no means am I saying that you unprotect the pick. And I think I personally believe Sam's first approach to this when he first said, yeah, if you unprotect the pick, that's what this is really all about. You know, it might be a few more things you got to work through, but that's the crux of this.
Yes.
I believe that a lot more than the next day when it was like, no, that's not. I didn't say that. Like, I think Sam was cooking with the first one.
This is impossible to know, but we'll ask the question anyway. Do you think Kuminga and his representatives?
Oh, here I've got. Go ahead. Yeah.
Say the Warriors are offering the 75, but the Kings are offering, for lack of a better term, the lifestyle he wants. The NBA lifestyle,
the opportunity.
Yeah,
that's the right
think
word. Yeah,
he would go, I'll take 3 years 65 in Sacramento over 3 years 75 in Golden State.
You would hope so.
probably.
Yeah. And also I think that I know this gets complicated with salary cap stuff and all that stuff, but I think there is hey, we want the pick unprotected. And the Kings are like, okay, well, then you're taking Monk's contract. And they're saying, well, okay, well, what if there's pick protections? Can we get the other deal? Because whoever has to take on the adventure of clearing $10 million in cap space, whether it's the Kings or it's the Warriors, they're going to have to give up something likely to get to drop their salary back down. So it could be like, hey, you know, the Monk deal is one deal, but it's a protected pick. The other deal we're offering is Saric and Devin Carter, but now you get an unprotected. I mean, you get it would be the other way. You get the unprotected. You get a protected pick.
Here we go.
If you're taking the $11 million in salary, if you're going to take on Monk, then we'll unprotect the pick. So that's how I would look at this. And again, you could protect the pick, or you could say, hey, how about we don't protect the pick is lottery protected, but on top of that, we'll give you a second.
Yeah.
And that might like work this out too.
So here's what Amick wrote, quote, if the protections were dropped completely, there are some stakeholders who believe the Warriors would likely change their stance. As I reported previously, the fact that the Warriors would likely have to trade Moses Moody or Buddy Hield to stay under the first apron of the luxury tax in a Kings deal is also known to be a deterrent. And that's not the only financial factor here either.
Hey, stakeholders, stop talking about family business.
Stop snitching. Damn.
That's all they do.
Talking about family business, bro.
That's all they do.
It's wild.
That was kind of wild.
Yeah.
Stakeholder. Shout out to Sam.
Stakeholders.
Yeah. This out here.
This guy just got a tri-tip.
Patty, bro. Chatty Patties.
Chatty Cathy's? That was the doll, right? I don't know. Anyway,
Chatty Cathy?
keep going. Yeah, it's a thing.
That's good. I didn't know.
Thank you.
Good knowledge.
Thanks.
Good knowledge. With the Kings, maybe I'm just scarred. Maybe I'm just scarred. We talked about.
I wouldn't blame you.
I'm scarred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever want to protect another pick in life. I don't. You want the unprotected? Fine.
Take it.
Unprotected. Fine. Matter of fact, if you're asking for a protected pick, I'm pushing back on that. No. Take the unprotected.
Hey,
I don't want to deal with that
Pelicans
anymore.
just did that. That's what the Pelicans did.
I don't want to deal with that anymore.
Yeah.
That had like 4-year ramifications.
Yeah.
And
That was tough.
I know obviously you can't really do business that way, but I
love the
I'm not
idea of a
interested in
GM
that.
being like, you want a lot of protected? No, you're getting unprotected because I don't want to deal with it. Want my hands clean of
It's
this.
been a curse for the Kings. Yeah.
And what's the pick, 33 or is it 31 that they're haggling over? 30, 20, 30.
2030.
It's 30.
Yeah. Yeah. It just, I've my thing with the Kings, and it has been this for a while. If you're really bought in that Jonathan Kuminga is a foundational piece for you moving forward, then you unprotect the pick. And yeah, is there some risk with that? 100%, like no doubt. But if you're going to manage this moving forward, it's like, well, we're not going to take any risks. Then you're going to suck for a long time.
Yeah.
Like at some point you have to take. Now, if Kuminga's not the guy to take that leap, then cool. But if you're bought in on him like that, I have no problem unprotecting that 2030 pick to get him, because you know what? I'm going to have confidence that a Nick Clifford, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, Jonathan Kuminga, Maxime Reynaud group moving forward is going to be good enough that 2030 pick is not going to matter.
I agree. Even and in that argument as well, I think you'll know probably this spring, maybe this winter, what it's going to look like for you in 2030 to a certain degree. You're going to know, like, okay, we either got something here with Kuminga, with Clifford, with Sabonis, whoever, Schroeder, whatever, and we're going to be competitive and we're not going to be this bum lottery team, or like, hey, this is all bad. Let's start to tear down this winter. And by the time you get to 2030, you might be on your, if you lose the pick, like you'd be on your maybe third top lottery pick.
So that's just
you'd
it.
already have you'd already have some foundational guys.
If you're Scott Perry, if you're picking high in the 2030 draft, you're probably not around. Like, just keep it in a stack.
Well, I would say
the hell with that pick.
The other thing, if I'm the Kings, I would offer, like, how about we'll give you an unprotected 2031, but it's the worst of the two.
Minnesota and Kings.
The Kings have their own, and they have the Minnesota pick.
Mhm.
We'll give you the worst of the two.
Isn't that a swap that year too?
No.
That's the swap.
No,
It's not the swap?
2030 with the Spurs.
I thought it was 31. Yeah, because Spurs, but I think
Oh no,
it's
it is
31.
2031. Yeah,
Oh,
Because
you're
I
right.
remember seeing the
Damn.
class of 2031 after that.
class of 2031. Those people are in 6th grade.
Well, yeah, but it's still, it would like, that even adds a new element. It's like, what will happen? It could get swapped. Like, you get the worst of.
I'm unprotecting the pick. If I believe in Jonathan Kuminga, which I'm willing to take that risk. I'm gonna say
I've
right
waffled
now,
so many times on
I'm
this.
willing to take that risk on Kuminga. I don't protect that pick.
If
I
you're
have
gonna,
3 years.
I have a question for Kings fans, media, Scott Perry. How much worse could it get?
It's a good
That's
point.
so that
It's a good
Like,
point.
that's a great point.
like really, like what are we doing?
yeah.
Could it really get that much worse?
The other thing I would want is if you're going to give up an unprotected pick, I want a 4-year deal. I want a 4-year, $84 million deal with a team option for the last year.
Does that benefit the Kings? Like, is that good for the Kings to have a longer deal?
If you're going all in on Jonathan Kuminga, you got to go all in. If
You
you're
gotta
going to
do
give up
it.
a pick,
I think they'd be with it, right? Kuminga and them will be with it, right?
probably. Yeah, but I'm not giving him a 400. I'll give you a
Is
488 or something.
Any part of Kuminga that thinks I want to get back to free agency quicker because I really haven't had a chance to.
Yeah, but if you're giving up an unprotected pick, it's
I
like, hey,
hear you.
we're giving up an unprotected pick for you, man. We need the 4th year.
So that would
Dang.
have him on the team through 2028.
Yeah.
Is that right? Through the 20.
No, 25, 26, 27, 20, 25, 26, 26, 27,
Uh huh.
27,
28.
28, 28, 29.
Jonathan Kuminga would be the ripe age of 28. 28 free agency again.
Oh my
Sounds so
gosh!
28 or
crazy.
27?
27. You're right.
27, because it's October
He-
6th,
October 6th. He turns 23.
23.
That is wild. And also to Kyle's point, that thought process, I know you have to do it. Like you have to, this is the way you strategically build a franchise.
Mhm.
But the fact that you're like, hey man, in 4 years, we might be hella sorry.
Mhm.
What? Why are you here right now?
Right. That,
Why,
right. That's it.
what are you doing right now
I-
that you're like, I'm scared we're going to be terrible in 4 years?
That is the Los Angeles Rams FM picks. Like if it makes you better right now, that's what I'm doing almost every
And
time.
you got that little confidence in yourself?
hmm
Yeah, somehow the
I
Rams
also-
are still good.
Yeah, dude, they've done a really great job. They've done a really
They
good job.
literally said "F them picks" and
Well,
I just-
Roger
Hey there.
Bell gave him more
Well, 'cause-
picks and unlimited cap space.
It's Matt
that's
Secchi.
what I heard.
No, I also don't think, as we talk about this, I also don't think he's going to get traded.
Mhm.
I think he and the Warriors have reached a point of like, all right, we're going to compromise here.
Mhm.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think they have. I still think you're right. I don't think he gets traded. I don't think they've reached a compromise.
No, obviously, no, I'm sorry. We've reached an impasse.
Oh,
Where's
okay.
the compromise? is
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying.
I got you. Yeah, the
we have
compromise is
to
you're going to put that stupid qualifying offer in front of me. I'm going to sign it. You're going to hate it. I'm going to hate it. But it's the life we're living right now.
mutually
Yeah.
assured
I
destruction.
think they get a deal. I think they get a deal.
Mm. Wow.
I just think it makes.
Kenny
I don't
just
know.
crapped on 4 months of Kaminga talk.
What is it?
Damn it.
Kuminga Watch.
Kuminga
Talk about
73?
Watch.
Talk about waste of a whole summer.
It's not our fault. It's Sean's fault.
This is
It
the
is,
greatest
Sean, that's
bit
true.
I'm
of all
gonna.
time.
It is
we are-
Sham's fault.
The day the Jonathan Kuminga news breaks, I want you guys to know I'm going to be here 2 hours earlier than normal to have production ready for the funeral for this bit.
We're gonna do a second line for the for the Kuminga Watch.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC besides?
Kuminga Watch.
Well,
The bomb is fire.
Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater will be with us on the phone. Very rare phone guest. As Anthony Slater is one of the most popular men over at ESPN the last couple of weeks. So we'll talk to Anthony Slater at 2:15. Plus week 3 power rankings coming up as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
a lot of movement this week.
Almost none.
D'Lo and KC coming up
Yeah,
next.
I know, I
James
know.
Allen, Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Jesse Thomas.
We also have our
Insider.
Russell Wilson rankings.
Oh,
Those are the 5
So
worst
disrespectful
teams.
to-
Yeah, that's a lot
Yeah.
harsher than what we decided last week, but we'll go with it.
So disrespectful to Russ.
I was wondering what that stood for in the rundown too.
The Russell Wilson rankings.
threw for 450 yards last week.
Yeah,
Sounds like
didn't
a
matter. Didn't matter. Russell Wilson rankings coming
Damn.
up on D-Lo and Casey.
Damn. Drink water, be nice, people. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
What's up, everybody?
Norm, I'm not sure what you're talking about. They don't need to do anything with a balloon for my sinuses. No, thank you. Not interested. I'll just take some Flonase. That's it. I had sinuses, well, not allergy, excuse me, real bad at the game on Saturday, out of nowhere.
I bet.
I've seen this, dude. They're gonna end up dying, like choking on a balloon or something.
I'm not interested.
D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's go. Come on, man. Yeah. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, September 17th edition of D-Lo McCasey. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of
And we are live.
the worst slums of Sacramento.
All right, thank you. Alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
All right. What's good, man?
Not much, man. Not much. There was something that I just. I got this from my PSA.
Okay.
Young Zell is our guy.
Uh-huh.
Young Zell is good, is great with D-Lo and KC. We just be having a little fun. I say that because my homegirl's brother texted her and was like, yo, you still know Kenny Caraway? I was listening to the show. They said they ain't rocking with Young Zell no more. I got a song that I can make for her. I said, no.
Oh, no.
I said, no, we just playing. Young Zell, our dude, man. We good.
Hey,
shout out to the Brody. We can still talk, but
no,
Young Zell.
shout out to everybody who was ready to pounce. The idea that we're not good with Young Zell after this, and yesterday was 9/16 day.
Yeah.
So we did this. That's funny.
That's my dog.
So
I got
I
to link
though.
up with him, but yeah, no, we good. We good.
I get not everybody gets our sense of humor.
Yeah, man.
Sorry about that.
Shout out Young Zell.
We just be trying to have fun, man. That's all. We just be trying to have fun. As we mentioned with the insiders, Anthony Slater is going to be with us coming up at about 2:15 or so. He's going to be with us on the phone. Very rare. But he told me, he was like, hey, I'm kind of on the move both today and tomorrow. Is it cool if we do the phones? Like, man, no problem. We got you. James Ham will be with us. I feel like we haven't talked to James in I don't know how long.
That's been a while.
So James will be with us in the 3 o'clock hour. And then we'll do everything we didn't get to yesterday for one reason or another. Overreaction Tuesday on Wednesday.
Week 3 about to start tomorrow.
Well, it is, which is why we gotta get all this stuff in right now. Which one are you? We talked about the Raiders, but there's a couple of other teams that I think have one loss and one win, and a couple of question marks around them. And then, of course, our Week 3 power rankings. There is some movement, in power rankings. Not a ton. I think Kenny's going to die a little bit when he gives you his, but we'll see.
I'm always fair. You
might have died a little bit last night.
Oh my gosh, bro! Did you watch?
So I did. I picked up around the 6th. I even spent
so
time.
It was your fault.
No,
We were
well,
winning before that.
it was no, you weren't. It was 5-5. It was 5-5. I didn't even see the first inning when they scored. At least I didn't see it live. I didn't see the first inning.
It was
when
a
they
happy
scored.
day.
I was like, oh. Well, I mean, in the killer was the Mets winning, and it's like, okay, now I wonder if this is starting to slip away. I thought I'd get some extra, good luck for you, because I rock with my man KC and his teams, and so I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the Nugget in Granite Bay. I'm gonna hang out with Dusty Baker.
Shout out,
that will surely help.
Yeah.
The Giants win. It didn't. Dusty is a character, though. That is just a fantastic individual. He made sure to share with me that he has had some conversations about me with our man Edison.
There we go.
I was like, oh no, oh man, like, oh, all right, Dusty, I'm gonna spend some time with you. I'm gonna clean all that up. He was like, no, it's all fine. It's all fine. So shout out Dusty Baker and everybody at the Nugget in Granite Bay. Shout out to everybody who came through to see Dusty Baker. There was a line of people to see him at 5 o'clock. I spent about 20-30 minutes with them. Later in the evening, went home to feed the girls, took Morgan out to see. She had the time of her life with Dusty Baker. I was telling her the whole drive in. She was like, who are we going to see? Or we're going to go see my friend. What's his name? Dusty. Dusty? I said, yeah, Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker? That's a great name. And obviously she has no idea who this man is.
Yeah.
No clue in the world. But she whistled for him and did
She's A1 whistler.
She was like, I can do the splits and no way. And all of this in the wine aisle of Nugget, and watching people walk out of there with bottles of Baker Family Wine was pretty great. We're going to be at Baker Family Wine coming up on September 28th. So make your plans to be with us. We got 49ers football that day. I think it's 49ers Jaguars.
49ers Jags.
Yeah, 49ers Jaguars that day. So this will be, as you know, we obviously have a blast at 32 Brews, but this is going to be a little bit more intimate. We're all just going to be able to hang out together, drink wine. They're going to have some food trucks out there. We're going to play games. You're going to win prizes. And I have been authorized to tell you Dusty's going to be there with us.
Let's go.
Dusty's going to be there with us. So make your plans to be with us. Baker Family Wine, 1:00 on Sunday, September 28th.
Does this count as Bacon wine, Jesse?
It doesn't matter. It's not a
Damien,
thing.
this is actually your league.
It's
What
not my league.
What do you want to do, buddy?
This isn't my league. I'm not a part of this.
Let's count
I
it.
refuse to be
Yeah,
a part
Damien-
of this.
Let's count it.
I refuse to be a part of this.
Damien
This is
says he
not-
wants to count it. So yeah, count it.
Count it. Good job.
Damien-
Dave
Oh.
Garcia.
Good job, Dave Garcia. On the board. On the board.
Thank you, Damien.
It's ridiculous. We're still trying to figure out what his little stupid abbreviations with the score was. I got a score right here that says 5 points per game. What the hell does that mean?
What? 5 points.
Jesse got one and KC got one.
I don't
and it
know,
says
but
5
I gotta
points
say,
per
I wouldn't
game.
give you a vibe point right now. Just going off of how you're talking.
5 points per game is crazy. I don't know why.
What were we talking about?
I have no clue.
Zaba, what were we talking about? You're supposed to know these things.
Did we ever figure out what your initials were?
Yeah, it's Baker. It was Baker Family Wine.
Oh,
League.
that's what it
Yeah.
was. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got that
Okay.
locked up.
Okay.
We've got the BFWL and
Well-
the IGTBRL.
We're worse than the UFC at this point. I say all that to say none of them vibes helped. Hanging out with Dusty Baker didn't matter as the Giants lost in the 9th, and I'm far less reactionary than you are. It's just you're running out of time, and with the Mets winning last night, it's like, all right, you're 3 games back. You're also in a fight with Cincinnati and
now,
Arizona.
yeah, Arizona didn't
It's
charge
it's
that.
all of a sudden like, I mean, now they're even back below 500 now.
Yeah, you got your 3 back. You're 2 teams back now when you talk
Yeah.
about the Mets and the Diamondbacks
Yeah.
with 10 games to go. I mean, look, with 10 games to go, to even have a shot, you probably got to go no less than 8-2.
And and you're gonna have that means you're gonna have to beat the Dodgers a lot.
Mhm.
And you're gonna need teams to lose. Look, a month ago you didn't think we'd be here. Like a month ago, you didn't, or maybe a month and some change ago, you didn't think they'd really have a shot at this. They were dead in the water, and they went on a run.
Got it.
Last weekend was tough. Last weekend was tough.
I got to be honest. Don't make me feel no better.
I understand. I
Hey,
understand.
there is a handful, maybe more than a handful, not to look like Booker T,
Mhm.
but there are like 5 to 6 moments where it's like, this is where you kind of blew the season. This was your opportunity and you lost it, whether it's the weekend series with the White Sox, whether it's losing 6 in a row to the Pirates and the Mets at home, whether it's getting swept by the Marlins at home,
Mhm.
whether it's the weekend series where you had the game won a couple weeks ago against the Cardinals and you blew that lead, whether it was this past weekend where you had the emotional win on Friday. And I'm not blaming these guys because you wouldn't be anywhere without these guys, but you had your aces ready to go in the next 2 games. Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, ready to go at least get one of these things.
Yeah.
And they got blasted. That felt like it was it.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? Lose. That's what you're going to do. Not be in the playoffs. I told you last year when I was watching the playoffs, I told you, usually I'm like, yeah, man, we got our 3. I never thought I'd see that. I'm happy for it. But remember last year when the playoffs were on, I said, I'm ready. I need to get back.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get back to playoff baseball. I'm ready. And it's not going to happen this year. Not happy. Not happy. The feel-good nature of those 3 championships has probably finally worn off. It's time to get back to winning.
When was the last one? Well,
14.
You had I'd say it's worn off, but you had the 190 game win season in the midst of all of this.
They lost to the damn Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
I was there for that game.
I
was there. I saw that.
I
with
remember
my
that
own
you
2
weren't
eyes.
going to go. If I remember correctly,
Shout out to you.
Go. Not me. I didn't give you them tickets.
My own 2 eyes. I saw it. I was there. I was with Bonte Hill at the end of the game. No, just being real. I just tell the whole story. I got to tell the whole story. At the end of the game, the last 2 innings, I linked up with my guy Bonte Hill. He's got the keys to the cities. We were in a suite. Watching that thing. Now remember Lamont Wade Jr., late night Lamont, best season of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He had one. He was the winning run in the 9th inning, and he was just a little early on a Scherzer slider. I said, that was it. That was the pitch. He saw it. That was it. He ended up getting out. They struck out Wilmer Flores, and that was it. That was it. And now here we are. I got to go back to not watching the Giants in the playoffs again. I got to go back to watching the Diamondbacks, to watching the Rays, to watching the Red Sox. So nobody want to watch these teams in the playoffs, but I got to go back to that.
Hey.
Oh.
So no one wants to watch the Red Sox.
Don't nobody want to watch them, man. Nobody want to watch them. Nobody want to watch the Brewers, even though they might be the best team in baseball.
Everybody all right?
The only
baseball
thing,
fans a little worked up today.
The only thing that will make me feel better is seeing them Dodgers get eliminated. It's happening this year. They're not going back to back. They don't have a good enough bullpen. They don't hit consistently enough. It ain't no back to back. They getting eliminated, and I'm gonna have some Baker family wine when they do.
Maybe we should redo the video with, not to reveal too much, someone who actually pays us and with a shirt that you don't have to digitize. With a shirt that's not canceled.
Shout out John Bull. He handled that for me.
It's funny every time because it's all I see. It's like when Ric Flair showed up with the WCW title in the WWF and they digitized it. It's like, oh, we had to blur out Kenny's shirt. Damn. First his Twitter handle, now his shirt. That's tough.
It's been a rough 2025.
It's been tough. You talking about the Dodgers. You worried at all? You look like Shohei, finding his place on the mound a little bit.
No.
Think he hit number 50 last night? No.
I mean, they've got talent. Obviously, they've got ungodly amounts of talent. So they always got an opportunity. I just don't see it from them this year. Particularly, I don't see them they lost again last night to the Phillies, but I don't see them being better than the Phillies. I don't see them being better than the Brewers. I'm not even sure they're better than the Cubs. I'm not even sure, even though it's a mental thing at this point, I'm not even sure they're better than the Padres. But last year, it was like, man, they got too much. Like, what you going to do with the Dodgers? The pitching just doesn't seem to be there this year. And I'd be a little surprised if they went back to back. I'd be a little surprised. That doesn't mean they're going to lose their first series or nothing like that, but I'd be a little surprised if they were able to get all the way through the playoffs again this year.
Can you definitively say who the best team in baseball is?
Not definitively, but my 2 picks are the Brewers and the Blue Jays. I think, okay. Jesse, would you say the Brewers are the best team in baseball?
Yeah, probably the Brewers.
Yeah. I'll get off the fence. I think it's the Brewers right now, but I think the Blue Jays, the Phillies, and
I was going to say Philadelphia gets no love.
Yeah, they're right there. They got a shot.
Okay.
They got a shot to win the World Series. But I think the Blue Jays, the Phillies, and I even think the Cubs are up there too.
No Cal Raleigh fans, huh? Here, no.
Well,
that's your team right there.
They're trying to hold on to the division. Here come the Astros.
Yes, I'm a Mariners supporter. The chat was pointing out. you guys both were adamant that the A's, the Athletics of Sacramento,
West Sacramento.
thank you, should be good next year. Like they've got players coming up that should be good. Do you have any idea what the future is now that it again, it's not officially over, but last night feels like the end for the Giants in terms of a realistic opportunity to make this wild card? Do you have any idea what their season looks like next year? What their roster looks like next year?
I mean, the roster's kind of set unless they make some trades. Chapman signed a deal. Adames is, at the beginning of his free agent deal. Devers will be there. I think who will be in center field. I think Gilbert will be their right fielder. Elio Ramos will be there. So they're kind of set. They got to figure out what they want to do at second base with Casey Smith, or they want to go get a second baseman. Bryce Eldridge is coming up. So how is that DH situation going to happen with Devers and Eldridge? Devers said he wants to play the field. I like Dominic Smith. He's done a really good job at first base. He's a really, really good defensive first baseman. So are you just going to kick him to the curb? They got to go find a starter. I think they got to go find a true closer, Tyler Walker. He's a setup guy. He did what he could. I know Bob Melvin goes, closer by committee a lot of times. I'm old school. I want my closer. I want my guy that I know I go to in the ninth inning. So I want to go get a closer. I'd probably want to go get a second baseman. So I'll say that. And I need one more starter. At least one more starter. Verlander, who I don't expect to be back next year. I don't know if he's on a 1 year or 2 year deal, but he pitched really well this year. Like, all jokes aside, with the didn't get a win till August or something, it wasn't his fault necessarily. Like, he had a lot of really good starts that they scored no runs for him, and he got a no decision or a loss. So yeah, like, I don't expect him to be back, but if he is, I'd still want a little bit more insurance, and I need another starter. So they're kind of set with the position players.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they need to add a little bit more depth to that pitching rotation, and I need a closer.
So they'll need a more consistent season than they had this year.
For sure.
I mean, if you're running back essentially the roster, you need a more consistent season.
Yeah, and they're in place. Like, they've got a lot of things in place already. Like I said, I like Adames, I like Devers, I like Chapman, especially defensively, and he was hitting really, really well this year as well, hitting for power. I like Elio Ramos. A lot of people got frustrated in the middle of the season, but that's my guy. And I'm interested to see what Drew Gilbert can do. I think Drew Gilbert's a good ball player. I don't know if he's a superstar. He's a character for sure, but I think he can really play. And once he got his legs under him on the major league level, he was doing some good things with the Giants. So I think that's somebody that you can go into the season with, being your right fielder. I expect moves to be made in the offseason, the roster to be bolstered.
Mm-hmm.
And I expect, this is my expectations right now, I'm not going to settle for anything less. I expect them to compete in the NL West next year, to win an NL West championship. That's what I'm expecting from this Giants team.
Okay. So that's the future of the San Francisco Giants. ESPN wrote about the future of the Sacramento Kings. You might be shocked to find out they're not particularly high on them. They're talking about the next 3 seasons, what they look like after the next 3 seasons, and that they have the Sacramento Kings ranked 25th. Bobby Marks lays out everything that has happened with Sacramento over the last couple of years, including the coach of the year, the executive of the year, 48 games, 3rd seed, losing play-in tournaments, all of that stuff, all of those guys being gone, including De'Aaron Fox being in San Antonio, and the idea that the Kings are no longer considered a playoff team. Bobby Marks says the regression in 7 spots from last year's rankings is because of a bottom 10 roster and management group that ranks last. The positive, however, is that Sacramento controls its first in the next 7 years, and the first from San Antonio in 2027 and Minnesota in 2031. So for all of those who are big on draft picks, it's the one good thing Bobby Marks had to say about the Sacramento Kings future is they got all of them. They haven't tricked them off anywhere.
I'm not gonna push too far back on any of this because it's all fair.
I don't have a problem with any of it.
The Kings earned all of this. Alas, the management is a little excessive. Like the Pelicans are god awful. They're 29th, by the way, but the Pelicans are no. The Suns are just as bad.
What do you think management means?
I know what it should mean, but I know what it means in this case.
Yeah.
You're talking about the owner.
Yeah. Okay.
It should mean Scott Perry in that group.
Right.
Which really should get they want to give incompletes on here. They should give an incomplete.
Well, that wasn't Bobby
situation.
Marks that gave an incomplete.
That's what it should mean.
I don't even know if that was ESPN. Was that Sam?
Yeah.
Sam gave the incomplete?
Yeah. Multiple outlets gave the Warriors an incomplete.
You did see the
new
rankings
school year is
that-
also here, by the way. And they just did they graduate? Did they move to the next grade or what? It's just
No.
it's an incomplete. What was their grade?
College. The incomplete transferred to college. American River College took the incomplete and was like, it's cool, man. It's cool, man. No problem.
They're at Solano Junior College.
It's whatever.
But yeah, I mean, once again, it's the Kings. They earned all this. But if we're being fair, I mean, Scott Perry's management, he should be getting graded and he should be getting looked at as management. And what you're just thinking he's the worst GM in the league or he's the worst. But no, obviously you're talking about Vivek in this situation.
And what Kenny's talking about is they ranked categories to create this future rankings thing. The categories were players, money, draft, market, and management. The players, the Kings ranked 23rd. Money, Kings ranked 13th. Draft, Kings ranked 16th. Market, the Kings ranked 27th. I'm not really clear what that means, but okay. And as Kenny pointed out, and as Bobby wrote, they finished 30th, dead last when it comes to management. You mentioned New Orleans. New Orleans ranks 29th in management. They rank 28th in market. They rank 20th in draft, 15th in money, and 24th in players. They're the 29th ranked team on this list. And dead last was another team that you referenced, Phoenix. Phoenix ranked 28th in management, 6th in market, and 30th in draft, along with 22nd in money and 26th in players.
My thought with market might be the appeal. That city, that market might
Sure.
agent. And I say that, I know you know, but not even to say like, oh, media size, like not that, but like maybe people like to play in Phoenix or whatever. Because the 30th is Minnesota. Minnesota's obviously not one of the worst TV markets in the nation, but people might not want to be there in the winter. So that might be the last place they want to be.
They obviously don't know about
Cleveland is 24th.
It's too high for Jesse.
Utah's 26th, and they should be last.
What were the Kings, 27th?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, here, Oklahoma City's what? Did you see it?
No.
They're 29th.
Yeah.
They're 29th. Also, I think they're number 1 on this list.
Yeah. That's how good they are at
Team with the
everything
brightest.
else.
Yes. So they're so this is terrific. Oklahoma City ranks number 1 on this list. Their management number 1. No argument there. Market 29th. Draft 1. Draft picks for days. Money 28. All of that stuff is spent. Players 1. So they're either first or near last in all of these rankings, but it leads with them being the number one projected team over the course of the next 3 years. We'll talk some more Kings basketball as the day progresses. Again, Anthony Slater is going to join us at 2:15, and we'll stick with basketball. Ooh, because we got some games tomorrow.
Oh, man.
As Michael Cole once said, the streak is over.
Ah!
We'll talk about it. It's Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. These are fire. Shout out to Lenny and Larry's that made those cookies and that bar I've been eating.
Yeah.
These are pretzels with 20 grams of plant-based protein in them. And they taste like pizza. I'll mute my mic.
Shout out to Odyssey Sacramento. I'll just wait. Somebody in the chat said I said Tyler Walker. I said Tyler Walker. Former Giant, by the way, but not who I was. If I did say that, my bad. Thinking Ryan Walker. Tyler Walker, if I remember it correctly, wasn't Tyler Walker a reliever for the Giants? Somewhere in the 2010s, maybe the aughts, I believe. He was a forgettable Giant.
When was the last time you think Windhurst left the house?
How long ago was COVID? No, yes, it is later. Who's their quarterback? Anybody know? For which team?
The Jets' backup quarterback. Damn. Oh man.
Oh, is it Tyrod Taylor?
Oh my
No way.
I'm pretty sure I saw his name. Like,
No
yeah, it is
way.
Tyrod. I'm right.
Oh,
It is.
man.
It is.
Oh man, I love these backup games. Who he play for? Who's the Dolphins backup again? I can't remember.
All right, I'm gonna go home. It's the ultimate bar trivia game right there. Our question: which quarterback lost his starting job because his doctor stabbed him in the chest with a needle?
Oh gosh. Practice today. Limited. I fell asleep watching film last night. Watching that Cardinals film, you know what I'm saying? I got to talk to Kyle. I got a meeting with Kyle later today. And we got to break things down. You know what I mean?
Kyle Matson?
He's invited too, but I
Oh.
was Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, me and Kyle. Yeah.
Mhm.
I watched the film. We go over some things before the final game plan gets installed on Thursdays.
So Kyle asked your opinion on film.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. KC giving everybody anxiety from all them lies he was telling.
Well, he relies on me sometimes. Kyle Shanahan needs me to watch film, asks me to watch film. So I do it.
Did he consult you before having Brock Purdy go out there and practice today? Because
that one I trusted him.
He was limited in practice, but Brock Purdy did go out there and practice today.
We'll see what happens, man. He got a chance to play on Sunday. Man, it is so, especially when you talk about football, like when people blame Kyle or blame anybody for an injury, it is just really, really random. It's really, really random. Apparently, Brock Purdy, Joe Burrow end up doing the same move that got themselves hurt, an overextension of the toe.
Mm-hmm.
One is fine or close to it in
Yeah.
a week or two. The other needs surgery. Just random. It ain't nobody's fault. It's just unfortunate. That's what happens sometimes with injuries.
Looks like Juszczyk is still in protocol.
That poor guy was wearing sunglasses in the tunnel.
Yeah, he'll be there till, well, at minimum tomorrow, right? Thursday? Yeah, he'll be there at minimum until tomorrow. Then a bunch of vet days. Juwan Jennings didn't practice. Christian McCaffrey, nothing unusual about guys like Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, those guys not practicing. They normally don't practice on Wednesdays. But it's a big game coming up for them.
This is a big game, man.
On Sunday.
Yeah, that's the Cardinals, 2-0 Cardinals coming to town. They got some good ball players on that Cardinals team. Kyler Murray looked really good in the first 2 weeks of the season. He looked really fast. He's always fast, but it looked like he didn't got a step. He got a step. So he's healthy. He's playing good. That defense with Budda Baker, that's a guy who's been a thorn in my side for I don't know how long.
Ever. Budda Baker has been in the league for 26 years.
And still moves like a rookie.
Right.
So, yeah, you always got to be aware of him. Big game, like you said. Big game.
Yeah.
Big game for sure.
Did you want to shout out Audacy for some reason?
Oh, yeah, man. Shout out Odyssey Sacramento. Yeah, big ups to them because out of nowhere, Jesse, I don't know if you saw this, but out of nowhere, there's just nothing to drink. Not even water.
Wait, we don't have water?
Well, we have a dispenser thing, but nothing in the fridge.
I was thinking about that on the way here. Yeah, the drinks usually go first.
They're just gone.
Sprite's gone. The iced tea's gone.
So here's the thing. You know why this happens. It's because everybody does what you do. Everybody. They go, oh, I got to go to this client meeting. Let me grab some trail mix and for God knows whatever reason, some iced tea.
I don't grab no drinks.
Oh, yeah, I know. And you certainly wouldn't grab a Lipton iced tea or whatever is a Snapple, whatever they put in that refrigerator.
I didn't even get to the point where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to grab a drink I don't like today. There's just nothing there. I got my little water bottle. I'm going to hydrate, I guess.
I'm not in my car today, so I didn't have my water bottle with me.
There was 2 Sprites in there yesterday. I was like, low-key, maybe I'll get a Sprite for lunch today. And Kenny just let me know, yeah, that's not happening. You laugh. This is real. These are real thoughts.
I don't know, but yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
There's still chips.
I'm sorry for laughing.
Thank you.
I appreciate Odyssey Sacramento for providing snacks.
It's just not been the same since Kim left.
It hasn't.
It has not.
The life of the snack shack is about 4 or 5 days. After that, it's like, hey.
And that's all that I'll say. I'll put this in the, it's not even really a complaint. It's a suggestion box. If we're going to go days, almost a week at a time with nothing, why not just bring back the vending machine?
Honestly.
So to be clear, we don't go a week at a time.
No, me and Kenny go a week. Oh, go ahead.
Weeks.
Yeah, that's fair. I was gonna say yes.
Being
Thank you.
nice.
Like that area gets dusty over there.
But they have peas over there.
Oh,
Peas
they had
and
to. What did-
expired oranges.
Yeah, what didn't Abe eat them?
Yeah, Abe. He said a listener that listens to our show notified him that we were talking about the peas, and Abe says, "No, I eat the peas."
They were like dehydrated peas or something. And Abe over here at 98 Rock, I guess that's the rock star life. And he's just, my man is just crushing. My man is
I gotta
just
say,
crushing
everybody-
dehydrated peas.
John
Everybody
Paul's real quick. John Paul's like, "Why not bring stuff from home? Because the work is giving us stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah, because work said they'll hook us up.
No, John, that's a fine question.
No, it's not.
It's,
I
it's
mean,
a fine question.
well,
John.
hold on. I will bring snacks, but that's not enough snacks. Like, I gotta get some work snacks too.
Yeah. I think
I got to get some work.
I think most places have, I shouldn't say they have something, but at least here's the killer
Yeah.
is we can't really go nowhere.
Yes, that's right.
So-
Well, now that's the part that pisses me off. Because I bring my little snack, my little bar, my little drink, whatever. They're never gonna have that stuff stored. I bring that stuff every day.
Mhm.
However, I ride with my team before anything else. We don't have the opportunity to go, yo, I'm just gonna go around the corner to whatever and grab some food.
Mhm.
We're the only ones here that can't do that. Katie dropped off her car during her show this morning. She was like, hey, you might have to get to work early and I have to drive your car home. I was like, wait, you're at the office? She was like, yeah, I dropped my car off this morning. I was like, when? Well, at 8. We ran like a replay. And so I was like, whoa, what? like you too? No, it's literally just us. The only 3 people in the building who just can't leave.
So I guess
Kevin goes and gets food every morning.
I guess technically they would be getting a vending machine for just us 3.
Yeah, no. Because them hoes would eat from it.
Oh no, they would.
They'd absolutely
would.
stick their little dollar bills
yeah.
and quarters and Apple Pay and all of that stuff in there and
Maybe
be
they
living
should
the life.
know because that was that was
Now,
a bad habit.
But
by
let's
me.
be clear, that was also the tuna and crackers era.
Well,
That was the tuna and crackers era of the snack shack.
that tuna and crackers was there for no less than 3 months.
3 months? I thought you were going to say 3 years. Was there ever a time where tuna and crackers weren't in that vending machine? Does anybody give their vending machine run like D-Lo and Casey do? Has anyone
Does anybody
ever
yearn for their vending machine to come back the way we do?
I'm just trying to give my money to the company or whatever, and they just won't let it happen.
Has anyone held out on signing their contract because there wasn't enough snacks for their team?
Jonathan Kuminga.
And that's all Jonathan Kuminga wants at this point is he wants snacks for his team.
His practice facility needs to have a vending machine. You can keep your team option. Just make sure you have some Snickers in here. If you don't, I'm not signing.
No Snickers, no signature.
No. Thanks, Abo. I seen somebody doing that the other day, matter of fact, on Instagram. I ain't doing that no more.
What'd Zabo say?
He was I don't know if that's the right name for it, so I don't want to say it again.
Well, what'd
I can't
Zabo
just
say?
Zabo said in the chatty house,
Yep.
he said the Cracker Challenge era.
Oh.
What is that? Eating a bunch of Ritz or something?
No, the what are those? What are
Saltines?
saltines? And I'm just talking. I'm just like,
Yeah, we're
I'm
just
No,
talking
it's
about
fine.
That's what I was about
saltines.
to,
Yeah.
I was about to say.
about?
What are those crackers called again?
They're called saltines. Remember, I could knock a bunch of them down.
Who hasn't partaken in a cracker challenge?
The saltine challenge is what it is. And I saw somebody doing that. the
I
other
have
day.
never seen this.
I'll never participate.
What
in
was
that
the
again.
challenge again?
Like 4 packs of the 2 packs of saltine, maybe 2 packs. Like, can you eat them without having a drink of water or something like that, and it's impossible.
I don't think I could eat one like cracker without having water.
It is impossible, and I wouldn't even suggest to try it because it's dangerous.
Saltines got the belt for crackers.
No, Rich does.
Ritz?
Are we handing out a cracker belt? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
We're
Ritz, saltines. Kyle says no.
We're handing out a cracker belt.
That's
This
Ritz.
is great.
That's Ritz.
Ritz are pretty
We'll
solid.
have a definitive answer when we come
Peanut
back.
butter Ritz.
Hey, maybe
pretty
we'll have a
solid.
bracket. Why don't we make a cracker bracket?
No. Ritz, saltines. What else are we gonna throw in there? I love chips.
Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. I was gonna say we'll just rank our favorite crackers.
Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Terrible. Terrible.
Okay. No, I got a question. We'll touch on the WNBA a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know why, but his pretzel or cracker is for some reason funny to me.
Let's ask Kim. The sex Kim.
It's pretzel or cracker.
I don't think pretzels are crackers.
Is it chip?
Yeah, I guess, but
Is it its own category?
maybe.
Unsolicited. I'm going to see what she
Make it a
says.
group text.
Yeah, I'm hitting you right now.
Pretzels are cousins to crackers. All right. It didn't even register at first. Now it's funny. No, Tyler says soft pretzel ain't no cracker. Shout out to 32 Brews. They was serving them pretzels up like crazy.
Oh man, hey, they were bomb too.
Mm-hmm.
They were bomb. I had to
Cheryl
pretzel
in Elk
bites.
Grove saw one. I thought she was gonna order one. She was like, "Oh my god, look at that pretzel!"
Yeah, she came out of nowhere, and it was either Charlie or Auntie Wanda ordered some fries, sliders and fries. They're like, I don't want the fries, and they gave them to me. I take a step away. I come back, showing El Grove is there. She didn't put ketchup over the whole fries. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't know these were yours. No,
That is a serious
yours now.
violation.
They're yours now. It's good.
You guys aren't ketchup and fry people?
Like if
Not
you do
on
that,
on the
you
joint.
I get
can't- You
that.
could put it on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, if the fry is done right, you don't need ketchup.
Facts.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're right, but also like it just enhances it. Yeah, well, fries with ranch is pretty underrated. What? Why are you yelling at me, Kyle?
What just happened in there?
Yeah, Kyle's just getting all sassy with me over here.
Pretzels aren't crackers, it's bread. Bruh. This could have been an hour-long segment. This absolutely could have been an hour-long segment.
Dave Garcia, I can't tell if this is a joke or if he's being serious, but mustard on fries doesn't
Come
sound
on,
good.
man.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, man.
That's bad.
There's some psychos in the chatty house, bro. There are some psychos. Mustard on fries is crazy.
Mustard's not even grated. It's a hot dog, and that's it, maybe.
Mustard don't even.
If you're throwing it on a sandwich, it's got to be mustard and mayo. It just can't be mustard.
To be honest with you, we don't really need mustard in society.
You know what mustard is good for us when you're flavoring it with something.
Yeah.
Like potato salad.
I was gonna say
Put a
potato
little
salad's
mustard in
good.
there, yeah.
Good call. Good call.
As
Good
a
call.
standalone condiment, though.
All right, what we sell it to people? Are you buying this for potato salad or like a sandwich? If not, then you can't buy this.
Yeah. No. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Also a great place to eat. Before heading over to 32 Brew Street on Monday, I headed over to the market. The market is essentially what is their food court, but that's not what it's called. It's literally just a shop of course, you know me, I went straight to the dessert spot. I was like, I need a little sweet treat before we go over and watch Raider football over here. And man, what a gorgeous setup they have in there at 32 Brew Street, or excuse me, at Sky River Casino. Whatever you're looking for, they're gonna have. So no matter what time you're out there on them tables or the slot machines, or if you're out there hanging out with us at 32 Brews and you're like, man, I just got a taste for something, head over to the market. It's going to be there for you. Yeah. Whatever it may be, it's going to be there for you.
Straight up. Straight up.
The streak is over. 17 straight games. Prior to last night, the Las Vegas Aces had not lost since August 2nd. And that streak ended at the hands of the Seattle Storm. And a quick 17-game winning streak and a quick 2-game losing streak could end the Aces season quickly.
They had that game too.
They did.
They had that game. That was
absolutely.
They were going to put them away. Shout out to Seattle, man. They kept fighting. They did what they did. It looked electric in the what is energy plant-based save the world arena. I think I can't remember.
Nailed it.
Yeah, something like it was lit.
Mm-hmm.
It was lit, and they helped propel that Storm team to winning that game last night. You pointed it out. They have a bad night on Thursday.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over. This is a team
quickly.
That I was convinced after a while. I was like, hey, they might just win the whole thing again.
Mm-hmm.
They could be gone.
Mm-hmm.
They could be gone. So I don't like these best of threes.
Yeah, I mean, I get why they do it. But yeah, this is the downside of it. You have another bad night. All of that work you did to claw back to the 2 seed, but this is, you've got to. This is also the thrill of the 3-game series.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a title contender, you need to bounce back. You need to bounce back immediately. You can't have a bad night Thursday.
No, facts. And
you got to bounce back immediately.
And you've got her.
Mm-hmm.
You've got her.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got a little cocky last night.
What?
I went double demon at 29.5. She was at 21. I fell. I think I had Wheeler on 21.5. She finished with 19. I had a couple of heartbreakers that would have brought me. It would have brought me a payout that would have made me smile last night.
Damn.
Even the flex play would have made me smile. Because I took some risks.
Can I shout you out? Because when we were talking about that, I said, should I go Asia Wilson with more on the points or more on the rebounds? And you said without hesitation, rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
Lock it in. Got the more. You
Mm-hmm.
got 13 boards last night. It was at 11. So.
And you took the less on Chelsea, if I remember correctly.
Well, no.
Oh.
It was a demon, and I missed it. It was a demon. Will she score in the first 3 minutes?
Oh, that's the one it was. Yeah.
And she didn't.
Okay.
Didn't. But I still won because I got Jewel Lloyd. She had 13 points. And Skylar Diggins, 26. I knew Skylar was going to show up.
Skylar Diggins,
big game player,
with a very interesting walk-in outfit.
I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No, let me check it out.
Please do.
Let's see what's going on.
I believe I'm not clear if they asked her this.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be a jacket that I think is made of milk.
Excuse me.
I it's a very interesting jacket that Skylar Diggins
Let me see,
walked
I'm
in
trying
with
to-
yesterday.
Trying to get that. I can't. I'm not seeing it yet.
Okay, let me
Gotta
see.
get there.
I'll send it to you because I'm pretty sure TK had it. But let me.
Skylar is Skylar kind of funny to me because
Yeah.
hilarious funny.
Yeah.
because she's a little bit more intense than you would probably think. Skylar Dickens. Skylar say whatever. Skylar be getting after it. I like Skylar Diggins. I do. Oh, I don't know what I expected with her coming into the league, like her personality, but I don't feel like I expected this. So
She's definitely an interesting. She's definitely an interesting individual.
they always
Here's
when you have what they call it, the wild ponytail, Skylar, you know it's about to be a night, like when she just don't care about her hair.
that's Skylar's.
Okay, Skylar.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know. All right.
Skylar.
Shout out Skylar, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Do your thing.
But I did have her in the Moore last night. She had 26. She came through.
I'll say this about her: she worked her ass off when she got to the league.
Mhm.
Because to me, my opinion, coming out of Notre Dame, all that stuff with Lil Wayne, she
Mhm.
was grossly overrated.
Mhm.
She was essentially maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe women's basketball's first like social media star.
For sure.
Like she
Yeah.
was it
Yeah.
because Lil Wayne wore her jersey at a concert.
Yeah.
And
she was good on the college level and they won.
that's right. It just didn't translate.
Right.
And she worked her ass off
Mhm.
to get better.
Yeah.
And she not only worked to get better, she changed her mentality.
Mhm.
She got a lot more selfish and a lot more aggressive, and it paid off for her in a big, big way. Because the player she is today, the player that she's been for the better part of her career, is not what she was when she entered the
Mhm.
league. Not even close.
Mhm.
Not
Yeah,
even
no,
close.
She was overmatched when she got to the W. She was absolutely overmatched. But now we got Messy Bun Skylar.
Yeah.
And when Messy Bun Skylar come through,
Mhm.
y'all better watch out.
No.
I hope she don't come through on Thursday, though. I know that much.
Fever, they're still fighting despite all of the losses they suffered this season. Caitlin Clark was courtside with black Air Force Ones on, and Fever got the job done. They have a chance. Taking out Atlanta would be huge.
Mhm.
Atlanta and Vegas going out on Thursday would be two pretty big upsets in the W if either or both of those were to happen.
2 and the 3 seed, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the best of 3, especially when you got to travel now too.
If you're better,
That's
get the job done.
That's the killer. Like if you're the 2 or the 3 seed, I think, I don't know how you would do it, but I think you should. I'll be honest with you, you should get all 3 games at home.
Mm. Didn't they used to do that up until last year, 2 years ago?
Maybe so. I know the format was different. I think it was the first 2 games at home, or maybe
Maybe that
first
was
game
it.
on the road, and then the
Maybe
next
that
2
was it.
at the
Yeah.
higher seed.
Okay.
But now they switched it, and
Yeah.
it gets dangerous when you do
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
It gets dangerous.
Absolutely.
I know. Okay, so I wanted to. I think this is a good time to ask this question
Okay.
because we're going to talk about Adam Silver. We might just do it now and
Mhm.
him walking back some stuff about
Clarifying.
clarifying about watching the games and TV and stuff like that. I'm looking at the WNBA's YouTube page,
Mhm.
and right now, the Fever and Dream 10-minute highlights has 99,000 views. Let's just say 100,000 views.
Okay.
You think more people watch that game live?
99,000 views. Yeah.
I think so too, but I think
Yeah.
it's closer than I think it's, and that's not even a knock on viewership. That's more to kind of like what Adam is probably trying to get at, what Eddie talked about. I was looking at I went to the Knicks Pacers game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it did a great number. With the number for the ratings was probably somewhere around the 4s or something like that, because it was Knicks Pacers. So when you say 4.3, that's usually like 4 million people, right?
Mm-hmm.
The full game highlights on YouTube has 2.7 million views.
Mm.
These these little condensed things are
Yeah.
getting close to the same number of views. Now we all know how Nielsen ratings work.
Right.
It is
And for those that
trash.
for
but-
those that don't know, they don't.
Yeah, it is.
That's what he's saying.
It is garbage. But I just was looking at these numbers and I was like, he shouldn't have said it. I still think there's value in the TV, but there's a lot of people that watch these. And that's just the NBA's view for that Knicks Pacers. That doesn't include Bleacher Report.
Oh no, don't mind that. That's fine. I don't want to go there. Just trying to find the video, pal. That's all. Just trying to find the Adam Silver video.
But yeah, they have, so the full game highlights
Mm-hmm.
for that game 1 Pacers Knicks is 2.7. They cut it to an 8-minute video of the final minute of the half
Mm-hmm.
of that game. That's got 3 million views. Like between those two videos on that game, you got 6 million views on the video. Once again, I'm not defending like what he said. It's just, I think there is a lot of viewership with basketball in particular and sports in particular
Mm-hmm.
on like these condensed, hey, let me just watch this 10-minute video of the game. I think that is the way things are going a little bit right now.
So with that said, if I'm Amazon, what am I paying big money for this pack? Like if I'm Kia,
Mhm.
why do I keep upping this big entitlement package that I have if we're pushing people to watch games through YouTube or highlights
I think
or House of Highlights?
my thought would be there's still a ton of value in the TV and the broadcasting rights and all this other stuff. The live viewership of it all, that's where we get into like peak numbers and all this other stuff. I think I'm of that
generally-
generation where that's more important than going to YouTube and watching the game there.
It's generally referred to as DVR proof programming, right? You can DVR all the episodes of Love Island or whatever your favorite show is. I don't even know what shows are on. You could DVR all of those
Tulsa
and go
King.
back and perfect. Tulsa King was on Paramount Plus, so you can watch that whenever you want to. And you can watch it at your leisure, at your comfort. When I can't watch it alone, got to watch it with the wife, so we can't really watch it till Saturday, and so it doesn't really matter if you miss the Kings game on Tuesday. You can't really go, man, I'm not really going to have any free time till Saturday. Well, they played a back-to-back on Thursday and Friday. So what about those games? So they refer to sports as like this DVR proof thing. So if you want your product out there in front of a live audience right now, you got to use sports. I just don't want the head of my organization saying, well, no. If your broadcast can't afford this, there's other ways you could do it. Yeah, we're great. Essentially, he's saying, and he's right, to be 100% clear, he is right with this. The NBA is one of the best, if not the best, when it comes to this. They don't shut down those sites that create streams and highlights, even the ones that they're not partnered with, because it's good for the game. And it allows, there's growth opportunity there. I'm still not advertising it.
No,
I'm trying to come up
100%
with a
not.
better answer
100%
than the one
not.
I gave.
I think and I believe and I agree with Eddie in this one. I think Adam said this and said it the way he did because he sees what the numbers are.
Yeah.
He's like, I took it as he's not telling you to go do this. He's saying this is what people are already doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you to leave TV, but I see the numbers. People are going crazy on the highlight sites watching this product. That's there for you. Once again, shouldn't have said it. You gotta be better in that situation.
Yeah.
But
And Adam Silver knows as such. So can I play that clip from
Absolutely,
Adam Silver
absolutely.
now?
Yeah.
This is from a front office sports.
those are my people.
Yeah, like they talked to Rob Manfred, like they had the head of ESPN, like they had a full sit down and talk about great timing. One of the people that they talked to was Adam Silver. This is about 2 minutes. So just bear with me and listen to what Adam Silver had to say regarding this subject Kenny and I are talking.
This is very much a highlights-based sport. Want to clarify that?
Yeah, I honestly, probably don't have the question with you. I mean, the question, a portion of the question, the end of the question was about the impact of social media. That's what I was answering on our sport. And what I was saying in a very positive way, and I don't think I think it's additive to those who watch our games live and increase the likelihood that they'll watch our games live. By saying highlights based, I meant, when I watch the traditional sports center, and they have the top 10 plays and 5 of those are NBA plays. I'm like, yeah, I'm not thinking like, oh, damn, like more highlights are being promoted from our league. I mean, conventionally, the reaction that was like, that's really good. That it's a live game full of highlights. I mean, by definition, highlights aren't necessarily past tense. I mean, like when the NBA games are packed with action, and I guess it was misconstrued, but the point I was trying to make is that there is this community of social media followers, frankly, globally estimated at roughly around 2.5 billion people connect with the NBA in some way. Any brand, any programming source would love to have those 2.5 billion people. Now, I think the challenge for the league office, and this is something I've been talking a lot about with my colleagues internally, is how do we then ensure that we're converting a highlights-based fan, for example, to a live game viewer? By no means we don't want it to be a substitute. We're not going to probably have, especially because of time zone issues when you're a global sport, it's going to be highly unlikely that everywhere in the middle of the night, people are going to be stopping and watch our games. But to me, it's something, as I said, that like now that with these incredibly exciting moments, how do we demonstrate to our fans that they don't want to miss them live?
Little
Okay.
backtrack. I get it. Like you have to, but
It's a little backtrack. I don't recall him in maybe this because he's kind of taking the L on this, but I do not recall him at any point talking about converting highlight watchers, so to speak, to live game watchers. Also, let's be really, really careful to not rewrite history here. The conversation was not about SportsCenter.
right.
The conversation was not about, oh, they just showed a LeBron James dunk. Shoot, why'd they do that? That was not the conversation, and I think Adam knows that. The conversation was something far greater, and yeah, maybe social media was a factor, but the conversation was about the difficulty of fans being able to watch games by having to pay for all of these different subscription services, and him dropping a Draymond Green, well, quite frankly, and then referencing YouTube, and he was the one who referenced social media. So there's a lot of backtracking, but there's also a lot of rewriting of what happened. Yeah. And I don't think Adam Silver, I do not believe Adam Silver is malicious at all. But I also, he had a bad day last week. He had a really bad day last week. And I don't know that this necessarily cleaned it up. Maybe he feels like he clarified his point, and maybe he did. And in the part about converting highlight watchers into live game watchers is extremely important. But that was not referenced last week, and the conversation was not about SportsCenter nor highlights in and of itself.
Right.
It was about the ability of NBA fans to consume a product they love when they're starting to lose the ability to afford it. That was the crux of the question.
Yeah, and he still hasn't answered that.
He has not.
He still hadn't answered it, and we said it a bunch of different times.
And that was a 2-minute clip. I don't have the full sit down with Adam Silver, so if I can find that, I can go through it. But that I don't know that this was touched upon again.
Yeah, and you mentioned a way he could have answered it. Matt George mentioned a way he could have answered the original question that was asked to him, and that's what people are looking for. You know, all of us who subscribe to these services that watch the games, we go watch the highlights too.
Yeah, right.
There are certain games. Man, I don't know what happened with the Hornets and Wizards. Let me just go to YouTube real quick and get a gist of what happened. Like, that's not the question. We all know that's there. The question was, what are you going to do about the rising cost to be able to consume your product in its entirety? And he didn't answer it.
Yeah, like, what if that's my only means to watch is that 7-minute, 8-minute, 9-minute condensed game that's on YouTube?
Yeah, but so I get it. I just I don't know. After I saw that stuff last night on YouTube, like the numbers of Aces, Storm, and Fever, and all this, it just had me thinking, like, well, what does the NBA games look like? And that's a pretty big number. That's 6 million people downloaded or watch those highlights, or at least press play at some point in time. I don't know what I was expecting, but that's a pretty big number for anything.
But what do you do with those numbers?
You could sell. You could use them as ad. You talked about, like, why is Amazon or NBC or Kia trying to be a part of it? Maybe that's where the ad space comes into place on jerseys and on courts, right? Like, yeah, they may not be watching your commercial with
if
Draymond
it's an NBC
Green.
game, the bug is in the corner, or regardless of the network, it's on. The bug is in the corner.
Maybe they're not watching Draymond Green's Kia commercial, but 6 million people saw Kia on the baseline.
Forget about the Grizzlies.
That was a good line. I gotta give it to him. That was a good line. But he didn't write it, but that was a good line. He delivered it. But they're looking at Michelob courtside,
right.
Or they're seeing Kia up there, the Golden One Center. To 6 million people who aren't watching the telecast, but
aspiration.
Stay away
right?
from that.
Yeah.
But there's your product, which you're trying to have advertising for, is still being seen by the people who aren't even watching these games. And maybe that's like a package deal. Okay, you want to run a commercial, it'll cost you another X amount of dollars to have your CGI logo on.
Well, in that's a really good point. In that context, that does become a part of a league presentation, because Michelob, that was obviously a league thing. Like, no matter what arena you were in, those seats, I think it was the ones that the players were on. The back cover was the Michelob thing, and I think it was on. No, those were player seats. Those are very much your seats. I'm not a player. And the baseline. Well, regardless of where those games are airing, it also becomes of. And this is where you really get creative. Yeah, we got Lakers Warriors tonight. That's Steph and LeBron. LeBron's social media impressions last year for our season were, I'm making up numbers, 100 million. Steph's were 102 million. Those are just the numbers we control. Condensed basketball on YouTube, they have 1 million people watching their 10-minute videos. That Michelob, it's there. The Michelob, it's there. As you referenced, the CGI thing, it's there. That becomes a part of their selling package. But the Draymond Green commercial, that doesn't make the highlight.
Clip.
Yeah, it doesn't make the clip. Right. And that's where the NBA sales team has to be quick to navigate. Oh, that you very much have to play both sides of the fence. Oh, that's no big deal. That stuff's no big deal. Yeah. Like, those are the D-Los and the KCs and the Chatty Houses. Those are the psychopaths who watched the game last night and just woke up and wanted to watch a condensed version of it again.
Right.
Yeah, don't worry about those people.
Right.
They're crazy. They saw the Kia commercial the night before.
Wasn't the story, or one of the stories of, I think it was ESPN, making sure they had, it might have been NBA, but it could have been NFL too, is they just want to control the highlights. Like getting the NFL package, Monday Night Football, or getting into the game, they want to be able to show the highlights on First Take and all that
Okay.
other stuff. Like that was, it wasn't just about the games. It was like the games are cool, but we want to have the whole archive of highlights of every game to be able to show whenever we want to.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
would
was
make
one of
sense because I know that they can't show, if anyone's ever flipped over to, SVP too early on a Sunday night, they can't show anything from Sunday night football until it's over. Like over and done and off the air, they can't show anything.
Yeah.
So that would make sense. Yeah, I'm sure there's tons of rules and restrictions when it comes to that stuff. Anthony Slater is going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll talk to him about whatever is going on with Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors, and the Kings. Plus, we got overreactions on the way. And we'll attempt to define the 1-1 teams in the league. Plus, week 3 power rankings. All ahead. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's do it. Let's see where we at. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope one. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out Coliseum Moss. Those are my people. That's family. You know that. We talked on Monday about Terrence Crawford, Canelo, the domination by Terrence Crawford. What a performance by him. Just a great event. I thought the two promoted the event in a perfect way. I thought Turkey and Dana White did a good job as well. Allegiant Stadium looked fantastic. It was a good night. Netflix did a great job. It was a good night. But as I mentioned before, one of my concerns was, what does this do for boxing moving forward? Both of these guys are in the tail end of their career. Maybe never to fight again. I think Canelo's got a deal, so he's got to fight it like 3-4 more times. But Crawford might retire. What is this leading to? And I still don't have that answer. I don't know what this means for the sport of boxing moving forward. And it doesn't mean that you don't have the fight. It doesn't mean that it wasn't great. It doesn't mean that it wasn't a plus to be able to have that. But usually when you have one of these fights, whether it's Floyd versus Oscar, Oscar and Tito Trinidad, Oscar and Julio Cesar Chavez, and all this other stuff, it's the catapult. It's catapulting one of those fighters into being the face of boxing. And I don't know if this one did it. I have no idea. So I know Canelo's going to continue to fight. We want to see him fight Benavidez. If he's not going to fight Benavidez, we kind of don't really want to see him. And I don't know what Terrence does. Terrence already said he's not fighting Boots Ennis. So he can just ride off into the sunset. It's going to be up to Turkey. It's going to be up to Dana White if he gets involved. It's going to be up to Top Rank and PBC to really get on their high horse and start to create some of these stars. Maybe Shakur Stevenson is it. I think the biggest fight left in boxing right now is Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Maybe those two have a trilogy. But somebody's got to take the wheel. One of these fighters have to take the wheel. That's the 13th round.
I told Dusty and Chick will crack these open when they come in and pour them for that last hour of that show.
Absolutely. DDG going to be in Sac State this Saturday. Got to give a big shout out to my people over at Prize Picks. Your boy was a winner yesterday. Got that dub. Shout out to the WNBA playoffs. Shout out to Storm versus Aces. For handling business there. My girl Asia Wilson was on the boards. Big ups to her. Jewel Lloyd, she was getting buckets. Skylar Diggins, she was getting buckets as well. Big ups to them. But I'm not done. I'm going back in tonight. Giants are playing right now.
You say he's going back to back.
I'm ready. Giants are playing right now. Maybe I'll go later into that Mets-Padres game. I'm not exactly sure, but I already know whatever I'm going to do, part of that lineup is going to be Patrick Mahomes and that max discount that is available right now.
Yeah, boy.
They've got a max discount available through this Sunday for Patrick Mahomes. All he needs is a half-yard passing. Now, I know he ain't got no weapons. I know they don't have no receivers, and that's a little dicey, but I would take it anyway. I would take it anyway.
Yeah,
I take that max discount for Patrick Mahomes. So if you want to have a nice little lineup, have a potential winning lineup, go ahead, download the Prize Picks app. Take that max discount with Patrick Mahomes and put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineups. You don't have to win or lose. You get $50 instantly going towards your first $5 lineup when you put in the promo code KIFM. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Scaring the Bagley. I think he took the lead. He did take the lead. I
wonder if
7 on the season.
I wonder if someone is listening on the radio and has no idea what you're talking about. Every time you do that read and someone scores, does the person on the radio, does the truck driver, does the person who has never ever partaken in YouTube or the Shady House have any clue what you're referring to when you're saying Sacramento Bagley is up to 7?
If you would like to participate, while listening on the radio too, we can't keep score, but go ahead and just yell. Or what is it? What is it?
It's
good to be right. Yeah, just yell it at your radio if you want to just follow along.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Everybody's invited in this one. Zabo, he's still stuck in the 90s, talking about run your game.
No,
Zabo stuck in the 90s.
Get a load of Michael Jordan on the Wizards.
You guys need to. He is the reason this league exists.
Shout out Zay, that's my boy.
I would call him the Hulk Hogan of this league, but you can't really do that. You call him the Bob Cousy, but that's just as bad.
Oh, Bob Cousy.
I don't. But he crawled so Sacramento Bagley could walk.
By the way, that reminds me. Let me get you a quick update.
Okay.
And what's going on in the D'Lo and KC Pick'em League?
Okay.
In the lead right now, there's a tie for first place between Johnny. I don't want to mess up his last name, but Johnny and TD both have 27. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm not ruling it out. They both have 27. They're in a tie for first place. We got a few different guys with 26, 25. It's kind of tight. Roddy. I see Roddy in there. Your boy is down at 30th with 21. But much like the Giants, I just got some people I gotta climb over. I'll be in the top 10 easily.
Well, much like the Giants, I'm holding you down.
Thank you.
I understand. So we put the Giants game on in here, and
I'm doing much better in the college football pick'em. I'm 6th.
Okay.
Got 19.
Yeah, who couldn't have picked Central Michigan was going to lose? A good call, KC.
Tyler Jennings is 4th. John Poles is also tied for 4th.
League over there is cooking.
The leader is
So-
Charlie Baker Boyd. He's got 23.
Baker Boys. You don't know what it is. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We started to talk yesterday about teams that are 1-1 in the NFL, the Raiders being one of them. We actually spent a great deal of time, not just you and I, but we brought Jason Jones into the conversation as well. I was trying to figure out what version of the Raiders they really are out of those two games, the one win or the one loss. And I want to do that with a couple of other teams before we get into overreactions. Don't forget, we got Anthony Slater set to join us. He's going to be with us on the phone. We don't do a lot of phone interviews, but Anthony Slater, he's obviously been writing and talking a lot about the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, and the Sacramento Kings. So we wanted to take the opportunity to talk to him for a bit, and we'll be able to do that again coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Anthony Slater of ESPN will be with us. Before we do any of this football stuff, let's grab TC here real quick. I don't want to keep him on hold too long. TC, what's going on, baby? Terrence, what's up, man?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, boy?
Hey, I'm good, bro. So look, hey, you know where I stand at? I text both of y'all, bro. That's where I'm at. I'm with you, D-Lo, what you said earlier. Hey, what do we have to lose as far as the Kings? We have nothing to lose, bro. I know we want to play hardball, but unprotected pick, bro. I might even, just to make it juicier, bro, I might even throw a second in, bro, just to get the deal done.
Nobody asked for that.
Hey, I know Kenny believe. Hey, D-Lo, Kenny, that's how serious I am. Like, let's stop playing in front. Like, not saying Scott Perry in the front office is playing because I let him dudes, bro, but it's like, check it out. Let's quit playing with this protection. Unprotected picks, bro. Give it to him. Get the deal done that way. Because remember, at the end of the day, it's about getting your guy in to make your team better. And Jonathan Kuminga fits our team, bro, and make us better. Unprotect that, James, bro. Please. Paul.
Oh, my. Well, okay. Well, jeez. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, unprotect that thing.
That was a lot.
Trying to make it juicier.
TC talking through the last
man you want.
Yeah,
and
TC,
unprotect that thing.
His last few calls as far as pick protections and unprotected have been kind of tough. It's been a pause moment after pause moment.
Man.
TC funny.
All right, man. Well, okay.
TC funny, too, because he'll start the call talking about what he texted us and then launch into something and not tell everybody watching and listening what he texted.
Yeah, a little rule of radio right there.
Shout out to my boy TC, man. So I will ask you this real quick, or do you want to table that?
Go ahead.
I said earlier, TC's in agreement. I said, just make the pick unprotected.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you want to get him at a bargain in your price and all this other stuff, but if the bargain in your price is that important, he's probably not really your guy. Like, you just look at him as just a good player. Like, all that all-star stuff you're talking about, that's just window dressing. You don't look at him that way. If you believe he's an all-star, you want to center things around him like you've told him. Unprotect the pick that's 4 or 5 years from now and see if he can help you be good, not only immediately, but in the future. So maybe that pick doesn't hit that hard 4 years from now.
Yeah.
I would make the pick unprotected.
My answer was a little, because the thing you were going to ask, what do I think about this?
Mm-hmm.
And my response to that was a little, it can't get any worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's my honest to God. Like, and I'm not let's take the ha-ha out of this for a second. And I'll pose it as a question. Seriously. How much worse can it get? Like, what do you think that singular pick is going to do for you? Now, there's an important component to this, though, because I think this is how you started what you said. If you think Jonathan Kuminga is the guy, do it. If you're not sure, then don't. Mm-hmm. Don't do it just for the sake of doing it. Don't go, well, we've got to try something, so let's do this. Mm-hmm. No. If you believe he's the guy, go do it. I remember when the New York Giants, drafted Daniel Jones. I think he was drafted maybe sixth.
Really high.
So, but he was projected to be maybe more in the teens somewhere. And my thing at the time was like, if you like, I get it. There's a game you have to play, and it involves you knowing what 7, 8, 9, 10 are doing. It involves your ability to know what the rest of the league thinks about them, who might be willing to move up, who might be trade partners with it. Like, you have to do all of that in terms of if you wanted to navigate backwards, accumulate more assets, and draft him there. But my thing was always the same. If you think he's your guy, then do it. Like, okay, maybe you took him 6 picks too early. But if you think that's your guy at that coveted position, the quarterback of your future, do it. Just do it. Deal with all of the ridicule and prove them wrong down the road. It's the exact same way I feel about this. If you think he is something for you, if you think he is a guy, if you think he is a part of your rotation, do it. But if it's just the idea of we have to do something, that's you're setting yourself up for failure in that regard.
Yeah,
absolutely setting yourself up for failure.
And I know, I understand how people might think it's a little reckless to think like this. You can't always do this, but I look at your point like, all right, how much worse can it get? What do you really have to lose? Like, you're already looked at as a team that a lot of people don't think is going to be very good. You've got, if they're correct, you've got 3 years to figure it out before you get to that 2030. And you've got all your picks, like Bobby Marks talked about, before that. In this deal, you're not giving up any of these picks right now. It feels like it'd be a little bit more risky if they're like, hey, give us an unprotected 2026 or 2027. Because it feels like that can hamper you sooner, obviously, but more for the long haul. Because if you're not good right now and you're going towards a rebuild, you're going to need these picks right now to start that rebuild. We're talking about 2030. Like,
TCG says you can't live with the what ifs. You gotta live in the now.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, 100%.
Like, if that's and all I ask is, if that's the guy you like, if that really is a guy that you see as a part of your future, okay, do what you got to do.
Yeah, I would unprotect the pick. The pick.
Unprotect that thing.
Not that thing. I would unprotect the pick. I would unprotect the pick if that's what was going to get the deal done for me. The Scott Perry is very methodical. That's one thing that we've seen right now. He's not going to do, at least it feels like, he's not going to do anything he doesn't feel that he has to do in a negotiating sense.
Yeah.
And if he really believes, I don't have to make the pick unprotected to get this deal done, then he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
So, interesting though.
We'll talk with Anthony Slater about this coming up in just about 15 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on all of this, even opinion-based questions like, what he thinks Kuminga would look like on the Sacramento Kings. Prior to talking to TC, we had mentioned yesterday we started to try to define what some of the 1-1 teams were in the NFL. We spoke extensively about the Raiders yesterday. I wanted to try to touch on a couple of more teams. I didn't include the Ravens in this one. The Ravens were involved in, the game of the year, at least one of the games of the year, if you want to throw in Dallas and New York into that. They scored 40 points in both of their games. Which one of the 1-1 are they? I don't know, but they're really good. That's my thought on the Baltimore Ravens. I think there's a couple of other teams that I'm not sure. And one of them is the Lions. The Lions lost to the Packers, scored 50 against Chicago. I saw a note, I think it might have been from ESPN, and then Schefter added to it. But Adam Schefter said the 2 NFC offensive players of the week have been the quarterbacks on the team that played Chicago.
Oh, nice.
So that's not.
By the way, I
okay.
think it's Dallas and Chicago this week. So Dak Prescott's up next.
Yeah.
Damn. So I think everybody is starting to develop a feeling about Chicago.
Mhm.
So what does that say about the 50 burger that Detroit dropped this past weekend? And are you leaning closer to Jared Goff, 5 touchdown passes, that offense not needing Ben Johnson, them looking fluid and in motion and all of that good stuff? Or are you leaning a little more towards what we saw in week 1? The offense was a little bit more stagnant, had a tough time against a good defense like Green Bay, and just couldn't get into really any sort of rhythm.
This one's actually pretty tough because
I honestly should have saved this for last because I think this is the toughest one of all.
I think
of
this one's
them.
kind of easy.
Okay, I mean,
They're closer to the team that scored. They're not gonna score 50 every game, but they're closer to that team because Green Bay has just made both the offenses they play just look regular as hell. Like Green Bay's defense just might be really good this season, where they're a top 5 defense. I mean, they kept Jaden Daniels in check, that team in check, kept the Lions in check. Those are both really good offenses last year. So I'd give more credit to Green Bay there. Assume they're going to be kind of top tier all season long, and say that the Lions are going to figure it out more.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. I was leaning more towards who they were against Green Bay, simply because I don't think they're going to be this unstoppable offense like they were in week 2. I don't think they're going to be what they were in Green Bay. I think they're a better offense than that. But I think more times than not, you're going to see them in a situation where, man, the offense isn't going the way you want it to. And they're not going to be close to 30, 40 points or something like that, 50 points in this particular case. I think they're going to have some struggles on the offensive end sometimes. They have a lot of weapons, though. That's one thing maybe I'm selling them short on in a little bit. They got a lot of offensive weapons, a lot of speed. And I don't want to say anybody can coach that and anybody can create something for that. But when you have that many weapons, it's not hard to be creative, be effective on the offensive end. So I get that.
Yeah,
but
that's part of what I still think too.
Yeah, I just think I think they'll be a little closer to week 1. But I hear Jesse's point. That was a good point made by him.
Yeah, because if they're closer to week 1, then I assume they're probably scoring maybe a little over 20 points per game, not really doing too much. But I still think they'll be around maybe 25, 26.
Are you back in on the Lions? Were you out on the Lions?
I had them as far as
making the playoffs.
4-4. I had them out.
Okay.
Part of that was bit. Part of that was also I see the vision and I got to get a team out right here. But I wouldn't be shocked. Like I think the Packers are going to win the division, so the Lions are going to have to compete with a bunch of other teams there.
Yeah. I'm with you.
They're not going to be bad, but they'll be in the mix.
I'm with you. Let's go with another maybe tough one here. The Broncos.
Okay.
The Broncos beat the Titans. They lost to the Colts. Now, that's just a sentence of words. Context to that is important. They lost to the Colts on an ultra last minute field goal. It actually resulted in started with a penalty. The game looked like it was over.
Yeah.
Very much was not. The Colts got another opportunity, kicked it through the uprights, and wind up going 2-0, bringing the Broncos down to 1-1. Their offense hasn't looked stellar in either game. Of all of the teams that we're going to mention here, and there's only a handful, the 2 games that are probably the most similar are the 2 games the Broncos played. They just had different results to them.
Mm-hmm.
So which one is Denver closer to? The one that beat Tennessee or the one that made the mistake at the end of the game and allowed the Colts to beat them?
So check this out. This is where it gets really convoluted.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're closer to the team that played the Colts.
Okay.
I think I'm on the same thing as you.
Which is the better team
Yeah.
of the 2, but they lost the game.
Yeah.
I think they're closer to that than what we saw in week 1. Week 1 was a really good
They were
defense
better offensively
in the
Colts game.
Yeah. And I think they're a little closer to that. And it should result in more wins or winning those type of games more often than not. But I wasn't that impressed.
One
with
mistake
what I saw.
at the wrong time.
Yeah, I'm with Casey for the exact same reasons. They're closer to the team against the Colts, but that doesn't make me necessarily feel better about how they look so far.
Yeah, see,
I would have thought they looked not a lot stronger, but there was some expectation going into there.
Yeah, I don't feel like they look great. And that's the funny thing. They don't fit into this category. I like it didn't really come up in conversation yesterday. I don't like the way the Chargers look. The Chargers do not look maybe it's just the way that people talked about them that I feel like it doesn't match yet. Or maybe I'm not giving their defense enough credit. I'm not really sure. But like I didn't walk away from that game on Monday going, man, those Chargers, boy, watch out. I walked away going, man, Raiders, they had a chance. Even throwing the ball away the way that they did, they had a chance. But the point is, this isn't about the Chargers. It's about the Broncos. And I can see like the reservation on the Broncos, regardless of what version you think they are.
You know what part I didn't like about them on Sunday was that defense. The defense is supposed to be arguably the best in the league. It's supposed to be something that they hang their hat on as a team. That was really the reason why people were looking at them like, yo, they could go real far. They could be a Super Bowl contender. And Indianapolis had their way for the most part. Daniel Jones was looking fine, was not looking spooked.
I wonder if they're pressing a little bit.
Potentially.
Young team, expectations. A lot of guys on that defense got paid.
Yelling at Grandpa.
Yeah, yelling at Grandpa, like Casey said.
Grandpa.
Stop yelling at Kevin James, Bo.
Grandpa Peyton. All right, these last two, we've got two more. They're probably a little more fun, maybe a little less serious, or maybe not, than the other two that we've referenced here. 1-1. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Are they the team? I think they put up 40 and beat the Jets. Shout out Justin Fields. He's out with a concussion this week. Or are they the team that lost to the Seahawks? Now, this is not a Broncos situation where they looked similar, maybe even a little bit better in the game that they lost. Rodgers was essentially flawless against the New York Jets. He was anything but against the Seattle Seahawks. So which of these two versions is the Pittsburgh Steelers?
The ones that lost to the Seahawks.
I agree.
Yeah.
My guy.
The one that lost to the Seahawks.
My brother.
Because the sneaky thing about that game against the Jets is they probably should have lost. They got set up with a couple of turnovers in what would have been, I guess, Jets territory to set them up for a couple of those scores. Defense didn't look strong. Justin Fields was doing whatever he needed to do. It was a 55 to 60-yard field goal that they ended up winning on. They didn't look that great in that game. They got the win, but they didn't look that great. Then they went back the next week, played a better team, and got handled pretty easily.
But there's a really important component to that first game, though. They didn't turn the ball over. They turned the ball over a lot in the second one.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm with you. That was a mirage, that first game.
Soren's got not
might have been a
exactly,
mirage
but
from both teams, to be honest with you, but it definitely was from Pittsburgh.
that first game was a lot built up for that. Soren says it was the Jets game was Rogers' Super Bowl. Like, yeah, there's
Did he run out with the flag? Because that would have been funny.
I have no clue, to be honest.
Yeah.
That first game was like a movie for Aaron Rodgers. You know how they do that sometimes in movies? They build up to the first game of the season. They're like, this is everything. And they win that game. It's dramatic. It's the first game of the season.
Yeah.
Then the rest of the documentary goes, and they ended up finishing like 4-12, 4-13.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Steelers might not be that good. He might not be that good.
All right. The last one. I think you'll enjoy this. Shout out Drew Down. The Cowboys. How about them Cowboys?
Stanley, Drew Down.
Shout out Stanley. Hopefully he got his Dak Prescott jersey on today.
Hope not.
Are they the team that lost to the Eagles or the team that beat the Giants?
Can you do both?
Yep.
Yeah.
You absolutely can.
Oh, yeah, because
you absolutely
offense
can.
looked great both weeks. Defense looked like ass both weeks. So, yeah, they're both.
It's the line from The Office. It's the same picture.
Exactly.
It's the same picture.
Just this time, Russell Wilson threw a pick.
I love when that comes up when I watch that. That one cracks me up.
Yeah, just wait till we start throwing paper references at you.
That's a good show.
I'm like 4 episodes in, but yeah,
that show is funny. We'll come back. We got some more NFL stuff on the way. We got power rankings. Man, overreactions really might not make it out the gate. It really might not make it out the gate this week. We got James Ham coming up at 3:00, but Anthony Slater of ESPN joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Bobby, that's true. I feel bad. Like, I mean, I guess Mike Tomlin feels like he's got to let there be consequences for that young man. But, yeah, that's tough. Overreactions with the way of Russell Wilson. Very true. Very true, Zabo. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. That was a pretty wild start to a song. We're working on our next watch party at Sky River. It could be a good one. I'm looking at maybe the Raiders Cowboys, but nothing final yet. Nothing final. Man, that's a hell of a baseball game up here. 0-0 in the bottom of the seventh. Securing, no. It's not. It's one of the games we're looking at. We're looking at other ones too. It was just one that came up right before I walked into the studio. Oh, Zabo, damn. That's tough. Russ, we didn't get rid of it. I just moved. The whole show is pre-recorded rather than part of it now. I'm still on over there, Russ, 10-2, and Casey's still on there, 12-6 on Saturdays and Sundays. So yeah, we're still very much the faces of KSFM. We're trying something very, very different with like boring radio stuff, the way clocks, the way the music plays. And there was really no way we could do it. So we had to make a switch, and that's how we did it. Russ, that's okay. I understand. I appreciate you. But that was always going to be kind of the pitfall. That's why you got to listen to KC 12-6. Saturday and Sunday.
Did you know, a little sneaky, pull back the curtain. Hey,
Nope, we're back.
Oh. I was on the edge of my seat for that one. Man, we're going to get Anthony Slater on the phone here in just a heartbeat. Before we do, I had a chance to spend some time with Dusty Baker last night. He wanted me to let you know that this Saturday, they're going to be having an honorary Negro League baseball game meet and greet at Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento. There is a ticket that you have to buy, and it's not necessarily they're trying to charge you. It has more to do with the alcohol than it does anything else. But it's a chance. It's $12, by the way. That's the charge of the ticket. It's $12. Obviously, Dusty Baker will be there. Greg Vaughn will be there. Jerry Royster will be there. Ricky Jordan will be there. Bob Kendrick. They're all going to be there at Baker Family Wine this Saturday from 1 to 4. So if you want to check out some of the legends, absolute legends for this honorary Negro League baseball game meet and greet, you could do that at Baker Family Wines this Saturday. Tickets are available. It's Eventbrite. I can put this up on Twitter, so it's easily clickable. But shout out to Dusty Baker, man. Had a great time with him last night, and I just love everything that they're doing over there at Baker Family Wines.
And it is one of the gems of the city. One of the gems of the city to have that right here in our backyard. Once again, got love for Lodi, got love for Napa, got love for all those different wine spots. But I don't usually have the time to go travel.
Yeah,
out
right,
there.
right.
I can go right to West Sac and go to Baker Family Wines. Like I said, it's one of the gems of the city. I love it.
Yeah, indeed. We'll talk more about that as the days roll along. We just put that link out there on Twitter. Let's bring our man Ant-Man in here, Anthony Slater of ESPN. Of course, everybody knows that by now because he is literally all over the television the last couple of days. Ant-Man, appreciate you making time for us. I mean, the clock is ticking on this Jonathan Kuminga thing. You are more locked in than anybody else. What do you think the resolution on this winds up being?
I mean, we're in the end game of these negotiations. There's a reason, the offers are rising and changing and countering, and that in a lot of ways there's a reason why it's public. It's Warriors and Kuminga looking at each other. At this point, the Warriors have not reopened, sign and trade conversations, and I expect it to end with Jonathan Kuminga on the Warriors to start next season. But the big question is it going to be a contract he likes and he accepts and he signs and at least, tries to buy in early in the season with the understanding he might be traded? Or is it this qualifying offer, nuclear bomb, which obviously is not good for either side, but, is obviously remaining to be threatened by Kuminga's side?
Do you feel that Joe Lacob and the Warriors side is starting to get a little antsy with wanting to have a resolution to this Kuminga saga, whether it's him signing, relatively long-term deal, whether it's him signing the qualifying offer, or them just saying, we're ready to move on from all this? Do you think they've gotten to that point, or are they just kind of like, all right, let's negotiate. Is it not as drastic as that just yet?
I mean, I think the fact that, they've come back to the table and really kind of offered these firm deals that include, I think, like they've been upped, which would signal, to some degree, they're trying to get it done. They're trying to get it done last week when they're putting these offers on the table. So yes, to answer your question. Now, when you talk to them, they try to, I guess, emanate a level of calmness about the situation. And even, they make arguments about why the qualifying offer wouldn't be as, disastrous as, you would think it would be. That's a massive amount of tax savings. Hey, they'll have his bird rights next season. You can point back to when Klay Thompson left. People would probably think Klay Thompson left in unrestricted free agency for nothing, but Klay Thompson wanted a contract in unrestricted free agency from a Mavericks team that couldn't, do it. So they worked Klay Thompson into a sign and trade and got Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson. I only mention that because their idea is, sure, Jonathan Kuminga could go to unrestricted free agency next summer, but if he wants to go somewhere, Kings, for example, that may not be able to give him the contract he wants with just straight cap space, it would again have to be via sign and trade. So they're saying, hey, look, we feel like we put fair offers on the table. Clearly they do not want him on the qualifying offer. They want him either to play for him this season or trade him in January or both. But they're trying to say it's not absolutely, end all be all if he comes back for $7.9 million.
Man, it's been difficult to kind of make heads or tails of what's going on in this situation. And I think you even wrote about this, Anthony, in your most recent article about how, you've upped these offers. If you're Golden State, you've upped these offers. Meanwhile, Jonathan Kuminga and his representatives are kind of like, yeah, but you've been, Steve Kerr has been talking a certain way about Jonathan Kuminga. Certainly after the playoffs, talking about how do you fit him in here with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steph, all of this different things. We pulled up his basketball reference page earlier, and like he misses like 30 games just in the middle of the season. He's inactive. And it's like it's hard to reconcile this idea of, oh, there's this newfound role for him, when it feels like at least the post-Jimmy version of the Golden State Warriors, you didn't really have a role for him.
Yeah, that 30-game absence is important. You know, he had a bad ankle sprain, and by the time he got back, he was actually playing very well before, but by the time he got back, they had acquired Jimmy and their season had turned around, and he just didn't, fit in Steve Kerr's opinion in that, kind of post-Jimmy rotation. As far as one of the things, you mentioned it there, one of the things that Kuminga side has continued to voice to the Warriors in the situation is they need to sell the contract, not the basketball, because the Warriors are sitting there, trying to compare their contracts with the Kings and the Suns and what they're theoretically willing to do. And Kuminga side saying there's, guaranteed starting role, there's a fresh start, there's player options in those deals. You need to go above and beyond for Kuminga to feel wanted and to feel a desire to return there, because he knows what he's returning to. And that's, an uncertain role. That's not a starting job. That is, the Jalen Green experience in Houston, where Jalen Green, and this is the contract they have used as a comparison with the Warriors of something he signed. Jalen Green got paid and a player option, knowing that Houston was kind of doing it because they wanted to use him as the big salary piece to maybe go get, the star, which of course they did this summer, right? They used the Jalen Green contract to go get Kevin Durant, and Jalen Green has a $36 million player option at the end of his deal, in some part because of that. And Kuminga side saying, look, not only do we know what we're signing up for on the floor, we know what we're signing up for in the business world, which is like, I'm a trade piece. And they're saying, give us a player option to pay for us accepting being a trade piece, basically.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And that was something I was going to ask you too, Anthony. The Kings and what their reported feelings are on Jonathan Kuminga and what they've talked to him about and the role that they would want him to play here in Sacramento obviously has to be everything that Jonathan Kuminga is looking for. Do you think it's a situation where he would not literally hold out, but like he's standing firm on getting everything he wants? Because look, there's a team willing to do everything that you guys won't do and pay me almost just as much. What are you guys bringing to the table outside of controlling my rights again?
Yeah, I'd say a few things on the Kings situation. I do think that has, his conversations with the King have enticed and emboldened him to believe that like there are, situations out there in the world, even if it's not now, that will give him the type of runway he thinks if he gets, he will take off. And the Kings, his conversations with the Kings, well, I personally, I would say I do not think he's going to be a Sacramento King, a month from now. I think part of this process for him is not only the recruitment, but the long-term relationship. He's met Scott Perry in person. This guy may be traded at the deadline. He may be an unrestricted free agent next summer. And I think, it's relationship building in some way, even if it isn't something Sacramento's able to get now. And then from the Kuminga side, it's interesting because, you can't have these conversations when you're under contract with the team, right? Jonathan Kuminga couldn't just meet Scott Perry when he's in the third year of his rookie contract with the Warriors, but he is technically a free agent right now, even if it's restricted, and the Warriors clearly have so much leverage in the situation. But I think he spent this summer, having those type of conversations out in the world, out in the NBA world, to know like what the league thinks of him. And the Sacramento Kings clearly have shown they are very intrigued by his future. And while, again, I'm not sure that's going to bear any fruit for the Kings in the current moment, I think it's very possible, over the next couple of years that it could bear fruit.
So like talking, so that's kind of like a longer term outlook. And we've talked about, the Golden State Warriors. You even started this conversation saying you think this ends with Jonathan Kuminga playing for the Golden State Warriors this year, whether it's on the qualifying offer or something else. What happens with the Sacramento Kings when this is over? Anything?
I think they seem to be comfortable, with I'll just say this, like Scott Perry's coming into what we would all agree is kind of a cleanup job, right? And it's
one way of putting it.
Yes. I think he's being prudent. He's trying to, you guys have talked about it all summer. Like there's some appeal to Kuminga, but it's not just throwing the chips, you're going to get prime LeBron, do whatever you can. I think if it's an appealing enough opportunity at the price that they want, they'll jump. And if not, I think they're taking a patient approach. Scott Perry's not under, a firm thumb that everything has to be solved within 2 months of his tenure. It can be a long-term approach. And I typically believe that's the healthier way to operate, right? When you feel pressure and you feel you have to be in the playoffs this year, or people's jobs are on the line, like that can lead to panic decisions. So where does it leave the Sacramento Kings if they don't get Kuminga? And I don't believe they're going to. I don't know, with the roster they have, which I think we'd all agree is flawed, and at best is probably play-in. Some people would maybe even have them out of the play-in. But Scott Perry has time to watch a couple months of basketball, see what pieces he likes, see what pieces he doesn't. They probably got to figure out extension talks with Keegan Murray and figure out who's part of this long-term plan and who's not. But at least you would think Scott Perry's going to have time to do all that.
I agree with you. I don't think he comes to Sacramento. I do think they find some type of resolution in Golden State, and that's where Kuminga ends up. But I'll ask you the question. If it wasn't the Sacramento Kings, if it wasn't right down 80, do you think it would be different? Do you think one of the reasons why Golden State is reluctant to maybe move on from Kuminga and give him what he's looking for is the fact that he is trying to go right next door to the Sacramento Kings, and they don't want to see him there if he does blossom into what Joe Lacob thinks he could become?
I'm sure that could be like a small part of flipping the decision to yes or no if it got even close to that. But from my understanding, they just don't like the Kings packages. They do not, from what Malik Monk, they don't want his contract. They don't really want Malik Monk. So they basically turned down, those type of deals. Obviously, if first round picks and all the protections and all that have kind of been haggled over, but it hasn't been close. And if the Kings were to blow them away, maybe if the Kings were to, I wouldn't advise this for Sacramento, and I don't think it would ever be on the table. But if suddenly a Keegan Murray and a Keon Ellis were in the conversation, I don't think they would, blink and say, oh, well, we don't want to send Jonathan Kuminga up the road. I think if it was appealing enough, they would do it. They just haven't found anything the Kings have offered appealing enough.
And man, we'll get you out on this one, man. We know how busy you are. And this is something that we've discussed amongst ourselves on numerous occasions. With all due respect, if Aaron Turner was Rich Paul, would this situation have been dealt with a long time ago?
Perhaps. I don't know, because I would say Jonathan Kuminga is a very opinionated, strong-willed character within all this, and I think I know him very well. And he is the one deciding whether to decline or accept these offers. He has taken a large part of this process. So it's hard to answer that question because I don't know. And I think there's so many complex factors that have played into Kuminga's 4 seasons and, why an extension was or wasn't done last summer. I know obviously one of the factors was the Warriors didn't want to poison pill his contract, which is, CBA terminology, but basically if they had given him an extension last year, they pretty much couldn't have traded him in season, and they almost traded him to Phoenix for Kevin Durant. He would have been part of that deal. So it's just, there's so many layers to this. Aaron Turner is obviously a character within all the layers of this, but Jonathan Kuminga has some strong opinions about the situation as well. And I think he, has a large part of this process is those opinions by him.
Understood. Ant-Man, we appreciate you. We're proud of you. It's always great to see that backyard on ESPN. That's
the landscaping looking fire back there too. I see you, big dog.
That's our guy right there.
Hey, I mowed that lawn myself.
There we go. There we go.
My man, Anthony, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always.
All right, fellas.
That's the man, Anthony Slater, right there of ESPN. Yeah, I guess I probably haven't given Jonathan Kuminga enough credit in the idea that he could just go, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, now it is, in my opinion. Now there would be people that disagree with this, and that's perfectly okay. I would never debate anybody on that. In my opinion, I think we've just recently seen something with Ben Simmons and his agent. It is your agent's job to tell you what is in the best interest of you. And Jonathan Kuminga, and I love this and I respect this. You could do all of the bet. I want to bet on myself. I want to do it this way. I want to do it this way. If if Aaron Turner, or I'll take Aaron Turner's name, if any representative knew enough to where it's like, okay, let me tell you what this looks like, because we've talked to Golden State and we've got those numbers. There's not a lot of interest throughout the rest of the league. So the type of season you would have to have for betting on yourself to pay off would have to be monstrous. It's his job to say that. And it's also his job to say, I work for you. I will do what's best for you. I will do what you want to do. But in the end, this is what I think is best for you. Clearly, I would hope there seems to be some synergy with what Aaron Turner thinks about his client, what he knows about his potential value throughout the league. And I'm sure Sacramento and Phoenix are helping that thought process versus what he's been through in Golden State and what Jonathan Kuminga wants to do. But in the end, it is truly up to the player.
Yeah.
Yes or no.
And I get the vibe, especially like with the social media posts, like I bet on myself and all the reports of like, I'll play on the qualifying offer.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Kuminga, look, he's not going to just do anything. I don't want to make it like that. But it feels like Jonathan Kuminga is very much kind of standing on principle right now. He's like, no, I'm not, like, this ain't cool right here.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, I don't trust you. I don't believe in you. And I want to be out of this situation so bad. I'll just play on this qualifying.
I think the first thing which you said is most important. I don't trust you. After all you've done, I don't trust you. It's about all you've done. I'm not even going back 2 years. I'm not even going back 6 months. I'm going back like 6 weeks. Like, you guys started this. Your coach started this. You want me to sign up for a situation where the head coach said, I don't know how he fits here. I don't know, like, if I like, I can't imagine what that's like. Like, and I do have a certain level of sympathy for Jonathan Kuminga, because I can't imagine my boss coming up to me going, yeah, I don't know how you fit here. Casey's doing this, Jesse's doing this, Kyle's doing that. Yeah, I don't know how you fit here. But come on back. Come on. No, we'll sign. No, come on back. No, seriously. No, really, we want you to be here. No, for real this time. I don't even know how I'd handle that. And he has not just millions, but over the course of the next 6 years, hundreds of millions on the line in this negotiation. I don't. You have hundreds of millions on the line when you negotiate.
How?
You
like,
and Jonathan Kuminga. But like,
where would you even get that from?
Like, well, Aaron left his books open one day. I was like, whoa. I can't imagine like I can't imagine what his thought process and all of this is.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. Some of it is maybe it's a lot of pride going on. You know, like I said, the principality of the situation.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably not to pocket watch right now, but he's probably made, if he gets the qualifying
This does
offer,
not qualify for pocket watching, by the way.
It doesn't. If he goes on the qualifying offer, he would probably look and say he's made $25 million in his career.
Jonathan Kuminga, what was it? Is it about 8 million?
Yeah.
It would be about 33, $32 million.
I was close. Count it.
There's nothing to count. Jesse's cutting highlights over there. What are you talking about?
I was close.
His rookie contract will be $24.9 million when all said and done. You add the, 8 and some change. That's about where it'll push him to.
And trust me when I'm not like saying, oh, he doesn't care about $30 million. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But he's probably looking at like, I've made, when it's all said and done, $30 million. There's a level of confidence where like, I'll make money. Like, I don't care what James Ham's talking about. Like, I made $30 million this way. I'll at least make another 30.
But you know as well as I do, that's not NBA money.
Mhm.
He hasn't made NBA money.
Mhm.
And given where he was drafted, given the conversation around him, he was fully expecting to make NBA money.
Mhm.
And he's not there yet.
No,
He's not there yet.
he's not. But you can buy him, like I said, what he wants,
Mhm.
what he thinks is best for his career,
Yeah.
and the Warriors not really building up that trust with him.
Yeah.
You're like, man, that's fine. Qualifying offer, then I'll go somewhere, and I'll make $15 to $20 million somewhere.
Yeah, and that feels like extreme. Like
Right. That's what I'm saying.
that's
Worst
like a
case.
worst case
Yeah.
scenario, which I don't think is anything close to what he's facing, especially given the young man has talent.
Mhm.
And the first part, he's a very young man.
Mhm.
Like that is intriguing to general managers across the league.
Hell, there might be a situation, and this is always playing with fire as well. You can't believe everything that's told to you or that people say to you. But it'd be like, worst case scenario, in my back pocket,
Mm-hmm.
Kings already told me if I'm a free agent next year, they'll give me that 3 years, $65 million.
We'll have to find out if the math on that works, but I got you.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how much they have available, but sure.
Yeah.
Because apparently they have immovable contracts here.
Right. But yeah, like I said, Keegan will be on a new contract. I don't know if that really works.
Hopefully Keon will be.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that really works. Maybe they'll be able to move DeRozan at that point.
I mean, DeRozan will be in that weird,
because DeRozan right now,
like his contract gets like cut in half or something, and it's a non-guarantee.
Right.
And so either you move him, but there's like 10 million on the books. Like there's a lot of
DeRozan right now is that slot of like 20-something $million, right?
DeRozan. Yeah, like he's like it's upwards of like 25. I think he's at like 27 or so.
So
yeah,
they could do that, or they may. I mean, like I said, this is stuff that you don't want to bank on if you're Kuminga. But another worst case scenario, they'd have the mid-level potentially next year.
Yeah.
So
right.
Worst case, I'm giving $50 million for 4 years.
Yeah.
Like that may go into his thinking.
Remind me. Actually, you don't have to remind me. I actually put it in our notes. I put it in our notes for tomorrow. Okay. I read John Hollinger's article about Kawhi Leonard.
Was it hilarious?
No, it was fascinating. No, I'm dead serious. It was fascinating. So we'll table that for tomorrow. I mentioned Kawhi here for a second because I wasn't with you and Trista at all yesterday when you said that you were tired of the Clippers and Ballmer and the Kawhi case.
Mm-hmm.
Then I saw Mark Cuban's Twitter account this morning.
Oh, man.
And now I just want it to end. Mark Cuban, I think, tweeted like 4,000 words.
Bro, that was crazy.
On this situation. Added Pablo in all of these. And it wasn't like malicious. Like he was it was like, oh, I'm out. Like I'm out. Like
I hit the
bro, just write an op-ed for like the New York Times or something. Like what I spent more time on Twitter reading Mark Cuban. This is a shoot. I spent more time on Twitter reading what Mark Cuban wrote this morning than I probably have in 6 months. But I was just on those thread of tweets that Mark Cuban wrote.
Bro, he had I know there was one last night. I don't know if he's done something different this morning.
No, it was. I'm sorry. I read them this morning. He wrote the tweets last night.
Yeah, one. Bro, I'm not reading all this, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, he wrote like 4,000.
I wrote like the first two I read like the first two paragraphs. And I scrolled down. I was like, "What? Bro, I'm not reading all this."
That man wrote a novel. I was, and then the absolute first thing, because I read it all. The first thing I thought of was, yeah, I'm out. This was too much. Too many podcasts. I'm out.
Even to the point, like, and he's doing his job. He's a self promoter. He's a self financer. Like he's getting his money. I get it. I'm getting tired of Pablo. Like, what do you have? Like, please, with the slow leak. I know you're doing your job, but do you have it? If you have it, like, I want to see it. I don't want to see it 3 weeks from now. If you have it, let's see.
Well,
it.
I don't think, to be fair to him, I don't think he's teasing it. I think he's just kind of getting stuff.
I believe he's slow rolling things out. I think he's got more, and he ain't letting it out yet.
All right.
I think that's what, and I'm like, all right, man. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Now, admittedly, I did look at the podcast this morning just to see what the title of it was, and then I was like,
once again, nothing wrong with it. I just, like I said, Aaliyah, I need a resolution.
All right. We'll come back. We've got week 3 power rankings on the way, and maybe we'll sneak in a couple of overreactions before James joins us. It's Dealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. This guy, Ryan Walker. This guy is single-handedly ruining this season. All by himself. My goodness. Oh. Let's see what goes on. I'll do. I'm turning the chat house because you guys might want to. I don't know. You guys might be a little ahead of me. I'll do a little play-by-play here. Bases loaded. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. Scoreless between the Giants and the D-backs. Ryan Walker 0-2 count on Del Castillo. 1 out here. The season basically on the line tonight, or right now. Infielders in on the grass. Castillo fouls it off. Foul ball. He's battling. Ryan Walker has not had the best last couple weeks. Blew a lead in St. Louis about a week or so ago. Lost the game last night as well. The 0-2 pitch. He struck him out looking. Oh, the sinker. Well, Bob, that was a big time strike. That was a big time strike right there, Casey, by Walker. He needed the strikeout in that situation. He was pitching for the strikeout, and he got what he was looking for. That's a big time at bat there by Ryan Walker. Now it's 2 outs. Alex Thomas at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Why does Alex spell his name with a K?
People be trying to be too fancy.
Yeah, just spell it the right way.
Alex. I don't understand that. They're on their feet here at Talking Resort Casino Ballpark. That one just missed up in the zone. 96-mile-per-hour sinker from Ryan Walker. He's looking like, where was that? It's a little high. Got to be honest with you. I wouldn't want that as a strike if I was a batter as well. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Line drive down on foul ball. Foul ball. Thomas almost ended it. He was a little out in front of that one. And now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ryan Walker has an opportunity to get out of this thing unscathed. Send this game into extras. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Bottom of the 9th. The pitch. High. 95-mile-per-hour sinker. High in the zone. Thomas leans back a little bit. Fat Joe. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This one's got to be a strike right here. You don't want the bases loaded on a 3-2. That's a foul ball down the left field line. 2-2. You've got to be expecting a strike if you're Alex Thomas. You don't want to get into a situation where you've got nowhere to put him. This essentially is going to be like a 3-2 pitch, the 2-2 on the way. Ground ball. Walker going over to get it. Bobbled it yesterday, but he doesn't bobble it today. We're going to extra innings. We're going to extra innings. Ryan Walker takes a deep breath as he walks to the Giants dugout because they live to fight another day. Scoreless. Going into extras. You missed play-by-play.
I didn't miss anything. Yeah. See, I'm gonna mention this to my boy because I know he already knows. Bill hit me. He was like, "Hey, come as soon as you get here, come see me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I got here. He was in a meeting. I just saw him for the first time, and he shared with me some.
Yeah, I think he told me too, man. Come on, man.
Like, man, I wish y'all knew.
Come on, man.
I wish y'all knew, man. I wish y'all knew. I just wish you did. Next live show where there were no mics. Yeah, we'll bruh. Like, God damn it, man.
I'll tell you about that.
Y'all have no idea what we deal with.
About that is the 28th, man. We go.
Oh, yeah.
Make this thing look like Southern University out.
Yeah. Join us for the HBCU special at Baker Family Wines on the 28th. We're going to be there the 28th. We're going to need y'all to pull up. And there's something. Warren, I'm going to need you to be there, Warren.
Warren, pull up.
Zay can't be there. I forgot. But yeah, we're gonna need y'all there.
Yeah, pull up. Need all you.
Warren. I feel like I ain't seen Warren in the chat.
Yeah, Warren chilling.
Cole, where are you, Cole? We got Cole.
Cole.
September 28th. We're gonna need you there.
Pull up on us. Look, Stanley, come on through. Come on through, big dog.
Stanley, come hang out. There was we might have to get creative. Because the Raiders play at 1 o'clock, the 49ers play at 1 o'clock.
They both play at 1 o'clock game.
I think so, but more importantly, I think the Chiefs and Ravens are playing, which means that game wouldn't be on a TV. I might.
Well, I don't think the Raiders. I don't think the Raiders play at 1 because I was specifically looking at that a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't think the Niners and Raiders. That's what I was looking for a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
They never play. So I think Chiefs Ravens will be on.
Nah, yeah. I got 405 Jags at 49ers. I got 425 Bears at Raiders.
You're right. Good call.
And then and Ravens at Chiefs at that same time frame. So
the Raiders ain't gonna be on.
You don't think so?
No. The Raiders aren't Sacramento anymore.
Oh, okay. I hate to say this. Good. I need America's game of the week. Give me that.
You know what? Ironically, if it was and I'll look, I still think they'll just give us the national game. But if it's anybody, it'd be the Chargers. The Chargers are actually kind of Sacramento.
The Chargers. So there's Chargers are 1.
Chargers play 10
or 10. Sorry, I have the NFL thing up.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those things. There's 4 1 o'clock games. Colts at Rams, Jags at 49ers, Ravens at Chiefs, Bears at Raiders.
Mm-hmm. We're good. We're good.
We're in good shape.
That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good right there. That's gonna be good right there.
Yeah, it's gonna be I'm gonna have to ask Chick, hey, what kind of food trucks we got coming in there? Because I don't know. They're like, hey, try this. You're a red guy, right? Try this Pinot. It's like, great. Had that Pinot right there in the aisle of Nugget in Granite Bay yesterday. And then Chick goes, hey, You want another one? I'm like, chick, no. Like, I don't. I'm at the grocery store with the 4-year-old. I can't just start, guzzling wine. He was like, no, you got to try this one. He gave me a little tiny taste. It was like, oh yeah, 28th is going to be special.
Yeah.
And after that conversation I just had, it's going to be epic. It is going to be epic. Hey, let's do this here real quick. James Ham, I'm pretty sure is going to join us. I really don't know. Normally James goes, hey guys, I'll see you at 3. Today he just left.
Yeah, you just kind of never know at this point.
James might have quit me though in
know.
KC, if we're being honest. He might have just quit.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
There we go. Don't want to build this up with too much drama, man. Not a lot of changes in my power rankings. So I'll hit you with this one right here. Last week I had the Eagles at number 1. Had the Bills at number 2. Packers, Chargers, Ravens. This week, KC, again, not a lot of changes. But I did take the Chargers out. No hate. No hate.
I mean, what the hell?
Hate. No hate. No
they
hate.
Won the game.
No hate. Or as you would say, no disrespect. I put the Bucks at number 5 because I think the Bucks are better. Chargers are number 6. They first team out. I put the Bucks at number 5.
How do you go down? That's the thing. If they weren't in the power rankings, it'd be one thing, but they went down.
They're my power rankings. I can do what I want to with them. I also moved the Ravens up. Truth be told, I wanted to move the Ravens. I started the Ravens too low. That was me. But I got the Ravens at 4 now. So it's the Bucks at 5, Ravens at 4. Not a lot has changed from there. It's the Packers at 3, Bills at 2, Eagles, defending champs, stay at 1. They still look great. They get to stay number 1.
Let me see this again before I say something. I think I'm correct for sure, but Lamar Jackson, another MVP season loading.
Yeah, man.
It's already at 434, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions through 2 weeks.
It's crazy. At some point, people are going to respect him.
You would think.
At some point.
Jeez.
But I don't know. Maybe. I guess he's not a good passer. I don't know. Whatever you guys decide. Whatever you guys decide you don't like about Lamar Jackson this week, go ahead and run with it.
My power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, I had the Eagles at 1, the Bills at 2, the Ravens at 3, the Vikings at 4, the Chargers at 5. Clearly, there's a little bit of movement there. It's not at the top, though. Eagles 1, Bills still 2, Ravens still 3. At 4, show respect. Put the Packers at 4.
Okay.
The Packers have been
killed you a little bit, huh?
I mean,
it's about damn time. Shout out LeBron.
I don't like them. I'm never going to like them, but I ain't no hater. Like I always tell you guys, they look extremely impressive in the first 2 weeks of the season. Extremely impressive. Got them at 4. And I do still have the Chargers in my top 5.
That's cute.
I do. They did what they were supposed to do. How they going to fall back?
No, okay. So they're 5. Let me ask you something. Who's 6 then?
I didn't even go that far. Sure, the Bucks can be there. I don't care. Who's
so
6?
what's it matter? I got the Bucks.
The Bucks don't get mentioned. That's why it matters. They don't get mentioned because they're not
right,
in the top
and
5.
that's going to change. The Bucks are going to start getting more attention.
What do you think you are a little too low on the Chargers?
Probably.
Who the Bucks play this weekend? Do we know?
Zabo? Throw it in the chat.
No, we'll find it. Yeah, Zabo, you throw it in the chat instead of us looking. No, don't
well,
look.
No, I think
don't
I got the
don't
schedule.
look. Let Zabo put it in.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're putting Zabo back to work? Zabo started your whole damn league, and now you're putting him back to work? So the man built an entire league. Y'all stripped it from him, and then now, no, Zabo, go do this.
I'm trying to look it up, but our internet,
it's
our
the
internet
Jets.
is stalling.
It's the Jets. They play the Jets.
They're going to be 3-0. John Poles just randomly says the Broncos.
I would have believed him.
I would have too.
That would have been great too, because we would have been like, "Oh, it's the Broncos." What a game that's going to be!
How do we not know?
What a game that's going to be!
Dak nabbit.
I hate when you watch the game on the iPad while it's on the TV.
No, best part is Casey gets.
It drives me crazy.
No, hey, hold on. Casey says something. Joe Brazil was just in the studio watching the game, and he's just cussing under his breath right now because they didn't score on that one. Joe was pissed.
They've got 1 hit on the game. We're in the 10th.
Joe walks out, but under his breath. This team stinks. Joe left. Yeah, Joe walked out. Shout out, Joe.
Oh man, that's what I'm saying. I missed it during the break. I did play by play when the Giants almost blew the game. Those almost certainly lose now in this 10th inning with the ghost runner.
Damien's in the studio now. Damien wasn't in the studio last time, so it'll be tough to get through it this time.
That's a good point. Hey, what's going on here? AEW. Oh, wait, you got a different commercial. AEW's on my screen. I thought they were coming to Sacramento.
Oh man.
But I showed the Chargers respect. They're still 5. And they could be moving up the charts.
I'm not low on the Chargers if I have them 6.
Oh, that's disrespectful.
No, you're not. You have them 6. Well, hold on. Do you have them 6 because they're supposed to be there, because you want them there?
I want them at 30th.
Exactly.
I don't even know why. They ain't even do nothing to me, but it's just a bit now that I gotta lean into.
They're your Atlanta Hawks, I think.
Well, I don't even know what that means.
The Hawks, you would never really. Maybe it's Trae Young, but like usually, the Hawks. This,
Well,
I just don't think the Hawks are interesting. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's Minnesota. Minnesota was the team that they could they could win the championship, and I'd be like, I don't know.
They almost did.
And I'm still like, they're not even that good. They almost
did twice.
They're not even that good.
Second time was on accident.
I got them a playing team this time. Let's do a couple of overreactions. James is maybe going to join us any second. I genuinely don't know. Let's start with Baker. We were talking about the Bucks. Is it an overreaction to say Baker Mayfield doesn't get credit for how good he is?
Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction. I think he flies under the radar for NFL media. I think some of that has to do with Tampa Bay, though.
They've won the division like we have 4 straight years.
Tampa Bay, not one of them. What are we saying, radio? One of them heritage brands.
Not. No, they're not. I understand.
I ain't even gonna say the Cowboys. If he played for the Commanders, I think it'd be different.
Okay, sure,
but it's not an overreaction.
Sure,
what you said.
Overreaction. Jordan Love will be an MVP candidate this season.
That's not an overreaction. I think he'll have the numbers. He's playing really good football. Maybe I'm not saying like he wasn't good before, but maybe he's grown a little bit. He's figured some things out. He's got a defense that is looking like one of the best in the game right now. I don't think that's an overreaction. I think odds-wise, I want to say I heard this a couple weeks ago. He might be top 5 odds-wise in Vegas.
Someone's got to take Joe Burrow's spot now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you got to put someone in the conversation because right now it feels like it's Lamar and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is not in this conversation.
I think
Joe Burrow's out, as Jesse points out. So
yeah, I honestly think he was top 3 before that, before Burrow.
Jordan, sure.
I think it was Lamar and Josh, and then Jordan Love.
Okay.
People are really big on the Packers, really big on Jordan Love. So,
I'm burning through this whole segment. You better be careful.
Well, I actually thought James was going to join us, but again, I don't know.
You want to talk about something else before we kill these last 10 minutes for tomorrow?
The Cowboys offense is good enough to get to the playoffs.
No.
Overreaction. I think we're both saying yes. Overreaction.
This is like what was the game?
God, what was it? Hell no. What was it?
Damn, it was right
for
there.
sure. Oh, for sure. That's what it was.
I said no.
We got Marshall and Sarah would try to get us to do this bit with him, and we'd mess it up every single time. Oh, for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Or ain't no way. That's what it was.
There we go. There we go. We're still playing baseball.
Best I can do for the Cowboys this season is you get to be the Bengals of last year. Or you put up a bunch of points, but you're just hoping your defense gave up.
I mean, what were the Bengals last year? were the Bengals above 500 last year?
9-8. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to get to that, but that's probably their ceiling at best.
The
9-8, like missing the playoffs though.
The Cowboys also, I pumped the brakes a little bit on this offense that I think is good, but
you were singing Dak's praises a couple days ago.
Dak has played two games.
Stanley was going to get you his jersey.
They're running 2 good games. They're running the ball all right too with Javonte Williams, probably helping.
But what I was going to say is, and we got James in the background. We'll get him in a second. But what I was going to say was, you had a great first half against the Eagles. You didn't do nothing in the second half. And then the Giants are not a good defense at all. Not a good defense at all. Like, I think the Giants are going to be one of the worst defensive teams in football. So I don't know if the Cowboys offense is really where we're saying.
Shout out Donnie Johnson, Cowboys fan. LOL. He's just laughing at this conversation.
Laughing at Donnie, laughing at what? Laughing at what? They're not making the playoffs, Donnie.
Bringing my man James in. James, we were doing a couple of NFL overreactions here. Is it an overreaction to say the Cowboys could make the playoffs because of how good their offense is?
Sure. I mean, I don't think it's an overreaction.
Okay.
No, I think
it up again too. We did the same thing. We did the same thing.
No, I don't think it's an overreaction to say they could make the playoffs. What is their point differentials like a -1 or something, or -2? Like, they're right in games. Like, anytime you've got, again, offensive weapons like they do, I love the Pickens pickup. I thought that was spectacular. Even Javonte Williams, great pickup. Like, he just didn't work out in Denver, and he looks great there. And then, I know it's not all that popular, but if we're going to trash the 49ers for having one of the worst kickers we've ever seen in the NFL, man, like, having a guy like Aubrey is just like, it's crazy. Like, that weapon that they have as their field goal kicker, who can line up and kick 70-yard field goals, it just changes the whole complexity of the game.
Bro, how did they find back-to-back kickers with like titanium in their feet? What was the other guy's name? Then they had the guy, I thought he'd be there forever, like 3 years ago, who would kick bombs. Donnie, you're listening. I know you know what I'm talking about. But they don't have him no more, and now they got Aubrey, who does the same damn thing. This is crazy. And we're stuck with Jake Moody for I don't know how long.
Who was the guy that T.O. said kicked the 100-yard field goal? Was it Nick Folk? Was that his name?
That's possible.
He was like, my kicker kicked the 100-yard field goal. It's like, no, he didn't. You don't add yardage of the two field goals together.
Yeah, like, but watching, like, is there ever a question that Aubrey's going to hit it? I mean, he's got the biggest leg we've ever seen in the NFL. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. And he was just a former MLS player, right? Who was just hanging out at home, and his wife's like, "Hey, I think you could do that." And he's like, you're probably right. I think I could. Sure enough, there he goes. Yeah, wild.
I think part of their issue is there are going to be two, and we could talk about this more tomorrow, maybe, because maybe it's an overreaction. But I think there's going to be two divisions in the NFC that get multiple playoff teams, and I don't think it's going to be the NFCs.
Okay. All right. I actually don't think it's an overreaction, but we're going to find out pretty quickly. The Cowboys play the Packers, they play the Broncos, and they play the Chiefs. And, of course, they play the Eagles again. So if they're like, you're going against – those aren't all in a row, by the way. Those are just all on the schedule. Point being is, if your offense is good, you're going to have to prove it at some point against a really good defense.
That reminds me. Let's not bring up this conversation and this question after this week, because that's not going to count either.
Do that again?
We talk about, can this offense lead them to the playoffs?
Yeah.
And, my argument was they didn't really do much in the second half against the Eagles. They actually didn't do anything. And they went up against the Giants, which isn't a good defensive team. Donnie, everybody else, after this week, don't come talk to me, because they're playing another terrible defense.
They're playing Chicago. Dak Prescott, player of the week. We talked about that earlier. Dak Prescott about to be the player of the week. Hammer, we had the chance to talk to Anthony Slater not that long ago, about an hour ago. And Ant's obviously pretty locked into this situation with Jonathan Kuminga, has been doing a lot of reporting on it the last couple of days, as we're just about a week and a half away from Sacramento Kings Media Day. I got to imagine the Golden State Warriors is right around there as well. Ant was pretty clear. He doesn't think Jonathan Kuminga is going to play for Sacramento. He thinks he's going to play for the Golden State Warriors. He just doesn't, he just doesn't know the context as to how, whether it's going to be the qualifying offer or they wind up coming to some other compromise. I'll ask you what I asked him is, once the book is completely shut on this Jonathan Kuminga thing, what do you think is the next order of business for Scott Perry and the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, that's the most difficult question. It's to find the next Jonathan Kuminga. It's to find another player like that is in a situation that is untenable, and somebody's looking to make some different move than what they're currently doing. I mean, I know that this it's not like a secret here. This roster just isn't. It's not put together right. And I don't blame him for that. I mean, this is a roster he inherited at least a good portion of it. And the good portion of it is a good portion or almost all of the salary cap. So anything that he's been able to do here is going to be on the peripheral. Even adding Dennis Schroeder, I'd like to tell you that adding Dennis Schroeder is like a game changer. But you're looking at, a player who, like, realistically, where does he fit as far as like the hierarchy of this team? Domas probably number one, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk. We're talking about, he's probably your fifth, sixth best player. And so, like, expecting, a player like that to come in and instantly change things, or that's just not going to be simple. So, I think it's on Scott Perry right now to, and I'm sure he's already done this, is to assess, like, okay, if it's not Kuminga, then who else? And I kind of feel like the Kings have been sitting back with the understanding that there's a good chance that the Kuminga situation won't materialize. Like, they're not dumb. They know exactly where this thing is kind of heading, and you've got to leave a door open for it. But I think we also, a couple of weeks ago, we started hearing, oh, well, the Kings love Malik Monk. They're not gonna trade Monk. If anything, it would be a different type of deal now. We're already seeing sort of the backtrack on this. And, I think we'll probably see more of that in the coming weeks as we get closer to the start of the season, where Malik Monk is likely going to be on this roster. That doesn't mean he's going to be on the roster by the end of the year or by February or next season, but it's looking more and more like he'll be here to start this season. And so, again, it's on the front office to find players that are maybe underutilized in their current situation, and see if you can find something that works for you and works for another team to redistribute the talent on your roster.
And when it comes to this trade specifically, or potential trade or pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga, we talked about it earlier on the Handoff, and also myself and D-Lo on this show. But would you, for Jonathan Kuminga, would you take off the protections to get the deal done for that 2030 pick?
Yeah, we talked about this a little earlier. I mean, to make it 100% non, I don't know, because it's not just Kuminga, right? You're giving up a player as well. And I think it would depend on the deal that I'm getting. Like, again, if you're giving up Malik Monk, I don't want to give up an unprotected pick, because to be honest with you, I still, like, in my mind, Malik Monk is a better player than Kuminga. Kuminga's got bigger upside, but that doesn't mean that he's ever going to reach that. We have no idea what Kuminga is, as far as like a lead number one, number two, number three player. So yeah, I think if it were for Monk, I would not. Now, if the Kings are the ones, well, I guess this is kind of contrary to what I was saying earlier. If the Kings were going to do the like $11 million in salary, and then they're going to have to find another $10 million to dump somehow, that's a whole nother situation. And again, it would be difficult for me to say, hey, give up an unprotected first round pick in that deal, because now you're the one who's on the hook, and you're the one who's over the luxury tax and has to find a way to claw back underneath the luxury tax. And there's no guarantee you're going to be able to. There's just not any teams with cap space right now. So, it's going to cost a premium. And that's what a lot of these teams look at. They look at, if it's the Nets, they're looking at teams around the league and saying, okay, who's going to give me something for my cap space? And, maybe the Kings are able to work out a deal where, they're able to shorten the length of a contract that the Nets have. I've talked about this before where, I think Terrence Mann is on a 3-year, like $46 million deal. Maybe you could trade DeMar DeRozan to Brooklyn and save your $10 million, but basically they're getting out from underneath their money earlier. Got me? So they'll have more money next summer than they would. And then certainly the summer after that, they'd save a bunch of money where they wouldn't have Terrence Mann on the books at $16 million or something. But I think that there are ways in which you can save money here. It's just not going to be easy. And that's why the whole pick thing, it just becomes really complicated. Like if you're going to have to give up a pick to get back under the luxury tax, now you're looking at, like 2 players and 2 picks to get Jonathan Kuminga, and you have no idea what he is or who he is as a player, as far as like whether he can win games or not. It's tough.
And Hammer, I don't think that we talked about this together during the handoff, which is a great segment that airs daily, 11:45 to 12:28, be exact. To me, it's the pick, the player, unprotected, whatever. If you think Jonathan Kuminga's the guy, like if Scott Perry thinks, no, this is a building block for our future. This isn't a guy that we're intrigued by. This isn't a guy we're curious by. This isn't a guy who, we could probably get in on the market with him. We know the Warriors don't want him. If he's a guy that you think can be a part of your foundation for the foreseeable future, I'm all for it. If you don't, then I'm fine with whatever decision you make. I'm perfectly fine with you holding on to the protections, the players, all of that stuff, if you just wanted to get in on the market. And these are things that at least I don't know the answer to. If Scott Perry loves Jonathan Kuminga, go get him. If not, well, it's perfectly fine. You're going to have to find a way to build this team at some point. And I think some of us were hoping that build would start now, but maybe it won't. Maybe it has to wait another few months. Maybe it has to wait another few years.
Yeah, and I think I kind of want to key on that too. Like what I think is what you guys asked. Would I give up the pick? And like that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I'm a guy who's covered basketball for 15 years, going on 16 years. I know the game really, really well, but it's not like I haven't like misjudged a player's talent one way or another. And the same thing with Scott Perry. Scott Perry is credited with some great draft picks. Like you can go back and look, and when he's in Orlando, like Aaron Gordon, when he's here in Sacramento, he found De'Aaron Fox, although it was a top 5 pick. But you can go down the list of players that he's been able to acquire in the draft that are impressive, right? And I think that there's a lot of them. I can also go back through a bunch of these drafts and show you where he missed. The Kevin Knox of the world, the Harry Giles, the Justin Jacksons. There are plenty of dudes that he's missed on too. And that's the nature of the game. But you're hoping that whatever Scott Perry, and the reason why Scott Perry is here is that you trust his judgment and you hope that his basketball judgment is correct. And, like we can say a lot of, negative things about the way things worked out with Monty and Wes, but you can also point to like some really, really good successes. Like the move, while it hurt eventually to give up a pick, didn't really hurt that bad. But the move to get Kevin Huerter was huge. Malik Monk was huge. The move to draft Keegan Murray over Jaden Ivey, like I think it was a great move as far as like the way that it's worked out for the Kings. Of course, Ivey's still developing and had the knee injury and all that stuff. But if you look around, sort of a lot of the good things that they did, the Tyrese Halliburton draft pick, it's a good pick, but they also missed. And that's just the nature of the game. And so, like, I would like to see what Scott's thoughts are on this. And I know, like, Scott Perry is fine going out and chasing Kuminga. I've had conversations. Like, he was fine going out and chasing this player because he, number one, thought he could get him for less as far as, like, what it would cost to acquire him. But he also felt like he could get him for below market value as far as a contract. Those things are changing very quickly.
Mhm.
So, and what that does is your margin for error starts to get smaller and smaller. If all of a sudden you're giving up an unprotected first round pick, like, he better be damn good. And on top of that, if all of a sudden he doesn't want 63 million, but he wants his 75 million, which is totally possible. I don't know one way or another whether that's what he's going to ask the Kings for if they were to get back into negotiations. That again is much higher than the 63 million. And so all of these things, it starts to narrow this margin of error for what an acquisition like this would mean. And, I think a lot of times, like, especially in the NFL, right? If I'm in the NFL, if I'm an NFL general manager and I'm sitting there in the third round and I'm looking at all of these picks, but I can go get a frontline starting wide receiver that I've watched for the last 3 or 4 years, who another team is, for whatever reason, willing to give up for a third round pick. I'm taking that every step of the way because the NFL draft is such a crapshoot from round 1 through all the way to round 7. I mean, the 49ers completely screwed up the 3rd overall pick and drafted a quarterback. And then a couple of years later, drafted a quarterback with the last pick in the 7th round, hundreds of picks in, and found their starter. So I would rather, like, manipulate and find players that are good and that I know are good and that can step in and play than taking a whole bunch of shots in the dark, which is what NFL teams do. But the NBA is so different. Like, can you go get a proven player with a 2nd round pick? The answer is yeah, you can. I would rather do that than draft 2nd round picks a lot of the time. And so in the same thing with 1st round picks, like, there's no guarantee that, that pick is going to be a good pick. By 2030 or whatever it is, whatever the pick is, it's very possible that the Kings are a really good team. And we don't know, that's a long time away from right now, but there are so many twists and turns that could happen between now and then and make that team good. And then that pick could be like a marginal pick. So it's just tough. I would like to say, like, the right answer is to do this or to do that. There is no guarantee on anything here. And Kuminga is one of the most, like, non-guaranteed pickups that you could do. He realistically is like drafting the same exact position, the number 7th pick in the NBA draft. It's not a guaranteed pick like 1, 2, or 3. It's in that bubble, that range where, the Kings lived for decades, where they drafted Bobby Hurley and Lionel Simmons and Walt Williams and Jason
Icon.
Williams. Yeah, but he's still that player. He's just a 22-year-old version of the 7th overall pick. That's all he is now because we still have no idea who he is.
James, the other day we were talking about Dennis Schroeder and his performance in Eurobasket and winning the MVP, and he was just the engine for that Germany team, as he has been the last 4 or 5 years. And we were trying to figure out, and I think we know why, but we were just asking a question like, why isn't this getting more Kings fans and media excited, getting hyped up? The possibility of him being able to play on that level in the NBA with all the other talent that the Kings have on that roster. And he's played well in the NBA as well. It's not like he goes away. But in your opinion, what is it that's keeping people from looking at his performance in Eurobasket and even the way he played with Detroit down the stretch last year and being excited for the fact that he's on the Sacramento Kings?
Well, I mean, as far as Eurobasket, I'm going to say, like, level of competition. Like most NBA teams out there, if you have a player who's a ball dominant point guard and who's getting a huge percentage of the usage rate and a huge percentage of the shots at the NBA level, almost every single team has someone in the same vein as Keon Ellis that you just go, okay, Keon, go slow him down. That's not the way it is in Eurobasket. Like there are they're good defensive guards. There are also a whole bunch of bad defensive guards. There are a bunch of European players that just don't play basketball. I mean, don't play defense at all. And, like we saw the difference. I think this is a prime example. You saw how Sasha Vezenkov absolutely tore up Europe, right? And then came to the NBA and was like, I thought like intelligence wise, had no problems hanging defensively. I thought defensively, like he had a very good feel and where to be and all that stuff. But athletically was nowhere near an NBA player on the defensive side of the ball. And so that's, and like, look, he was a EuroLeague MVP before he came to Sacramento. And I believe he's a EuroLeague MVP after he left Sacramento. He went back to Europe and is winning MVPs, whether it's in tournaments or it's in league play. He's a star over there. So that's the first thing I would point to is that, he's going over there and playing against players that, they know how to play the game, and it's just a different style of basketball as well. But then the other thing I would point out too is that for as much as he was an impact player for Detroit last year, he wasn't for Golden State. And so like sometimes the situation lends itself to you having a lot of success, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you get into a situation and, like earlier we were talking about players who get to Sacramento, slip on a banana peel and forget how to play basketball. Like Marco Bellinelli was a really good player every stop he was at, except for in Sacramento. Like he's just bad. Ramon Sessions like averaged something crazy, like 15 points and like 6 assists a game. The year before he played for the Sacramento Kings, when he played for Sacramento, he shot 19% from 3 and like 38% from the field, like or lower. Like he just became a bad basketball player. So I do think that like for as much as Dennis Schroeder, played well for Detroit last year, we have plenty of other instances where he just didn't fit in. And that's going to be like, so it lends ourselves to this same question we asked with Kuminga. Like we won't know until we get him on the court, until you see him on the court and he's playing with the guys that he's playing with, whether or not it's going to work or not. And I'd even say there are a lot of things about Sacramento's roster that are playing against Dennis Schroeder having success here. And it's that you have a ball dominant small forward, you have a ball dominant center who is a distributor and likes the ball in his hands. And then on top of that, you got a bunch of dudes who don't shoot enough threes and don't shoot the three ball well enough. And those are things that could hurt Dennis Schroeder's chance of having success in Sacramento. Now, on the plus side, he's coming off a really good run in Eurobasket, and he's shown over his career that he can score and that he can push the tempo and he can, be an on-ball defender, pick up at half court. Like there are things that Dennis Schroeder does really well, but I don't think the Kings are like, if you were to go look at perfect fit teams, you would want like 3 or 4 shooters around him, not 1 or 2, and potentially, maybe 3 if you can get Keon Ellis on the floor. The Kings just don't have enough shooting as of right now in their current construction.
Real quick, I was going to say, I agree with Hammer and everybody else about like, Schroeder, that was a bad time in Golden State, but he picked it up in Detroit. And if you look at the numbers, they're like identical. It was just
so I'm really so happy you brought that up. I'm gonna ask you to bring that back because James, you just gave me a bunch of questions about Dennis Schroeder. So we'll continue to talk Kings basketball with our Kings insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I thought he caught that.
Man, this is his 8th team since the 2021 season. Boston, Houston, LA Lakers, Toronto, Brooklyn, Golden State, Detroit, and the Kings. His 8th team since 21-22.
I think that has more to do with his contracts than anything else. Like, he has value. Like,
Yeah.
He's been good.
he just doesn't. He's not a guy you sign to a $25 million per year deal.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was, my brother didn't sign it, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's a cautionary tale.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on, Chatty House?
What you got going on this weekend, Hammer?
Oh boy. It's been a busy couple of days. I've been trying to get through that first. So we did the Truckee / Tahoe thing on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, came back Saturday. The youngest had homecoming on Saturday night. Sunday, I watched football and started packing up my oldest on Monday and Tuesday. We moved him down to his new house in off Antelope.
Okay.
Because he starts at Davis in a week and a half, something like that. So knowing what I'm doing this weekend is like I'm kind of spun out from everything that's happened in the last few days.
Understood.
Yeah, we were down late last night moving more stuff. Got a little Zocalo in last night, which that Tacos de Consuelo was very good today for leftovers. So
I cannot remember the last time I've had them.
It's good.
It's been a while. There's one in the fountains.
Yeah, that's where we went last night. We used to go downtown all the time when we lived in Sac. But yeah, I still think the one downtown is way better than the one in the fountains, but not to disparage the good people that took care of us last night. Man, they make a good sangria.
Man, you can really screw those up, but if you get if you get it made right, that's a great drink.
Yeah, I love a good sangria. I might work to master the sangria here.
Well, if anybody's gonna master, it's James with everything that he has.
Well,
as
that's
a bartender.
I'll just bring in.
He keeps the travel kit with him, apparently.
I do. I keep that travel kit in my car.
Never know when a party's gonna break out, and James is gonna have to make drinks.
Mm-hmm.
As we
we got friends that have access to the house in Truckee, so we go up there, and I need it there. When I come down, and we go to a friend's house down in Sacramento, it's better than looking through people's drawers to see if they have something.
Yeah. Yeah. I know I put it in the notes. What's tomorrow night?
Good job, baby. Good job, baby. Let's go.
We got football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live to fight another day.
Oh, Dolphins, Bills.
Ooh.
Dead man walking.
That sucks for Jesse. Yeah. You guys can't see Jesse's reaction to my nefarious laugh.
Oh.
Now we're just naming Mexican food spots.
All right, we're back, Hammer.
All right.
We're back, everybody.
We're
live,
quick.
pal.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
We live to fight another day.
That's a terrible impression, first of all. That is awful.
Well, I could say like this. When
That's
I
a
talk
little
about Pops,
now that's better.
but he didn't really sound like that in that moment. He said, y'all need to use your hands more.
See, that's better.
You
That's
live.
better.
You live to fight another day.
And
You're
so,
not talking about
okay,
the
so
Giants.
you back in? What is this?
Talk to me at about 7:00 tonight.
Well, yeah.
If Mets lose,
Yeah.
now it becomes a 2-game
Yeah.
deficit with 9 to play. I'm still tapped in. I mean, we got the Dodgers for 4. That could be the nail in the coffin. But if they can get the 2 back tonight, yeah, I'm tapped in.
Okay.
Mhm.
All righty. Yeah, it was like an extra innings game that ended 5-1.
I love the
Well, when that happens, once you get to the like third run, it's like forget it. Like,
Yeah.
This is destroying the spirit of extras. It's over. Giants win. Everybody get off the field.
The Giants had 1 hit going into that.
You're
10th
right.
inning.
Right.
Didn't they do that last week where they hit a grand slam in the 10th or the 11th?
Yeah, Patrick Bailey. Yeah, on that the walk-off joint.
Yeah.
Extra inning Kings.
Wasn't nearly as nice as Nick Kurt's grand slam.
Very good.
493 feet.
Hammer, you just spoke pretty in-depthly about Dennis Schroeder there a few minutes ago. You laid out some of the pros of him as a player, some of the cons of him as a player, and James is giving the universal sign that he can't hear a thing I'm saying.
Poor James.
So, yeah, I think James's earbud died, and he's just like, "Hey, can't hear you, pal." That's okay, James. Go. Now, James, go ahead, James. It's okay. It's okay.
I got you. Go ahead and now I can hear you.
Okay, we're
Go
back.
ahead and ask your question again.
Thanks, James. You were talking about Dennis Schroeder a few minutes ago, and you kind of laid out the pros and cons of him as a player and the pluses and negatives of his fit on this team. It felt like there were a lot more negatives to Dennis Schroeder being on this team than positives. But what stood out to me the most is that maybe that none isn't necessarily because of Dennis. It feels like it's just the structure of the team, because when you laid out, the ball dominant forward, the ball dominant this, it's like, I don't know who fits on this basketball team if Dennis Schroeder doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, what you're saying, but I mean, it's realistically, it's what I've said about Davion Mitchell, and it's what I've said about DeMar DeRozan. Like, there are pieces that fit and pieces that don't, and like, again, if you look at Dennis Schroeder and say, okay, like, what's the perfect pairing to go with him? And number one, an elite scoring shooting guard that can shoot from anywhere on the court, that's perfect, right? And I even think that having Domantas Sabonis and his ability to play in the pick and roll and use Sabonis as like a giant hub in the middle of the court, that's going to really open things up and allow Dennis Schroeder to get into the paint and to score at will, right? But that's all predicated on the fact that you have spacing on the court. And, you go back and watch mid-2000s basketball, or you go back and watch mid-90s basketball, there's no spacing on the court. The game's just totally different. That's just not the modern NBA. Like the modern NBA is space and pace. And if you don't have shooters, then Dennis Schroeder, just like De'Aaron Fox and just like Malik Monk, they have a tough time getting into the key and breaking down the defense if there isn't already spacing. And so, yeah, I mean, like, look, Dennis Schroeder, like him and Malik Monk, I don't think they're that far off as players. I think they're similar players. I think Monk has a little bit more flash and a lot more vertical. Dennis Schroeder is a much better defender. Neither one of them are pure point guards at all. But they're not that far off as far as player comps. And like players like that, in order to maximize players like that, you've got to be able to shoot the ball. And the Kings don't. I mean, you get past Keegan Murray, who shot 34% from three last year. He didn't even it wasn't like 41.5% when he was a rookie or 46% when he was a second year player. He dropped all the way to 34%. But then you look at, the next is Keon and Zach LaVine. once you get past those guys, like who's going to play major minutes that can actually shoot the three, not only at volume, but at a higher percentage than like 32, 33%. And the answer is like nobody. Like Domantas Sabonis is your next best shooter, and he only shoots 2 times a game. You know, DeMar DeRozan tried to up his attempts last year, and by the end of the season, his 3-point percentage plummeted. So that's why we keep saying like, hey, this roster is poorly designed for today. And again, I'll keep saying this. It's not that I dislike Dennis Schroeder as a player or that I dislike DeMar DeRozan as a player. It's that I just don't think they fit with what you're trying to do. Now, if you were to swap out DeMar DeRozan for a legitimate 3-point threat at the small forward position, and I'm not talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Like Jonathan Kuminga would only compound these issues that the Kings already have. If you were to swap out, you know, DeMar DeRozan for a guy who, even if he averages 12 to 15 points a game, but he shoots 38 to 40% from 3, all of a sudden Dennis Schroeder makes a lot of sense to me. But it's about, you know, trying to match pieces. And I know I've told you guys this before. It's like the original Batman with Michael Keaton, you know, when the Joker puts out a bunch of poisoned like cosmetics, and you're okay to use a deodorant, but you can't use a deodorant and like the lipstick or it kills you. And that's the Kings have all of these pieces that when combined don't work at all and makes everything else not function properly. But alone, they're fine. They're good players. You just have to have the right type of style of play and the right style of players around them to make it all work. And that's where I just have a problem. And again, I agree. It's not a Dennis Schroeder's, you know, issue, but at the same time, Dennis Schroeder's a 32-year-old free agent, has played for 10 teams in his career, including 8 in the last 4 years. So it's not like he's been the solution for a lot of teams. He is a player that's wanted and that you probably can move, but also like you didn't go out and get a top 10 point guard. You didn't get probably a top 20 point guard, and that's okay. But it's kind of like status quo. And my biggest concern is like, how does he fit? And the real answer might be he fits a vision of this team that Scott Perry has for 2 years from now or a year from now or at the trade deadline, but not so much the team today. And Scott Perry's not worried about that today. What he's worried about is getting pieces and then trying to reconfigure the rest of the roster to make it all work.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you said there, Hammer. And, you know, the Kings issue is I think they have quite a few people that are only, how do I put this? They're only their best when everything around them is perfect. And they don't have, I don't think they have anybody that makes people around them better. They don't have a person that what's the term, like that is the sun. Like they're there, so everything revolves around them and it's good. They need, like, you look at Domas, you look at Schroeder, you look at DeRozan. They need everything around them to be perfect for them to be the best versions of them. And that's kind of the issue. You don't have, I don't even know if they had that before the trade. I don't know. They had that for a while. And that's kind of what everybody in the league is looking for, not just the Kings. Or if you don't have that, you find that complement of people around those 1 or 2 players you're talking about. But that's the struggle right now. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for either the right combination around the right player or the right player that makes everything around them, that makes that the right combination, because they're there.
Yeah, and like to that point, like I disagree slightly about Domas. Domas is like he's but realistically, here's the problem though. No, I'm with you though. So the problem is you do have a player who is like the sun that everything else revolves around, but the players that revolve around him have to be the right type of player that space the floor. And again, like just look at, I know he's not the same player, but look at the way that Jokic plays and the way that they've designed their team around Jokic, with 3-and-D players at every single position. You know, maybe Jamal Murray isn't a great 3-and-D player, but you're willing to put up with that because of his ability to go, you know, nitro and score 40 at any point. The other guys around him, they're those types of players that are 3-and-D players that space the floor. So if you're going to have a center of the universe player, which is what I consider Jokic, I consider Domas, you know, even like Luka, he just plays it from a different position. If you're going to have those types of players, then you have to build the roster around them. And I think in year one, they did build the roster around him and everything worked out great. You know, we see all of these players shoot career highs in 3-point percentage. The spacing was incredible. And who took advantage of the spacing? De'Aaron Fox, because of his speed and quickness. And also Malik Monk took advantage of that spacing that they were able to create using Domas as the center of the universe. As we got deeper into the run with Domas as the lead, they went away from that idea, not just in the way that they played basketball on the court, but in the style of player that they went out and found. And part of it's because, you know, it's like, hey, Kevin Huerter's fine. He's shooting the three. Great. That's fine. But we need a better defensive version of him. Right. And the second you tried a different defensive version of it, it didn't work. And then Kevin Huerter's 3-point percentage dropped. The percentage of the guy in Chris Duarte never, ever materialized. And so you take these little steps back every time. And then you're like, oh, you know, we had too many playmakers get hurt in the playoffs. So as opposed to finding like a third point guard or something, you went out and got a ball dominant playmaking small forward. And again, you took away what made that team work and function, and that's spacing, and that's Domas leading the way and sort of creating this, you know, again, planet circling the sun. And if you have a guy like Domas, you almost have to do it that way. You have to build a team that's like very like 3-and-D centric, or even like just 3-point specialist centric. The problem that you have is that a lot of these guys that they've brought in, they just take away a little bit each time. And it's kind of why it's like, again, I don't have anything against DeMar DeRozan. I think DeMar DeRozan is the first ballot Hall of Famer. And I think he's a spectacular scorer still at age 35. Absolutely crazy. But not only does he kill the spacing with Domas, but his increase in shots over what Harrison Barnes was before took away even more spacing because you limited who Keegan Murray could be. And so again, it's this little tiny, it's like it's death by 1,000 paper cuts, but you can see how it's not one thing that went wrong. It's a series of these little tiny things that impact everyone around them. You know, again, DeMar DeRozan taking 17 shots versus 9 for Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes being a 39% 3-point shooter versus DeMar DeRozan being a 32% 3-point shooter. And all of these things, they impact each other. And honestly, I didn't think that they could, as fast as they were able to get good and build this team, I thought there was no way that it would fall apart this quick. But it's when you step back and you start analyzing all of these tiny moves that impact the next move and the next move and the next move, that's where you start seeing the drop off. And it's unfortunate it happened this way.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Domas' situation, and we've talked about this before, is, and we've seen this in real time, and that's why they went and got DeMar DeRozan. Not saying he might have been the right fit, but the idea was right, is you take one piece away from what you're building around Domas, Malik Monk going down, and Domas can't make up for that. If you take one piece away from Jokic, if you take a scoring piece away from Jokic, you're like, okay, I'll make up for that. I'll just start shooting and have 30-plus points per game while this guy's out or something like that. You take one piece away, we saw it that second year. When Malik Monk was gone, they had nobody that could get to the foul line. They had nobody that could create. They were shooting 55 threes a game because that's all they could get outside of De'Aaron Fox. And that's the problem. If everything's good, if everybody's there, cool. Like you can run things through Domas. But if something goes wrong, if one of your creators specifically goes wrong, gets hurt or something like that, you're in a bad spot because he can't make up for that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Neither did Kevin Huerter. And for that matter, neither did De'Aaron Fox. He didn't make up for the fact that, that Malik Monk was out. Like, they didn't have anyone that could take that step. And again, I think it's part of the faultiness of the build itself, where, like, go back to the Kings of the Glory years, you had complementary pieces off the bench, in like Bobby Jackson, but also it's guys like Lawrence Funderburk, it's guys like Hito Turkoglu, it's guys like Scott Pollard that played specific roles. And the way that their roles were built was that if someone did go down, they could take on more because they weren't asked to do that much. But when it's like, hey, Weber's out for 6 months, we're going to need you to average more than 4 or 5 points a game. It's like, okay, I've got 7 in me, maybe 8. Like, and if you go around the room and like, hey, you can keep finding people that have that little bit more to give, then it works. But, losing a guy 70 games into a season, there aren't a lot of teams that can recover like quickly, especially when the rest of your team wasn't built to withstand that loss.
Do you think Scott Perry, because you brought up DeMar DeRozan a lot in that conversation, do you think that Scott Perry likes DeMar and believes he adds a lot to this team?
I'm sure he does. Like, they made the decision pretty quickly that they weren't going to move him. Like,
yeah, and that's kind of where I was going. Like, if he brings, and you're certainly not alone in this thinking, if he brings so many, I don't know that complications is the right word, to the style of play to this team, should Scott have been a little bit more aggressive in his attempt to move him, or even had a desire to move him if he didn't?
Well, I mean, this gets into opinions on basketball, and my opinion is yes, he should have been more aggressive. But that's just because I just watched a year of basketball with him on the court. And while Scott Perry watched plenty of Kings basketball, he also watched basketball around the league, and maybe didn't sit there and watch all 82 Sacramento Kings games and sort of see the highs and the lows, the goods and the bads. But look, I think at the end of the day, they kind of have an idea of when they want to bail on a lot of this roster. And, if you're going to trade a player like this, like, number one, you have to have value because it is talent. Number two, you're going to have to convince the owner, because the owner had a big part in DeMar DeRozan being on this team, and, trying to convince an owner why a Hall of Famer isn't fit for your roster build isn't all that simple, right? Especially when he played a part in going out and getting this player. So I think it's complicated because, DeMar is a guy that everyone likes, and, that is a great, an NBA great. And, like, I saw ESPN put him like on the bubble or something for the Hall of Fame. And it's just like, that's not even remotely close to factual. I mean, I don't know if he's a first ballot, but he gets in the first 5 years without any question. He's a Hall of Famer, 6-time All-Star. He's number, I think, 27 all time in scoring, and will probably move up to closer to number 20 by the time it's all said and done. Like, this is an elite player, but that doesn't matter in the game of basketball. It's 5 players on the court. Like, it's not like any other sport where you rely on fit as much as anything else. Like, the way players fit together matters so much. And that's where I think, again, the Oklahoma City Thunder went out last season and spent $30 million on a mid center, like a dude who's just flat out just not even top 20 in the league. Maybe he's number 18 in the league, right? And then they went out and won a championship because he fit perfectly. And that's just kind of the way basketball works. You have to value fit over almost everything. And that's the one thing I would say, that as the noise got louder and louder over the last year with Monty, he stopped worrying about that as much as anything else. Like, and that's where I think you start to make mistakes, because he understood fit. That's how he got that team to Beam Team 1 to just take off, because those guys all fit together. But that doesn't mean that people are going to maintain the same level of success that they did before. And you got to constantly try to rebuild and get better at every single position on the court, but with keeping in mind this idea of fit. And he got away from that. And that's where to me, things got to where they are today, where I don't think anyone has a humongous amount of faith in where this team is heading this season or next.
Well, when you're trying to convince the owner to go for a player, not go for a player, maybe the messenger matters just as much as the message, because he may have gotten to the point where I'm not listening to anything that you say. You've been wrong for years. So this is what I want, and this what needs to be done. Now you got a guy in here who maybe he does listen to his message a little bit more, and he's a different messenger. And if he says, no, I think this is the way we should build something, and this is the way we should go about it, maybe he falls back a little bit because it's somebody that his resume speaks a little different to Vivek. That may be the case.
Yeah, it's also possible that, Vivek has like a certain amount of time that he'll listen to somebody, and then he starts to see the writing on the wall and he bails on the prospect of what's happening. I mean, like, to be honest, this is year 13, 14 was the first year, right? So this is year 12 or year 13 of Vivek's ownership, and the guy that he stopped listening to is the only one that led his group to a playoff berth and to 2 straight plus 500 seasons. And, so like, while Monty's lasting legacy here in Sacramento probably isn't great because of the things that happened on the way out the door, if we would have backed up, 2 years, he was a NBA's executive of the year, and he did do good things. And, so this isn't all about beating up on Monty. You got to be fair and balanced when it comes to this stuff. And
we can keep beating up on Vivek because it's not just who he doesn't listen to. He did listen to Pete D'Alessandro.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we could fault him for a million things. I mean, but when you're this bad for this long, there's blame to be placed everywhere, except with Jerry Reynolds. You don't blame Jerry Reynolds for anything.
For nothing.
You blame everybody else.
That's right.
That's just a fact.
It is. It's actually, it should be, instead of farm to fork, it should be don't blame Jerry. Instead of the stupid rabbit, it should be a poster of Jerry Reynolds that says don't blame him.
Yeah. Hey, I know we're running out of time, but I want to pull this up. It says Vivek listens until he doesn't. And I don't think that that's the case. I think Vivek is always in their ear. It's just a matter of when do they break and allow his voice to be bigger in the room. And that's when
he's always listening. It's just a matter of to who.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's just a matter of to. Great stuff from James. I feel like we haven't talked to you in a really long time on our show, so it was great to spend some time together. Of course, we'll be with you. Hopefully, all of you will tomorrow morning when James and Kyle take the air with the Insiders at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Padres.
We did it. Did a show.
We did
it.
A show.
Nice job, everybody. All right.
Hey, I said this on the show the other day, but having Slater at ESPN is like spectacular. Like he did great work at The Athletic, but just kind of buried. And having him at the on ESPN and going on and having deep conversations that he can do on TV has been spectacular.
Yeah.
So shout out to Slate.
Yeah, he's killing it. He's killing it. And we told him as such. Almost no Vegas Aces Schneids. All right, man. Hey, there we go, Mrs. Mac 10 and Brother Malcolm X. If you're still in here, I saw your message earlier. I'm so sorry to hear that, man.
Oh no.
It's tough to. It looks like they're losing a pet. So we all know how.
Prayers up
painful
to the
that
family,
is.
man.
Yeah, we all know how painful that is, Brother Malcolm. So hang in there. Shout out, Mrs. Mac 10. Happy for whatever great news you got, and let's all come back tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Let's do it again.